Cantos 1 to 3 of Book 2 of the Ramayan of VALMIKI. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by om123. Book 2 of the Ramayan of VALMIKI, translated by Ralph T.H. Griffith. Cantos 1 to 3. Canto 1. The Heir Apparent. So Bharat to his grandsire went, obedient to the message sent, and for his fond companion chose Shatrugna, slayer of his foes. There Bharat for a time remained, with love and honor entertained, King Ashapati's constant care, beloved as a son and heir. Yet ever, as they lived at ease, while all around combined to please, the aged sire they left behind was present to each hero's mind. Nor could the king's fond memory stray from his brave children far away, dear Bharat and Shatrugna dear, each Barun's match or Indra's peer. To all the princes young and brave, his soul with fond affection clave. Around his loving heart they clung, like arms from his own body sprung. But best and noblest of the four, good as the God whom all adore, Lord of all virtues undefiled, his darling was his eldest child. For he was beautiful and strong, from envy free, the foe of wrong, with all his father's virtues blessed, and peerless in the world confessed. With blessed soul he softly spoke, no harsh reply could taunts provoke. He ever loved the good and sage, revered for virtue and for age, and when his martial tasks were o'er, sat listening to their peaceful lore. Wise, modest, pure, he honored eld, his lips from lying tales withheld. Due reverence to the Brahmans gave, and ruled its passion like a slave. Most tender, prompt at duty's call, loved by all men, he loved them all. Proud of the duties of his race, with spirit meet for warrior's place, he strove to win by glorious deed, throned with the gods a priceless meed. With him, in speech and quick reply, Brihaspati might hardly vie, but never would his accents flow for evil or for empty show. In art and science duly trained, his student vow he well maintained. He learned the law for princes' feet, the Vedas and their holy rite. And with his well-drawn bow at last, his mighty father's fame surpassed, of birth exalted, truthful, just, with vigorous hand, with noble trust, well taught by aged twice-born man, who gain and right could clearly can. Full well the claims and bounds he knew, of duty, gain, and pleasure too, of memory keen, of ready tact, in civil business prompt to act. Reserved, his features never disclosed, what counsel in his heart reposed. All idle rays and mirth controlled, he knew the times to give and hold. Firm in his faith, of steadfast will, he sought no wrong, he spoke no ill. Not rashly swift, not idly slow, his faults and others keen to know. Each merit by his subtle sense, he matched with proper recompense. He knew the means that wealth provide, and with keen eye expense could guide. Wild elephants could he reclaim, and mettle steeds could mount and tame. No arm like his the bow could wield, or drive the chariot to the field. Skilled to attack, to deal the blow, or lead a host against a foe. Yea, even infuriate gods would fear, to meet his arm in full career. As the great sun in noontide blaze is glorious with his world of rays, so Rama with these virtues shone, which all men love to gaze upon. The aged monarch fain would rest, and said within his very breast, "Oh, that I might, while living yet, my Rama over the kingdom set, and see before my course be run, the hallowed drops anoint my son. See all this spacious land obey, from side to side, my firstborn sway, and then my life and joy complete, obtain in heaven a blissful seat." In him the monarch saw combined the fairest form, the noblest mind, and counselled how his son might share the throne with him as regent heir. For fearful signs in earth and sky, and weakness warned him death was nigh. But Rama, to the world endeared, by every grace his bosom cheered. The moon of every eye, whose ray drove all his grief and fear away. So duty urged that hour to seize himself, his realm, to bless and please. From town and country, far and near, he summoned people, prince and peer. To each he gave a meet abode, and honored all and gifts bestowed. Then, splendid in his king's attire, he viewed them as the general sire, in glory of a god arrayed, looks on the creatures he has made. But Kaikeya's king he called not then, for haste, nor Janak, lord of man. For after to each royal friend, the joyful tidings he would send. Meet crowds from distant countries met, the king upon his throne was set. Then honored by the people all, the rulers thronged into the hall. On thrones assigned, each king in place, looked silent on the monarch's face. Then guarded by lords of high renown, and throngs from hamlet and from town, he showed in regal pride, as honored by the radiant band of blessed gods that round him stand, Lord Indra thousand-eyed. Canto 2. The People's Speech. Then to the full assembly bowed the monarch, and addressed the crowd, with gracious speech in accents loud, as heavenly drum or thunder cloud. Needs not to you who know declare, however with paternal care, my fathers of Ikshaku's line have ruled the realm which now is mine. I too have taught my feet to tread the pathway of the mighty dead, and with fond care that never slept, have as I could my people kept. So toiling still and never remiss, for all my people's will and bliss. Beneath the white umbrella's shade, old age is come and strength decayed. Thousands of years have over me flown, and generations round me grown, and passed away. I crave at length repose and ease for broken strength. Feeble and worn I scarce can bear the ruler's toil, the judge's care, with royal dignity a weight that tries the young and temperate. I long to rest, my labour done, and in my place to set my son. If too the twice born gathered here, my counsel wise and good appear. For greater gifts than mine adorn Rama my son, my eldest born. Like Indra brave, before him fall the foeman's cities, tower and wall. Him prince of man for power and might, the best maintainer of the right. Fair as the moon when nothing bars his glory close to push our stars. Him with tomorrow's light I fain, a throne the consort of my reign. Ye worthy Lord, for you I win, marked as her own by fortune's queen. The triple world itself would be well ruled by such a king as he. To such high bliss and happy fate will I the country dedicate, and my sad heart will cease to grieve if he the precious charge receive. Thus is my careful plan matured, thus for myself is rest secured. Lieges, approve the words I say, or point ye out some wiser way. Devise your prudent plan, my mind is fondly to this thought inclined. But man by keen debating move, some middle course which all approve. The monarch ceased, in answer came the joyous princess' glad acclaim. So peacocks in the rain rejoice, and hail the cloud with lifted voice. Murmurs of joy from thousands round shook the high palace with the sound. Then when the gathered throng had learned his will, who right and gain discerned, pageant and townsman, priest and chief, all met in consultation brief, and soon agreed with one accord, gave answer to their sovereign lord. King of the land, we know thee old, thousands of years have over thee rolled. Rama thy son we pray anoint, and at thy side his place appoint. Our gallant prince, so brave and strong, riding in royal state along, our eyes with joyful pride will see, screened by the shade that shelters thee. Then spake the king again, as though their hearts' true wish he sought to know. These prayers for Rama's rule suggest one question to my doubting breast. This thing I pray, with truth explain, why would ye, while I justly reign, that he, mine eldest son, should bear his part with me as ruling heir? Then all the people made reply, pageant and townsmen low and high. Each noblest gift of form and mind, O monarch, in thy son we find. Do thou the godlike virtues hear, which Rama to our hearts endear. So richly blessed with graces, none in all the earth excels thy son. Nay, who to match with him may claim, in truth, in justice, and in fame. True to his promise, gentle, kind, unenvious, of grateful mind, versed in the law, and firm of soul, he keeps its sense with strict control. With duteous care he loves to sit by Brahmans skilled in holy rite. Hence brightest glory, never to end, and matchless fame his youth attend. Skilled in the use of spear and shield, and arms which heavenly warriors wield. Supreme in war, unconquered yet, by man find God in battle met. Whenever in pomp of war he goes, against the town or city of the foes, he ever comes with Lakshman back, victorious from the fierce attack. Returning homeward from afar, borne on his elephant or car, he ever to the townsmen bends, and greets them as beloved friends. Asks how each son, each servant tribes, how fare our pupils' offerings wipes. And like a father bids us tell, each for himself, that all is well. If pain or grief the city tries, his heart is swift to sympathize. When festive scenes our thoughts employ, he like a father shares the joy. High is the fate, O King, that gave thy Rama born to bless and save. With filial virtues fair and mild, like Kashyap, old Marichi's child. Hence to the kingdom's distant ends, our general prayer for him ascends. Each man in town and country prays for Rama's strength, health's length of days. With hearts sincere, their wish the same, the tender girl, the aged dame, subject and stranger, patient hind, one thought impressed on every mind. At evening and at dawning day, to all the gods for Rama pray. Do thou, O King, of grace comply, and hear the people's longing cry, and let us on the throne by thee the lotus-tinted Rama see. O thou, who givest boons, attend, a gracious ear, O monarch, lend, and for our weal install, consenting to our earnest prayer, thy godlike Rama, recent heir, who seeks the good of all. Canto 3. Dasarath's Precepts. The monarch with the prayer complied, of suppliant hands on every side, uplifted like a lotus bed. And then these gracious words he said, Great joy and mighty fame are mine, because your loving hearts incline, in full assembly clearly shown, to place my Rama on the throne. Then to Vasistha, standing near, and Bhamadeva loud and clear, the monarch spoke that all might hear. It is pure and lovely Chaitra now, when flowers are sweet on every bough, all needful things with haste prepare, that Rama be appointed heir. Then burst the people's rapture out, in loud acclaim and joyful shout, and when the tumult slowly ceased, the king addressed the holy priest. Give order, saint, with watchful heed, for what the coming rite will need. This day let all things ready wait, mine eldest son to consecrate. Best of all men of second birth, Vasistha heard the Lord of earth, and gave commandment to the bands of servitors with lifted hands, who waited on their master's eye, now by tomorrow's dawn supply rich gold and herbs and gems of price, and offerings for the sacrifice, wreaths of white flowers and roasted rice, and oil and honey separate, new garments and a car of state, an elephant with lucky signs, a fourfold host in ordered lines, the white umbrella and a pair of charis and a banner fair, 100 vases row on row, to shine like fire in splendid glow, a tiger's mighty skin, a bull with gilded horns most beautiful. All these at dawn of coming day, around the royal shrine array, where burns the fire's undying ray, each palace door, each city gate, with wreaths of sandal decorate. And with the garland's fragrant scent, let clouds of incense smoke be blent. Let food of noble kind and taste be for 100,000 placed. Fresh curds with streams of milk bedewed, to feed the Brahman multitude. With care be all their wants supplied, and mid the twice-born chiefs divide rich largesse with the early morn, and oil and curds and roasted corn. Soon as the sun has shown his light, pronounced a prayer to bless the right, and then be all the Brahmins called, and in their ordered seats installed. Let all musicians skilled to play, and dancing girls in bright array, stand ready in the second ring, within the palace of the king, each on a tree, each holy shrine, with leaves and flowery wreaths entwine. And here and there, beneath the shade, be food prepared and presents laid. Then brightly clad in warlike guise, with long swords girt upon their thighs, let soldiers of the nobler sort march to the monarch's splendid court. Thus gave command the twice-born pair, to active servants stationed there. Then hastened to the king and said that all their task was duly spared. The king to wise Sumantra spake, "Now quick, my lord, thy chariot take, and hither with thy swiftest speed, my son, my noble Rama, lead." Sumantra, ere the word was given, his chariot from the court had driven, and Rama, best of all who ride in cars, came sitting by his side. The lords of man had hastened forth from east and west and south and north, Aryan and stranger, those who dwell in the wildwood and on the fell. And as the gods to Indra, they showed honor to the king that day. Like Basav, when his glorious form is circled by the gods of storm, God in his hall by kings he saw, his car-born Rama near him draw. Like him who rules the minstrel band of heaven, whose valor filled the land, of mighty arm and stately pride, like a wild elephant in stride, as fair in face as that fair stone, dear to the moon of moonbeams grown, with noble gifts and grace that took the hearts of all and changed its look, world cheering as the Lord of rain, when floods relieved the parching plain. The father, as the son came nigh, gazed with an ever thirstier eye. Sumantra helped the prince alight from the good chariot passing bright, and as to meet his sire he went, followed behind him reverent. Then Rama clomb the king to seek that terrace like Kailasha's peak, and reached the presence of the king, Sumantra closely following. Before his father's face he came, raised suppliant hands and named his name, and bowing lowly as is meet, paid reverence to the monarch's feet. But as soon as Dasaratha viewed the prince in humble attitude, he raised him by the hand in haste, and his beloved son embraced, then signed him to a glorious throne, jam-decked and golden, near his own. Then Rama, best of Raghu's line, made the fair seat with lustre shine, as when the orient sun upsprings, and his pure beam on Meru flings. The glory flashed on roof and wall, and with strange sheen suffused the hall, as when the moon's pure rays are sent through autumn's starlit firmament. Then swelled his breast with joy and pride, as his dear son the father eyed, even as himself more fair arrayed, in some clear mirror's face displayed. The aged monarch gazed a while, then thus addressed him with a smile, as Kashyap, whom the worlds revere, speaks for the Lord of gods to hear. O thou of all my sons most dear, in virtue best thy father's peer, child of my consort first in place, mine equal in her pride of race, because the people's hearts are bound to thee by graces in thee found. Be thou in Pusha's favouring hour made partner of my royal power. I know that thou by nature's bent both modest art and excellent, but though thy gifts no counsel need, my love suggests a friendly rede. Mine own dear son, be modest still, and rule its sense with honest will. Keep thou the evils far away that spring from love and anger's sway. Thy noble cause alike pursue, in secret as in open view, and every nerve the love to gain of ministers and subjects train. The happy prince who sees with pride his striving people satisfied, whose arsenals with arms are stowed, and treasury with golden hoard. His friends rejoice at joy the blessed, when Amrit crowned their eager quest. So well, my child, thy course maintain, and from all ill thy soul refrain. The friends of Rama gathered nigh, longing their lord to gratify, ran to Kaushalya's bower to tell the tidings that would please her well. She, host of dames, with many a gem and gold and kine rewarded them. Then Rama paid the reverence due, mounted the chariot and withdrew, and to his splendid dwelling drove, while crowds to show him honour strove. The people, when the monarch's speech their willing ears had heard, were wild with joy as though on each great gifts had been conferred. With meek and low salute each man turned to his home away, and there with happy heart began to all the gods to pray. End of Cantos 1 to 3. Cantos 4, 5 and 6 of Book 2 of the Ramayan of VALMIKI, translated by Ralph T. H. Griffith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by om123. Canto 4, Rama Summoned. The crowd dismissed to high debate, the monarch called his peers of state, and counsel from their lips obtained. Firm in his will explained. Tomorrow with auspicious ray, the moon in Pusha's sign will stay. Be that the time with happy fate, mine eldest son to consecrate. And let my Rama, load aside, as regent over the state preside. He sought within his charioteer, and cried, again bring Rama here. To Rama's home Sumantra hied, again to be the prince's guide. He is coming, told to Rama's ear, suggested anxious doubt and fear. He bade the messenger be led, that instant in, and thus he said, tell me the cause, omitting not, why thou again my house hast sought. The envoy answered, Prince, thy sire, has sent thy presence to require. My sender known, it is thine to say, if thou wilt go or answer nay. Then Rama, when he heard his speech, made haste the royal court to reach. Soon as the monarch was aware, his dearest son was waiting there. Eager the parley to begin, he bade them lead the prince within. Soon as he passed the chamber door, the hero bent him to the floor, and at a distance from his seat raised his joined hands his sire to greet. The monarch raised him from the ground, and loving arms about him owned. Then pointed to a seat that shone, with gold for him to rest upon. Aged am I, he said, and worn. In life's best joys my share have borne. Rites to the gods in hundreds paid, with gifts of corn and largesse made. I yearned for sons, my life is blessed, with them and thee of sons the best. No debt to saints or Brahmans now, nor spirits, gods, or self I owe. One duty now remains alone, to set thee on thy father's throne. Now therefore, Rama, hear my rede, and mark my words with duteous heed. This day the people's general voice elects the king of love and choice, and I, consenting to the prayer, will make thee, darling, regent heir. Dread visions each returning night, with evil omens scare my sight. Red meteors with a fearful sound shoot wildly downward to the ground, while tempests slash the troubled air, and they who read the stars declare that leagued against my natal sign, Rahu, the sun, and Mars combine. When portents dire as these appear, a monarch's death or woe is near. Then while my senses yet are spared, and thought and will are unimpaired, be thou my son, anointed king. Man's fancy is a fickle thing. The day the moon, in order due, entered the sign Punarbasu. Tomorrow, as the wise foretell, in Pusha's favouring stars will dwell. Then on the throne shalt thou be placed, my soul prophetic counsels haste. Thee, O my son, tomorrow I, as regent heir, will sanctify. So till the coming night be past, do thou and Sita strictly fast. From worldly thoughts thy soul refrain, and couched on holy grass remain. And let thy trusted lords attend, in careful watch upon their friend. For unexpected check and bar, our weightiest counsels often mar. While Bharat too is far away, making with royal kin his stay, I deem the fittest time of all, thee chosen regent to install. It may be Bharat still has stood, true to the counsels of the good. faithful to thee, with tender trust, with governed senses pure and just. But human minds, too well I know, will sudden changes undergo, and by their constant deeds alone the virtue of the good is shown. Now Rama, go, my son, good night. Fixed is tomorrow for the ride. Then Rama paid the reverence due, and quickly to his home withdrew. He passed within, nor lingered there, but sought his mother's mansion, where the dame in linen robes arrayed devoutly in the chapel prayed to Fortune's queen with utterance checked, that she her Rama would protect. There was Sumitra too, and there was Lakshman, led by loving care. And when the royal choice they knew, Sita in haste was summoned too. Absorbed with half-shut eyes, the queen, attended by the tree, was seen. She knew that Pusya's lucky hour would raise her son to royal power. So fixed with bated breath it start, on God supreme by all men sought. To her, as thus she knelt and prayed, Rama drew near, due reverence paid. And then to swell his mother's joy, thus spoke her own beloved boy. O mother dear, my sire's decree, entrusts the people's will to me. Tomorrow I, for so his will, anointed king the throne shall feel. The few last hours till night shall end, Sita with me must fasting spend. For so my father has decreed, and holy priests with him agreed. What vows soever thou mayst deem, my consecrations it beseem. Do thou, sweet mother, for my sake, and for beloved Sita's make. When the glad news Kausalya heard, so long desired, so long deferred, while tears of joy her utterance broke, in answer to her son she spoke. Long be thy life, my darling, now thy prostrate foes before thee bow. Live long and with thy bright success, my friends and dear Sumitras bless. Surely the stars were wondrous fair, when thee, sweet son, thy mother bare, that thy good gifts such love inspire, and win the favour of thy sire. With thee I travailed not in vain, those lotus eyes reward my pain, and all the glory of the line of old Ikshako will be thine. He smiled, and on his brother gazed, who sat with reverent hands upraised, and said, My brother, thou must be joint ruler of this land with me. My second self thou, Lakshman, art, and in my fortune bearest part. Be thine, Sumitra's son, to know the joys from regal power that flow. My life itself, the monarch's seat, for thy dear sake to me are sweet. Thus Rama to his brother said, to both his mothers bowed his head, and then with Sita by his side, to his own house the hero hied. Canto 5. Rama's Fast. Then Saint Vasistha to the king came ready at his summoning. Now go, exclaimed the monarch, thou, and reached by fervent rite and vow, for Rama and his wife ordain the fast, that joy may bless his reign. The best of those who scripture know said to the king, My lord, I go to Rama's house, Vasistha hied, the hero's fast by rule to guide, and skilled in sacred texts to tell, each step to him instructed well. Straight to Prince Rama's high abode, that like a cloud pale-tinted showed. Borne in his priestly car he rode, 2 courts he passed, and in the third he stayed his car. Then Rama heard the holy sage was come, and flew to honor him with honor due. He hastened to the car and lent his hand to aid the priest's descent. Then spoke Vasistha words like these, pleased with his reverent courtesies, with pleasant things his heart to cheer, who best deserved glad news to hear. Prince, thou hast won thy father's grace, and thine will be the regent's place. Now with thy Sita, as is right, in strictest fasting spend the night. For when tomorrow's dawn is fair, the king will consecrate his heir. So Nahus, as the wise relate, Jajati joyed to consecrate. Thus having said, Vasishtha next ordained a fast by rule and text. For Rama faithful to his vows, and the Vedahan dame his spouse, then from the prince's house he hied, with courteous honours gratified. Round Rama gathered every friend, in pleasant talk a while to spend. He bade good night to all at last, and to his inner chamber passed. Then Rama's house shone bright and gay, with men and maids in glad array, as in the morning some fair lake, when all her lotuses awake, and every bird that loves the flood flits joyous round its opening bud. Forth from the house Vasishtha drove, that with the kings in splendour strove, and all the royal street he viewed, filled with a mighty multitude. The eager concourse blocked each square, each road and lane and thoroughfare, and joyous shouts on every side rose like the roar of ocean's tide, as streams of men together came, with loud hujah and glad acclaim. The ways were watered, swept, and clean, and decked with flowers and garlands green, and all Ayodhya shone arrayed, with banners on the roofs that played. Men, women, boys with eager eyes, expecting when the sun should rise, stood longing for the herald ray of Rama's consecration day. To see, a source of joy to all, the people-honoured festival. The priest advancing slowly through the mighty crowd he cleft in two, near to the monarch's palace drew. He sought the terrace by the stair, like a white cloud peak high in air, the reverend king of man to meet, who sate upon his splendid seat. Thus will Brihaspati arise, to meet the monarch of the skies. But when the king his coming knew, he left his throne and near him drew. Questioned by him, Vasishtha said that all his task was duly spared. Then all who sat there, honouring Vasishtha, rose as rose the king. Vasishtha bade his lord adieu, and all the peers dismissed withdrew. Then, as a royal lion seeks his cave beneath the rocky peaks, so to the chambers where abode his consort the Saratha strode. Full thronged were those delightful bowers, with women richly dressed, and splendid as the radiant towers where Indra loves to rest. Then brighter flashed 1,000 eyes, with delight his presence lent, as when the moon begins to rise, the star-thronged firmament. Canto 6. The City Decorated. Then Rama bathed in order due, his mind from worldly thoughts withdrew, and with big large-eyed wife besought Narayan as a votary art. Upon his head the brimming cup of holy oil he lifted up, then placed within the kindled fire the offering to that heavenly sire. And as he sipped the remnant prayed to him for blessing and for aid. Then with still lips and tranquil mind, with his Bidehan he reclined, in Vishnu's chapel on a bed, where holy grass was duly spread. While still the princess every thought to God supreme Narayan sought. One watch remained the night to close, when Rama from his couch arose, and bade the men and maids adorn his palace for the solemn morn. He heard the birds and heralds raise auspicious strains of joy and praise, and breathed devout with voice restrained the hymn for morning rites ordained. Then with his head in reverence bowed, praised Madhu's conquering foe aloud, and in pure linen robes arrayed, the priests to raise their voice prayed. Obedient to the summons they proclaimed to all the festal day. The Brahmins' voices, deep and sweet, resounded through the crowded street, and echoed through Ayodhya went by many a loud-toned instrument. Then all the people joyed to hear that Rama with his consort dear had fasted till the morning light in preparation for the rite. Swiftly the joyful tidings through Ayodhya's crowded city flew, and soon as dawn appeared, each man to decorate the town began. In all the temples bright and fair, as white clouds towering in the air, in streets and where the crossways met, where holy fig trees had been set, in open square, in sacred shade, where merchants' shops their wealth displayed, on all the mansions of the great, and householders of wealth and state, wherever the people loved to meet, wherever a tree adorned the street, gay banners floated to the wind, and ribbons round the steeps were twined. Then clear the singers' voices rang, as charming mind and ear they sang. Here players shone in bright attire, their dancing women swelled the choir. Each with his friend had much to say of Rama's consecration day. Yea, even children, as they played at cottage doors beneath the shade, the royal street with flowers was strewn, which loving hands in heaps had thrown, and here and there rich incense lent its fragrance to the garland's scent. And all was fresh and fair and bright, in honor of the coming ride. With careful foresight to illume, with borrowed blaze the midnight gloom, the crowds erected here and there, trees in each street gay lamps to bear. The city thus from side to side, in festal guise was beautified. The people of the town who longed to view the rite together thronged, and filling every court and square, praised the good king in converse there. Our high-souled king, he throws a grace on old Ikshaku's royal race. He feels his years increasing weight, and makes his son associate. Great joy to us the choice will bring of Rama for our Lord and King. The good and bad to him are known, and long will he protect his own. No pride his prudent breast may swell, most just he loves his brothers well. And to us all that love extends, cherished as brothers and as friends. Long may our Lord in life remain, good Dasarath free from stain, by whose most gracious favour we, Rama, anointed king, shall see. Such were the words the townsman spoke, heard by the gathering country folk, who from the south, north, east, and west, steered by the joyful tidings, pressed. For by their eager longing led, to Rama's consecration sped, the villagers from every side, and filled Ayodhya city wide. This way and that way strayed the crowd, while rose a murmur long and loud, as when the full moon floods the skies, and ocean's waves with thunder rise. That town, like Indra's city fair, while pageants thronged her ways, tumultuous roared like ocean, where its flood-born monster plays. End of Cantos 4, 5, and 6. Cantos 7 to 9 of Book 2 of the Ramayan of VALMIKI, translated by Ralph T. H. Griffith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by om123. Canto 7, Manthara's Lament. It chanced a slave-born handmaid, bred with Queen Kaikeyi fancy led, mounted the stair and stood upon the terrace like the moon that shone. Thence Manthara at ease surveyed, Ayodhya to her eyes displayed, where water cooled the royal street, where heaps of flowers were fresh and sweet, and costly flags and pennons hung, on roof and tower their shadow flung. With covered ways prepared in haste, and many an awning newly placed, with sandal-scented streams bedewed, thronged by a new-bedded multitude, whose streets were full of Brahman bands, with wreaths and sweetmeats in their hands. Loud instruments their music raised, and through the town, wherever she gazed, the doors of temples glittered white, and the maid marvelled at the sight of Rama's nurse, who, standing by, gazed with a joy-expanded eye. In robes of purest white attired, the wondering damsel thus inquired: Does Rama's mother give away rich largesse to the crowds today, on some dear object fondly bent, or blessed with measureless content? What mean these signs of rare delight, on every side that meet my sight? Say, will the king with joy elate some happy triumph celebrate? The nurse, with transport uncontrolled, her glad tale to the humpback told. Our lord the king tomorrow morn will consecrate his eldest born, and raise in Pushya's favouring hour Prince Rama to the royal power. as does the nurse her tidings spoke, raised in humpback's breast awoke. Down from the terrace like the head of high Kailasha's hill she sped. Sin in her thoughts, her soul aflame, where Queen Kaikeyi slept she came. Why sleepest thou? She cried, arise, peril is near, unclose thine eyes. Ah, heedless queen, too blind to know what floods of sin above thee flow. Thy boasts of love and grace are over, thine is the show and nothing more. His favor is an empty cheat, a torrent dried by summer's heat. Thus by the artful maid addressed, in cruel words from raging breast, the queen, sore troubled, spoke in tongue. What evil news have I to learn? That mournful eye, that altered cheek, of sudden war or danger speak. Such were the words Kaikeyi said, then Mantra her eyeballs read, with fury, skilled with treacherous art, to grieve yet more her lady's heart. From Rama in her wicked hate, Kaikeyi's love to alienate, upon her evil purpose bent, began again most eloquent. Peril awaits thee swift and sure, and utter war defying cure. King Dasarath will create, Prince Rama heir associate. Plunged in the depths of wild despair, my soul a prey to pain and care, as though the flames consumed me chill, has brought me for my lady's weal. Thy grief, my queen, is grief to me, thy gain my greatest gain would be. Proud daughter of a princely line, the rights of consort queen are thine. How art thou born of royal race, blind to the crimes that kings debase? Thy Lord is gracious to deceive, and flatters but thy soul to grieve. While thy pure heart, that thinks no sin, knows not the snares that hem thee in. Thy husband's lips on thee bestow soft soothing word and empty show. The wealth, the substance and the power, this day will be Kaushalya's dower. With crafty soul thy child he sends, to dwell among thy distant friends. And every rival far from sight, to Rama gives the power and might. Ah me, for thou, unhappy dame, deluded by a husband's name, with more than mother's love hast pressed a serpent to thy heedless breast, and cherished him who works thee woe, no husband but a deadly foe. For like a snake unconscious queen, or enemy who stabs unseen, King Dasarath all untrue has dealt to thee and Bharat too. Ah, simple lady, long beguiled by his soft words who falsely smiled. Poor victim of the guileless breast, a happier fate thou meritest. For thee and thine destruction waits, when he Prince Rama consecrates. Up, lady, while there yet is time, preserve thyself, prevent the crime. Up from thy careless ease, and free thyself, O queen, thy son and me. Delighted at the words she said, Kaikeyi lifted from the bed, like autumn's moon her radiant head, and joyous at the tidings gave a jewel to the humpback slave. And as she gave the precious toy, she cried in her exceeding joy, Take this, dear maiden, for thy news, most grateful to mine ear, and choose what grace beside most featly may the welcome messenger repay. I joy that Rama gains the throne, Kaushalya's son is as mine own. Canto 8, Manthara's Speech. The damsel's breast with fury burned. She answered, as the gift she spurned, What time, O simple queen, is this for idle dreams of fancied bliss? Hast thou not sensed thy state to know, engulfed in seas of whelming woe? Sick as I am with grief and pain, my lips can scarce a laugh restrain. To see thee hail with ill-timed joy, a peril mighty to destroy. I mourn for one so fondly blind. What omen of a prudent mind would welcome, even as thou hast done, the lordship of a rival son? Rejoiced to find her secret foe, empowered like death to launch the blow. I see that Rama still must fear thy Bharat to his throne too near. Hence is my heart disquieted, for those who fear are those we dread. Lakshman, the mighty bow who draws, with all his soul serves Rama's cause, and chains as strong to Bharat bind, Shatrugna with his heart and mind. Now next to Rama, lady fair, thy Bharat is the lawful heir, and far remote I ween the chance that might the younger to advance. Yes, queen, it is Rama that I dread, wise, prompt, in warlike science bred. And oh, I tremble when I think of thy dear child on ruin's brink. Blessed with a lofty fate is she, Kaushalya, for her son will be placed when the moon and Pushya meet, by Brahmans on the royal seat. Thou, as a slave in suppliant guise, must wait upon Kaushalya's eyes, with all her wealth and bliss secured, and glorious from her foes assured. Her slave, with us who serve thee thou wilt see thy son to Rama bow, and Sita's friends exult over all, while Bharat's wife shares Bharat's fall. As thus the maid in wrath complained, Kaikeyi saw her heart was pained, and answered eager in defence of Rama's worth and excellence. Nay, Rama, born the monarch's heir, by holy fathers trained with care, virtuous, grateful, pure and true, claims royal sway as rightly due. He, like a sire, will long defend each brother, minister, and friend. Then why, O humpback, art thou pained to hear that he the throne has gained? Be sure, when Rama's empire ends, the kingdom to my son descends, who, when 100 years are flown, shall seat upon his father's throne. Why is thine heart thus sad to see the joy that is and long shall be? This fortune by possession sure, and hopes which we may count secure. Dear as the darling son I bore, is Rama, yea, or even more. Most duteous to Kaushalya, he is yet more dutiful to me. What though he rule, we need not fear, his brethren to his soul are dear. And if the throne Prince Rama fill, Bharat will share the empire's tale. She ceased, the troubled damsel sighed, sighs long and hard, and thus replied, What madness has possessed thy mind, to warnings deaf, to dangers blind? Canst thou not see the floods of war, that threaten over thine head to flow? First Rama will the throne acquire, then Rama's son succeed his sire, while Bharat will neglected pine, excluded from the royal line. Not all his sons, O lady fair, the kingdom of a monarch share, all ruling when a sovereign dies, while tumult in the state would rise. The eldest, be he good or ill, is ruler by the father's will. Know, tender mother, that thy son, without a friend and all undone, far from the joyous ease of home, an alien from his race will roam. I sped to thee for whom I feel, but thy fond heart mistakes my cheer. Thy hand a present would bestow, because thy rival triumphs so. When Rama once begins his sway, without a foe, his will to stay, thy darling Bharat he will drive to distant lands if left alive. By thee the child was sent away, beneath his grandsire's roof to stay. Even in stocks and stones perforce, will friendship spring from intercourse. The young Shatrugna too would go with Bharat, for he loved him so. As Lakshman steel to Rama cleaves, he his dear Bharat never leaves. There is an ancient tale that tell, a tree the foresters would fell, was saved by reeds that round it stood, for love that sprang of neighborhood. So Lakshman Rama will defend, and each on each for aid depend. Such fame on earth their friendship wins, as that which binds the heavenly twins. And Rama never will purpose wrong to Lakshman, for their love is strong. But Bharat, oh, of this be sure, must evil at his hands endure. Come, Rama from his home expel, and exile in the woods to dwell. The plan, O queen, which I advise, secures thy will, if thou be wise. So we and all thy kith and kin advantage from thy gain shall win. shall Bharat meet for happier fate, born to endure his rival's hate. With all his fortune ruined cower, and dread his brother's mightier power. Up, Queen, to save thy son, arise, prostrate at Rama's feet he lies. So the proud elephant who leads his trooping consorts through the reeds falls in the forest's shade beneath the lion's spring and murderous teeth. Scorned by thee in thy bliss and pride, Kaushalya was of old defied. And will she now forbear to show the vengeful rancor of a foe? O Queen, the darling is undone, when Rama's hand has once begun Ayodhya's realm to sway. Come, win the kingdom for thy child, and drive the alien to the wild in banishment today.
Canto 9. The Plot. As fury lit Kaikeyi's eyes, she spoke with long and burning sighs. This day my son enthroned shall see, and Rama to the woods shall flee. But tell me, damsel, if thou can, a sudden way, a skilful plan, that Bharat may the empire gain, and Rama's hopes be nursed in vain. The lady seized, the wicked maid, the mandate of her queen obeyed, and darkly plotting Rama's fall, responded to Kaikeyi's call. I will declare, do thou attend, how Bharat may his throne ascend. Dost thou forget what things befell, or dost thou feign remembering well? Or wouldst thou hear my tongue repeat a story for thy need so meet? Gay lady, if thy will be so, now hear the tale of long ago. And when my tongue has done its part, ponder the story in thine heart. When gods and demons fought of old, thy Lord with royal saints enrolled, sued to the war with thee to bring his might to aid the immortal's king. Far to the southern land he sped, where Dandak's mighty wilds are spread. To Vijayantha's city swayed, by Sambhar, whose flag displayed the hugest monster of the sea. Lord of 100 wilds was he. With might, which gods could never blame, against the king of heaven he came. Then raged a battle wild and dread, and mortal warriors fought and bled. The fiends by night with strength renewed, charged, slew the sleeping multitude. Thy lord King Dasarath long stood fighting with the demon throng, but long of arm, unmatched in strength, fell wounded by their darts at length. Thy husband, senseless by thy aid, was from the battlefield conveyed, and wounded nigh to death thy lord was by thy care to health restored. Well pleased, the grateful monarch sware to grant thy first and second prayer. Thou for no favour then wouldst sue, the gifts reserved for season due. And he, thy high-souled lord, agreed to give the boons when thou shouldst need. Myself I knew not what befell, but of the tale have heard thee tell, and close to thee in friendship need, deep in my heart have treasured it. Remind thy husband of his oath, recall the boons and claim them both, that Bharat on the throne be placed, with rites of consecration graced, and Rama to the woods be sent, for twice 7 years of banishment. Go, queen, the mourner's chamber seek, with angry eye and burning cheek, and with disordered robes and hair, on the cold earth lie prostrate there. When the king comes, still mournful lie, speak not a word nor meet his eye, but let thy tears in torrent flow, and lie enamoured of thy woe. Well do I know thou long hast been, and ever art his darling queen. For thy dear sake, O well-loved dame, the mighty king would brave the flame, but never would anger thee or brook to meet his favourite's wrathful look. The loving lord would even die, thy fancy queen to gratify, and never could he arm his breast to answer nay to thy request. Listen and learn, O dull of sense, thine all resistless influence. Gems he will offer, pearls and gold, refuse his gifts, be stern and cold. Those proffered boons at length recall, and claim them till he grants thee all. And O my lady, high in bliss, with heedful thought forget not this. When from the ground his queen he lifts, and grants again the promised gifts, bind him with oaths he cannot break, and thy demands unflinching make. That Rama travel to the wild, 5 years and 9 from home exiled, and Bharat, best of all who reign, the empire of the land obtain. For when this storm of years has fled, over the banished Rama's head, the royal son to vigour grown, and rooted firm will stand alone. The king, I know, is well inclined, and this the hour to move his mind. Be bold, the threatened right prevent, and force the king from his intent. She ceased, so counselled to her bane, disguised beneath a show of gain. Kaikeyi, in her joy and pride, to Mantra again replied, Thy sense I envy, prudent maid, with sagest lore thy leads persuade. No humbug maid in all the art, for wise resolve can match thy word. Thou art alone with constant cheer, devoted to thy lady's will. Dear girl, without thy faithful aid, I had not marked the plot he laid. Full of all guile and sin and spite, misshapen humbug shocked the sight. But thou art fair and formed to please, bent like a lily by the breeze. I look thee over with watchful eye, and in thy frame no fault can spy. The chest so deep, the waist so trim, so round the lines of breast and limb. Thy cheeks with moonlike beauty shine, and the warm wealth of youth is thine. Thy legs, my girl, are long and neat, and somewhat long thy dainty feet, while stepping out before my face, thou seemest like a crane to pace. The thousand wiles are in thy breast, which some other find possessed, and countless others all thine own, O damsel says, to thee are known. Thy very hump becomes thee too, O thou whose face is fair to view, for there reside in endless store, plots, wizard wiles, and warrior lore. A golden chain I will round it fling, when Rama's flight makes Bharat king. Yea, polished links of finest gold, when once the wished for prize I hold, with naught to fear and none to hate, thy hump, dear maid, shall decorate. A golden frontlet wrought with care, and precious jewels shalt thou wear, 2 lovely robes around thee fold, and walk a goddess to behold, bidding the moon himself compare his beauty with a face so fair, with scent of precious sandal sweet, down to the nails upon thy feet. First of the household thou shalt go, and pay with scorn its battle foe. Kaikeyi praised the damsel hard, and thus again her lady steered, who lay upon her beauteous bed, like fire upon the altar fed. Dear queen, they build the bridge in vain, when swollen streams are dry again. Arise, thy glorious task complete, and draw the king to thy retreat. The large-eyed lady left her bower, exulting in her pride of power, and with the humbug sought the gloom and silence of the mourner's room. The string of priceless pearls that hung around her neck to earth she flung, with all the wealth and lustre lent by precious gem and ornament. Then, listening to her sleep's advice, lay like a nymph from paradise. As on the ground her limbs she laid, once more she cried unto the maid, Soon must thou to the monarch say, Kaikeyi's soul has passed away, or Rama banished as we plan, my son made king, shall rule the land. No more for gold and gems I care, for brave attire or dainty fare. If Rama should the throne ascend, that very hour my life will end. The royal lady, wounded through the bosom of the darts that flew, launched from the humbug's tongue, pressed both her hands upon her side, and over again she cried, with wildering fury's tongue, Yes, it shall be thy task to tell, that I have hurried hence to dwell in Yama's realms of woe, or happy Bharat shall be king, and doomed to years of wandering. Kaushalya's son shall go, I heed not dainty viands now, fair wreaths of flowers to twine my brow, soft balm or precious scent. My very life I count as naught, nothing on earth can claim my thought, but Rama's banishment. She spoke these words of cruel ire, then stripping off her gay attire, the cold bare floor she pressed, so falling from her home on high, some lovely daughter of the sky, upon the ground might rest. With darkened brow and furious mien, stripped of her gems and wrath the queen, in spotless beauty lay, like heaven obscured with gathering cloud, when shades of midnight darkness shroud its star's expiring ray. End of Canto 7 to 9. Cantos 10 to 12 of Book 2 of the Ramayan of VALMIKI, translated by Ralph T.H. Griffith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by om123. Canto 10. Dasarath's Speech. As Queen Kaikeyi thus obeyed the sinful counsel of her maid, she sank upon the chamber floor, as sinks in anguish wounded sore an elephant beneath the smart of the wild hunter's venomed dart. The lovely lady in her mind resolved the plot her maid designed, and prompt to gain and risk to scan, she step by step approved the plan. Misguided by the humpback's guile, she pondered her resolve a while, as the fair path that bliss secured, the miserable lady lured. Devoted to her queen and swayed by hopes of gain and bliss, the maid rejoiced her lady's purpose known, and deemed the prize she sought her own. Then bent upon her purpose dire, Kaikeyi with her soul on fire, upon the floor lay, languid down, her brows contracted in a frown. The bright-hued wreath that bound her hair, chains, necklets, jewels rich and rare, stripped off by her own fingers lay, spread on the ground in disarray. And to the floor a lustre land, as stars light up the firmament. Thus prostrate in the mourner's cell, in garb of war the lady fell, her long hair in a single braid, like some fair nymph of heaven dismayed. The monarch, Rama to install, with thoughtful care had ordered all, and now within his home withdrew, dismissing first his retinue. Now all the town was heard, thought he, what joyful rite the morn will see. So turned he to her bower to cheer, with the glad news his darling's ear. Majestic as the lord of night, when threatened by the dragon's might, bursts radiant on the evening sky, pale with the clouds that wend by. So Dasarath, great in fame, to Queen Kaikeyi's palace came. There parrots flew from tree to tree, and gorgeous peacocks wandered free, while ever and anon was heard the note of some glad water bird. Here loitered dwarf and humpbacked maid, their lute and here sweet music played. Here, rich in blossom, creepers twined over grots with wondrous art designed. There champak and asoka flowers hung glorious over the summer bowers, and mid the waving verdure rose gold, silver, ivory porticos. Through all the months in ceaseless tour the trees both fruit and blossom bore. With many a lake the grounds were graced, seeds gold and silver here were placed. Here every viand would the taste, it was a garden meet to vie, even with the home of gods on high. Within the mansion rich and vast, the mighty Dasarath passed, not there was his beloved queen, on a fair couch reclining seen. With love his eager pulses beat, for the dear wife he came to meet, and in his blissful hopes deceived. He sought his absent love and grieved, for never had she missed the hour of meeting in her sumptuous bower, and never had the king of man entered the empty room till then. Still urged by love and anxious thought, news of his favourite queen he sought, for never had his loving eyes found her or selfish or unwise. Then spoke at length the warder maid, with hands upraised and sore afraid. My lord and king, the queen has sought the mourner's cell with raised distraught. The words the warder maiden said, he heard with soul disquieted, and thus as fiercer grief assailed, his troubled senses well nigh failed. Consumed by torturing fires of grief, the king, the world's imperial chief, his lady lying on the ground, in most unqueenly posture found. The aged king, all pure within, saw the young queen resolved on seeing, low on the ground his own sweet wife, to him far dearer than his life, like some fair creeping plant uptorn, or like a maid of heaven forlorn, a nymph of air or goddess sent from Swarga down in banishment. As some wild elephant who tries to soothe his consort as she lies, struck by the hunter's venomed dart, so the great king disturbed in heart strove with soft hand and fond caress to soothe his darling queen's distress, and in his love addressed with sighs the lady of the lotus eyes. I know not, Queen, why thou shouldst be thus angered to the heart with me. Say who has alighted thee, or whence has come the cause of such offence, that in the dust thou liest low, and rendest my fond heart with woe, as if some goblin of the night had struck thee with a deadly blight, and cast foul influence on her whose spells my loving bosom steer. I have physicians famed for skill, each trained to cure some special ill. My sweetest lady, tell thy pain, and they shall make thee well again. Whom, darling, wouldst thou punished see, or whom enriched with lordly fee? Weep not, my lovely queen, and stay this grief that wears thy frame away. Speak, and the guilty shall be freed, the guiltless be condemned to bleed, the poor enriched, the rich abased, the low set high, the proud disgraced. My lords and I thy will obey, all slaves who own thy sovereign sway, and I can never my heart incline to check in aught one wish of thine. Now by my life I pray thee tell the thoughts that in thy bosom dwell, the power and might thou knowest well, should from thy breast all doubt expel, I swear by all my merit won, speak and thy pleasure shall be done. Far as the world's wide bounds extend, my glorious empire knows no end. Mine are the tribes in eastern lands, and those who dwell on Sindhu's sands. Mine is Saurashtra far away, Savira's realm admits my sway. My best the southern nations fear, the Angas and the Vagas here, and as Lord Paramount I reign over Magadh and the Machia's plain, Koshal and Kasi's wide domain, all rich in treasures of the mine, in golden corn, sheep, goats, and kine. Choose what thou wilt, Kaikeyi, dance, but tell me, O my darling, whence arose thy grief, and it shall fly like hoar frost when the sun is high. She, by his loving words consoled, longed her dire purpose to unfold, and sought with sharper pangs to wring the bosom of her lord the king. Canto 11. The Queen's Demand. To him, enthralled by love, and blind, pierced by his darts, who shakes the mind, Kaikeyi with remorseless breast her great purpose thus expressed: O King, no insult or neglect have I endured or disrespect. One wish I have, and fate would see, that longing granted, Lord, by thee. Now pledge thy word if thou incline to listen to this prayer of mine. Then I with confidence will speak, and thou shalt hear the boon I seek. Ere she had ceased, the monarch fell, a victim to the lady's spell, and to the deadly snare she set, sprang like a roebuck to the net. Her lover raised her drooping head, smiled, playing with her hair, and said, Hast thou not learnt, wild dame, till now, that there is none so dear as thou? To me thy loving husband save, my Rama, bravest of the brave. By him my race's high-souled heir, by him whom none can match, I swear. Now speak the wish that on thee weighs, by him whose right is length of days, whom if my fond paternal eye saw not 1 hour, I needs must die. I swear by Rama, my dear son, speak and thy bidding shall be done. Speak, darling, if thou choose request to have the heart from out my breast. Regard my words, sweet love, and name the wish thy mind thinks fit to frame. Nor let thy soul give way to doubt, my power should drive suspicion out. Yea, by my merits won, I swear, speak, darling, I will grant thy prayer. The Queen, ambitious, overjoyed to see him by her plot decoyed, more eager still her aims to reach, spoke her abominable speech. A boon thou grantest, nothing loath, and swearest with repeated oath. Now let the 30 gods and 3 my witnesses with Indra be. Let sun and moon and planets hear, heaven, quarters, day and night give ear. The mighty world thou art outspread, with birds of heaven and demons dread, the ghosts that walk in midnight shade, and household gods our present aid. Every being great and small, to hear and mark the oath I call. When thus the archer king was bound, with treacherous arts and oaths announed, she to her bounteous lord subdued, by binding love her speech renewed. Remember, king, that long past day of gods and demons' battle fray, and how thy foe in doubtful strife had nigh bereft thee of thy life. Remember it was only I preserved thee when about to die, and thou for watchful love and care wouldst grant my first and second prayer. Those offered boons pledged with thee then, I now demand, O King of man. Of thee, O monarch, good and just, whose righteous soul observes each trust. If thou refuse thy promise sworn, I die despised before the morn. These rites in Rama's name began, transfer them and enthrone my son. The time is come to claim at last the double boon of days long past, when gods and demons meet in fight, and thou wouldst fain my care requite. Now forth to Dandaka's forest drive, thy Rama for 9 years and 5, and let him dwell a hermit there, with deerskin coat and matted hair. Without a rival let my boy the empire of the land enjoy, and let mine eyes ere morning see thy Rama to the forest flee. Canto 12. Dasarath's Lament. The monarch, as Kaikeyi pressed with cruel words her dire request, stood for a time absorbed in thought, while anguish in his bosom wrought. Does some wild dream my heart assail, or do my troubled senses fail? Does some dire portent scare my view, or frenzy stroke my soul subdue? Thus as he thought his troubled mind, in doubt and dread, no rest could find, distressed and trembling like a deer, who sees the dreaded tigress near. On the bare grounds his limbs he threw, and many a long deep sigh he drew. Like a wild snake, with fury blind, by charms within a ring confined. Once as the monarch's fury woke, shame on thee from his bosom broke, and then in sense-bewildering pain he fainted on the ground again. At length, when slowly strength returned, he answered as his eyeballs burned, with the wild fury of his ire, consuming her, as it were, with fire. Fell traitress, thou whose thoughts design the utter ruin of my line, what wrong have I or Rama done? Speak, murderess, speak, thou wicked one. Seeks he not evermore to please thee with all son-like courtesies? By what persuasion art thou led to bring this ruin on his head? Ah me, that fondly unaware I brought thee home my life to share, called daughter of a king in truth, a serpent with a venomed tooth. What fault can I pretend to find in Rama, praised by all mankind, that I my darling should forsake? No, take my life, my glory take, let I the queen be from it on, but not my well-loved eldest born. Him but to see his highest bliss, and death itself his face to miss. The world may sunless stand, the grain may thrive without the genial rain, but if my Rama be not nigh, my spirit from its frame will fly. Enough, thy impious plan forego, O thou who plottest sin and war. My head before thy feet I kneel, and pray thee some compassion feel. O wicked dame, what can have led thy heart to dare a plot so dread? Perchance thy purpose is to sound the grace thy son with me has found. Perchance the words that, all these days, thou still hast said in Rama's praise, were only feigned, designed to cheer with flatteries a father's ear. Soon as thy grief, my queen, I knew, my bosom felt thy anguish too. In empty halls art thou possessed, and subject to another's hest. Now on Ikshaku's ancient race falls foul disorder and disgrace. If thou, O queen, whose heart so long has loved the good, should choose the wrong, not once, O large-eyed dame, hast thou been guilty of offence till now, nor said a word to make me grieve. Now will I now thy sin believe. With thee my Rama used to hold like place with Bharat lofty souled, as thou so often, when the pair were children yet, wouldst fain declare. And can thy rigorous soul endure that Rama glorious, pious, pure, should to the distant wilds be sent for 14 years of banishment? Yea, Rama, Bharat's self exceeds in love to thee and son-like deeds, and for deserving love of thee, as Bharat even so is he. Who better than that chieftain may obedience, love, and honor pay? Thy dignity with care protect, thy slightest word and wish respect. Of all his countless followers none can breathe a word against my son. Of many thousands not a dame can hint reproach or whisper blame. All creatures feel the sweet control of Rama's pure and gentle soul. The pride of Manu's race he binds, to him the people's grateful minds. He wins the subjects with his truth, the poor with gifts and gentle root. He teaches with his docile will, the foeman with his archer skill. Truth, purity, religious zeal, the hand to give, the heart to feel, the love that never betrays a friend, the rectitude that naught can bend, knowledge and meek obedience grace, my Rama, pride of Raghu's race. Canst thou thine impious plot design against him in whom these virtues shine, whose glory with the sages vies, peer of the gods who rule the skies? From him no harsh or bitter word to pain one creature have I heard. And how can I my son address for thee with words of bitterness? Have mercy, O Queen, some pity show, to see my tears of anguish flow, and listen to my mournful cry, a poor old man who soon must die. Whatever this sea-god land can boast, of rich and rare from coast to coast, to thee, my Queen, I give it all, but oh, thy deadly words recall. O sea, my suppliant hands retreat, again my lips are on thy feet. Save Rama, save my darling child, nor kill me with this scene defiled. He grovelled on the ground and lay, to burning grief a senseless prey, and ever and anon assailed by floods of woe, he wept and wailed, striving with eager speed to gain the margent of his sea of pain. With fiercer words, she fiercer yet, the hapless father's pleading met. O monarch, if thy soul repent, the promise and thy free consent, how wilt thou in the world maintain thy fame for truth unsmirched with stain? When gathered kings with thee converse, and bid thee all the tale rehearse, what wilt thou say, O truthful king, in answer to their questioning? She, to whose love my life I owe, who saved me smitten by the foe, Kaikeyi, for her tender care, was cheated of the oath I swear. Thus wilt thou answer, and forsworn, will draw on thee the prince's scorn. Learn from the tale, the hawk and dove, how strong for truth was Saive's love. Pledged by his word the monarch gave his flesh the suppliant bird to save. So King Alarka gave his eyes, and gained a mansion in the skies. The sea himself his promise keeps, and never beyond his limit sweeps. My deeds of old again recall, nor let thy bond dishonored fall. The rights of truth thou wouldst forget, thy Rama on the throne to set, and let thy days in pleasure glide, fond King Kaushalya by thy side. Now call it by what name thou wilt, justice, injustice, virtue, guilt, thy word and oath remain the same, and thou must yield what thus I claim. If Rama be anointed, I this very day will surely die. Before thy face will poison drink, and lifeless at thy feet will sink. Yea, better far to die than stay, alive to see one single day the crowds before Kaushalya stand, and hail her queen with reverent hand. Now by my son, myself I swear, no gift, no promise whatsoever, my steadfast soul shall now content, but only Rama's banishment. So far she spake by rage impelled, and then the queen deep silence held. He heard her speech full fraught with ill, but spoke no word, bewildered still. Gazed on his love, once held so dear, who spoke unlovely reed to hear. Then as he slowly pondered over the queen's resolve and oath she swore, once sighing forth, "Ah Rama," he fell prone as falls a smitten tree, his senses lost like one insane, faint as a sick man, weak with pain, or like a wounded snake dismayed. So lay the king whom art obeyed. Long burning sighs he slowly heaved, as conquered by his war he grieved, and thus with tears and sobs between, his sad faint words addressed the queen. By whom, Kaikeyi, wast thou taught this flattering hope with ruin fraught? Have goblins seized thy soul, O dame, who thus canst speak and feel no shame? Thy mind with sin is sicklied over, from thy first youth never seen before. A good and loving wife wast thou, but all, alas, is altered now. What terror can have seized thy breast, to make thee frame this dire request, that Bharat over the land may reign, and Rama in the woods remain? Turn from evil ways, O turn, and thy perfidious counsel spurn, if thou would fain a favour do, to people, Lord and Bharat too. O wicked traitress, fierce and vile, who lovest deeds of sin and guile, what crime or grievance dost thou see, what fault in Rama or in me? Thy son will never the throne accept, if Rama from his rights be kept, for Bharat's heart more firmly yet than Rama's is on justice set. How shall I say, go forth and brook, upon my Rama's face to look, see his pale cheek and ashy lips, dimmed like the moon in sad eclipse? How see the plan, so well prepared, when prudent friends my counsel shared, all ruined like a host laid low, beneath some foeman's murderous blow? What will this gathered princess say, from regions near and far away? Overlong and yours the monarch's reign, or now he is a child again, when many a good and holy sage, in scripture versed revered for age, shall ask for Rama, what shall I, unhappy, what shall I reply? By Queen Kaikeyi long distressed, I drove him forth and dispossessed. All to hear him the truth I speak, they all will hold me false and weak. What will Kaushalya say when she demands her son exiled by me? Alas, what answer shall I frame, or how console the injured dame? She like a slave on me attends, and with a sister's care she blends a mother's love, a wife's, a friend's. In spite of all her tender care, her noble son, her face most fair, another queen I could prefer, and for thy sake neglected her. But now, O queen, my heart is grieved, for love and care by thee received, even as the sickening wretch repents his dainty meal and condiments. And how will Queen Sumitra trust the husband whom she finds unjust, seeing my Rama-driven hands dishonored and for no offense? After by the unbride will hear a double woe, a double fear, two whelming sorrows at one breath, her lord's disgrace, his father's death. Mine aged bosom she will wring, and kill me with her sorrowing, sad as a fair nymph left to weep, deserted on Himalaya's steep. For short will be my days, I ween, when I with mournful eyes have seen my Rama wandering forth alone, and heard dear Sita sob and moan. Ah me, my fond belief I rue, vile traitress, loved as good and true, as one who in his thirst has quaffed, deceived by looks, a deadly draught. Ah, that hast slain me, murderess, while soothing my soul with words of guile, as the wild hunter kills the deer, lured from the brake his song to hear. Soon every honest tongue will fling reproach on the dishonest king. The people scorn in every street the seller of his child will meet, and such dishonor will be mine as whelms a Brahman drunk with wine. Ah me, for my unhappy fate, compelled thy words to tolerate such voice sent to scourge a crime committed in some distant time. For many a day with sinful care I cherished thee, thou sin and snare, kept thee, unwitting like a cord, destined to bind its hapless lord. Mine hours of ease I spent with thee, nor deemed my love my death would be, while like a heedless child I played, on a black snake my hand I laid. A cry from every mouth will burst, and all the world would hold me crushed, because I saw my high-souled son, unkinged, unfathered, and undone. The king, by power of love beguiled, is weaker than a foolish child, his own beloved son to make an exile for a woman's sake. By chaste and holy vows restrained, by reverent teachers duly trained, when he his virtue's fruit should taste, he falls by sin and woe disgraced. To words will all his answer be, when I pronounce the stern decree. Hence Rama to the woods sway. All he will say is, I obey. Oh, if he would my will withstand, when banished from his home and land, this were a comfort in my war. But he will never do this, I know. My Rama to the forest fled, and curses take upon my head. Grim death will bear me hence away, his world abominated prey. When I am gone, and Rama too, how wilt thou those I love pursue? What vengeful scene will be designed against the queens I leave behind? When thou hast slain her son and me, Kaushalya soon will follow. She will sink beneath her sorrow's weight, and die like me disconsolate. Exist, Kaikeyi, in thy pride, and let thy heart be gratified, when thou my queens and me hast hauled, and children to the underworld. Soon wilt thou rule as empress over my noble house unvexed before, but then to wild confusion left, of Rama and of me bereft, if for it to thy plan consent, and long for Rama's banishment. Never let his hands presume to pay the funeral honours to my clay. Vile foe, thou cause of all mine ill, obtain at last thy cause to ill. A widow soon shalt thou enjoy the sweets of empire with thy boy. O princess, sure some evil fate first brought thee here to devastate, in whom the night of ruin lies, veiled in a consort's fair disguise. The scorn of all and deepest shame will long pursue my hated name, and dire disgrace on me will press, misled by thee to wickedness. How shall my Rama, whom before his elephant or chariot bore, now with his feet a wanderer tread, the forest wilds around him spread? How shall my son, to please whose taste the deftest cooks with earrings graced, with rivalry and jealous care, the dainty meal and cates prepare, how shall he now his life sustain, with acid fruit and woodland grain? He spends his time unvexed by cares, and robes of precious texture wears. How shall he, with one garment round, his limbs recline upon the ground? Whose was this plan, this cruel thought, unheard till now, with ruin fraught, to make thy son Ayodhya's king, and send my Rama wandering? Shame, shame on women, vile, untrue, their selfish ends they still pursue. Not all of womankind I mean, but more than all this wicked queen. O worthless, cruel, selfish dame, I brought thee home, my plague and woe. What fault in me hast thou to blame, or in my son who loves thee so? Fond wives may from their husbands flee, and fathers may their sons desert, but all the world would rave to see my Rama touched with deadly heart. I joy his very step to hear, as though his godlike form I viewed, and when I see my Rama near, I feel my youth again renewed. There might be life without sun, yea, even if Indra sent no rain, but were my Rama banished, none would, so I think, alive remain. A foe that longs my life to take, I brought thee here, my death to be, caressed thee long, a venom snake, and through my folly die, ah me! Rama and me and Lakshman slay, and then with Bharat rule the state. So bring the kingdom to decay, and found on those thy lord who hate. Plotter of war, for evil bred, for such a speech why do not all thy teeth from out thy wicked head, split in 1,000 pieces fall? My Rama's words are ever kind, he knows not how to speak in ire. Then how canst thou presume to find a fault in him whom all admire? Yield to despair, go mad or die, or sink within the rifted art, thy fell request will I deny, thou shamer of thy royal birth. Thy longer life I scarce can bear, thou ruin of my home and race, who wouldst my heart and heartstrings tear, keen as a razor, false and base. My life is gone, why speak of joy? For what without my son were sweet? Spare, lady, him thou canst destroy, I pray thee as I touch thy feet. He fell, and wept with wild complaint, heart struck by her presumptuous speech, but could not touch, so weak and faint, the cruel feet he strove to reach. End of Cantos 10 to 12. Cantos 13 to 15 of Book 2 of the Ramayan of VALMIKI, translated by Ralph D. H. Griffith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by om123. Canto 13. Dasarath's Distress. Unworthy of his mournful fate, the mighty king unfortunate lay prostrate in unseemly guise, as banished from the blissful skies Yayati in his evil day. His merit all exhausted lay. The queen, triumphant in the power won by her beauty's fatal dower, still terrible and unsubdued, her dire demand again renewed. Great monarch, it was thy boast till now, to love the truth and keep the vow. Then wherefore would thy lips refuse the promised boon it is mine to choose? King Dasarath, thus addressed, with anger raging in his breast, sank for a while beneath the pain, then to Kaikeyi spoke again. Childless so long, at length I won, with mighty toil from heaven a son. Rama, the mighty armed, and how shall I desert my darling now? A scholar wise, a hero bold, of patient mood with wrath controlled, how can I bid my Rama fly, my darling of the lotus eye? In heaven itself I scarce could bear, when asking of my Ram there, to hear the gods his griefs declare, and oh, that dare to take me hence, before I wrong his innocence. As thus the monarch wept and wailed, and maddening grief his heart assailed. The sun had sought his resting place, and night was closing round apace. But yet the moon-crowned night could bring no comfort to the wretched king, as still he mourned with burning sighs, and fixed his gaze upon the skies. O night, whom starry fires adorn, I long not for the coming morn. Be kind and show some mercy. See, my suppliant hands are raised to thee. Nay, rather fly with swifter pace. No longer would I see the face of Queen Kaikeyi, cruel, dread, who brings this war upon mine head. Again with suppliant hands he tried to move the queen, and wept and sighed. To me, unhappy me inclined, to good, sweet dame, thou shouldst be kind, whose life is well nigh fled, who cling to thee for succor, me thy king. This, only this is all my claim. Have mercy, O my lovely dame. None else have I to take my part. Have mercy, thou art good at heart. Here, lady of the soft black eye, and in a name that never shall die, let Rama rule this glorious land, the gift of thine imperial hand. O lady of the dainty waist, with eyes and lips of beauty graced, please Rama me, each saintly priest, Bharat, and all from chief to least. She heard his wild and mournful cry. She saw the tears his speech that broke, saw her good husband's reddened eye, but cruel still, no word she spoke. His eyes upon her face he bent, and sought for mercy, but in vain. She claimed his darling's banishment. He swooned upon the ground again. Canto 14. Rama Summoned. The wicked queen her speech renewed, when rolling on the earth she viewed Ikshaku's son, Ayodhya's king, for his dear Rama sorrowing. Why, by a simple promise bound, liest thou prostrate on the ground, as though a grievous sin dismayed thy spirit? Why so sore afraid? Keep still thy word, the righteous deem that truth mid duties is supreme. And now in truth and honour's name I bid thee own the binding claim. Saviour, a king, whom art obeyed, once to a hawk a promise made, gave to the bird his flesh and bone, and by his truth made heaven his own. A lurker, when a Brahman famed, for scripture law his promise claimed, tore from his head his bleeding eyes, and unreluctant gave the prize. His narrow bounds prescribes restrain, the river's lord the mighty main, who, though his waters boil and rave, keeps faithful to the word he gave. Truth all religion comprehends, through all the world its might extends. In truth alone is justice placed, on truth the words of God are based. A life in truth unchanging past will bring the highest bliss at last. If thou the right would still pursue, be constant to thy word and true. Let me thy promise fruitful see, for boons, O King, proceed from thee. Now to preserve thy righteous fame, unyielding to my earnest claim, thrice I repeat it, send thy child, thy Rama, to the forest wild. But if the boon thou still deny, before thy face forlorn I die. Thus was the helpless monarch stung by Queen Kaikeyi's fearless tongue, as Bali strove in vain to loose his limbs from Indra's fatal noose. Dismayed in soul and pale with fear, the monarch, like a trembling steer, between the chariot's wheel and yoke, again to Queen Kaikeyi spoke, with sad eyes fixed in vacant stare, gathering courage from despair. That hand I took, thou sinful dame, with texts before the sacred flame. Thee and thy son I scorn and hate, and all at once repudiate. The night is fled, the dawn is near. Soon will the holy priests be here, to bid me for the rite prepare, that with my son the throne will share, the preparation made to grace my Rama in his royal place. With this, even this, my darling for my death the funeral blood shall pour. Thou and thy son at least forbear, in offerings to my shade to share. For by the plot thy guile has laid, his consecration will be stayed. This very day how shall I brook, to meet its subject's altered look, to mark its gloomy joyless brow, that was so bright and glad but now. While thus the high-souled monarch spoke, to the stern queen the morning broke, and holy night had slowly fled, with moon and stars engarlanded. Yet once again the cruel queen spoke words in answer fierce and keen, still on her evil purpose bent, wild with her rays and eloquent. What speech is this? Such words as these seem sprung from poison's own disease. Quick to thy noble Rama send, and bid him on his sire attend. When to my son the rule is given, when Rama to the woods is driven, why not a rival copes with me? From chains of duty thou art free. Thus goaded, like a generous steed, urged by sharp spurs to double speed, my senses are astray, he cried, and duty's bonds my hands have tied. I long to see mine eldest son, my virtuous, my beloved one. And now the night had passed away, outshone the maker of the day, bringing the planetary hour, and moment of auspicious power. Vasistha, virtuous, far renowned, whose young disciples guard him round, with sacred things without delay, through the fair city took his way. He traversed where the people thronged, and all for Rama's coming longed, the town as fair in festive show as he is who lays proud cities low. He reached a palace where he heard the mingled notes of many a bird, where crowded thick high-honored bands of guards with truncheons in their hands. Beguiled by many a sage elate, Vasistha reached the royal gate, and standing by the door he found Sumantra, for his form renowned, the king's illustrious charioteer, and noble counsellor and peer. To him, well skilled in every part of his hereditary art, Vasistha said, O charioteer, inform the king that I am here. Here ready by my side behold these sacred vessels made of gold, which water for the rite contain from Ganga and each distant main. Here for installing I have brought the seed prescribed of figured wrought, all kinds of seed and precious scent, and many a gem and ornament. Grain, sacred glass, the garden spoil, honey and curds and milk and oil, 8 radiant maids, the best of all, war elephants that feed in stall, a 4-horse car, a bow and sword, a litter, man to bear their load, a white umbrella bright and fair, that with the moon may well compare, 2 chowries of the whitest air, a golden beaker rich and rare, a bull high-humped and fair to view, girt with gold bands and white of hue, a 4-toothed steed with flowing mane, a throne which lions carved sustain, a tiger's skin, the sacred fire, fresh kindled which the rites require, the best musicians skilled to play, and dancing girls in raiment gay. Kind Brahmans, teachers, fill the court, and bird and beast of purest sort, from town and village, far and near, the noblest men are gathered here.
Here merchants with their followers crowd, and manning joyful converse loud, and kings from many a distant land to view the consecration stand. The dawn is come, the lucky day. Go bid the monarch haste away, that now Prince Rama may obtain the empire and begin his reign. Soon as he heard the high behest, the driver of the chariot pressed within the chambers of the king, his lord with praises honouring. And none of all the warders checked his entrance for their great respect, of him well known in place so high, still fain their king to gratify. He stood beside the royal chief, unwitting of his deadly grief, and with sweet words began to sing the praises of his lord and king. As when the sun begins to rise, the sparkling sea delights our eyes. Wake, come with gentle soul, and thus give rapture, mighty king, to us. As Matali, this self-same hour, sang louds of old to Indra's power, when he the Titan hosts overthrew, so he, my dear, with praises due. The Vedas with their kindred lore, Brahman their soul-born Lord adore, with all the doctrines of the wise, and bid him, as I bid thee, rise. As with the moon the Lord of day wakes with the splendor of his ray, prolific art, who neath him lies, so, mighty king, I bid thee rise. With blissful words, a lord of man, rise, radiant in thy form, as when the sun ascending darts his light from Meru's everlasting height. May Siva, Agni, sun and moon bestow on thee each choicest boon. Kuver, Barun, Indra bless Kakutsta's son with all success. Awake, the holy night is fled, the happy light abroad is spread. Awake, O best of kings, and share the glorious task that claims thy care. The holy sage Vasistha waits with all his Brahmans at the gate. Give thy decree without delay to consecrate thy son today. As armies by no captain led, as flocks that feed unshepherded, such is the fortune of a state without a king and desolate. Such were the words the bard addressed, with weight of sage advice impressed, and as he heard the hapless king felt deeper yet his sorrow sting. At length all joy and comfort fled, he raised his eyes with weeping red, and mournful for his Rama's sake, the good and glorious monarch spake. Why seek with idle praise to greet the wretch for whom no praise is meet? Thy words mine aching bosom tear, and plunge me deeper in despair. Sumatra heard the sad reply, and saw his master's tearful eye. With reverent palm to palm applied, he drew a little space aside. Then, as the king, with misery wake, with vain endeavour strove to speak, Kaikeyi, skilled in plot and plan, to sage Sumatra thus began. The king, absorbed in joyful thought, for his dear son no rest has sought. Sleepless to him the night has passed, and now overwatched he sinks at last. Then go, Sumatra, and with speed the glorious Rama heed a lead. Go, as I pray, no longer wait, no time is this to hesitate. How can I go, O lady fair, unless my lord his will declare? Fain would I see him, cried the king. Quick, quick, my beauteous Rama bring. Then rose the happy thought to cheer the bosom of the charioteer. The king, I ween, of pious mind, the consecration has designed. Sumatra, for his wisdom famed, delighted with the thought he framed, from the calm chamber, like a bay of crowded ocean, took his way. He turned his face to neither side, but forth he hurried straight. Only a little while he eyed the guards who kept the gate. He saw in front a gathered crowd of men of every class, who parting as he came allowed the charioteer to pass. Canto 15. The Preparations. There slept the Brahmans deeply read in scripture till the night had fled. Then with the royal chaplains they took each his place in long array. There gathered fast the chiefs of trade, nor peer nor captain long delayed, assembling all in order due, the consecrating rite to view. The morning dawned with cloudless ray, on Pushya's high auspicious day, and Cancer with benignant power looked down on Rama's natal hour. The twice-born chiefs with jealous heed made ready what the rite would need, the well-wrought throne of holy wood, and golden urns in order stood.
There was the royal car whereon a tiger's skin resplendent shone. There water, brought for sprinkling dance, where in their sacred confluence blend Yamuna's waves with Ganga's tide, from many a holy flood beside. From brook and fountain far and near, from pool and river, sea and mere. And there were honey, curd, and oil, parched rice and grass, the garden spoil, fresh milk, 8 girls in bright attire, an elephant with eyes of fire, an ounce of gold and silver made, with milky branches overlaid, all brimming from each sacred flood, and decked with many a lotus bud, and dancing women fair and free, gay with their gems, were there to see, who stood in bright apparel by, with lovely brow and witching eye. What flashed the jewelled chowry there, and shone like moonbeams through the air, the white umbrella overhead, a pale and moonlike lustre shed, wont in pure splendor to precede, and in such rites the pomp to lead. There stood the charger by the side of the great bull of snow-white hide. There was all music soft and loud, and birds and minstrels swelled the crowd. For now the monarch bade combine each custom of his ancient line, with every rite Ayodhya's state observed her kings to consecrate. Then, summoned by the king's behest, the multitudes together pressed, and missing still their royal sire, began impatient to inquire, who to our lord will tidings bear, that all his people throng the square? Where is the king? The sun is bright, and all is ready for the ride. As thus they spoke, Sumantra tried, in counsel to the chiefs replied, gathered from lands on every side, to Rama's house I swiftly drave, for so the king his mandate gave. Our aged lord and Rama too, in honor high hold all over you. I in your wards belong your days, will ask him why he does delays. Thus spoke the peer in scripture read, and to the lady's bower he sped, quick through the gates Sumantra hied, which access never to him denied. Behind the curtain screen he drew, which veiled the chamber from the view. In benediction loud he raised his voice, and thus the monarch praised. Sun, moon, Kuvera, Siva bless, Kakutstha's son with high success. The lords of air, flood, fire decree the victory, my king, to thee. The holy night has passed away, auspicious shines the morning's ray. Rise, Lord of man, thy part to take, in the great rite awake, awake. Brahmans and captains, chiefs of trade, all wait in festive garb arrayed. For thee they look with eager eyes, O Raghu's son, awake, arise. To him in holy scripture read, who hailed him thus, the monarch said, upraising from his sleep his head, Go, Rama, heed the led as thou wast ordered by the queen but now. Come, tell me why my mandate laid upon thee thus is disobeyed. Away, and Rama heeder bring, I sleep not, make no tarrying. Thus gave the king command anew, Sumantra from his lord it drew, with head in lowly reverence bent, and filled with thoughts of joy he went. The royal street he traversed where waved flag and pennon to the air, and as with joy the car he drove, he let his eyes delighted rove. On every side, wherever he came, he heard glad words, their theme the same, as in their joy the gathered folk of Rama and the throning spoke. Then saw he Rama's palace bright, and vast as Mount Kailasha's height, that glorious in its beauty showed, as Indra's own supreme abode. With folding doors, both high and wide, with 100 porches beautified, where golden statues towering rose, over gemmed and coralled porticos, bright like a cave in Maru's side, or clouds through autumn sky that ride, festooned with length of bloomy twine, flashing with pearls and jewels shine. While sandalwood and aloe lent the mingled riches of their scent, with all the odorous sweets that fill the breezy heights of Dardar's hill. There by the gate the surus screamed, and shrill-toned peacock's plumage gleamed, its floors with deftest art inlaid, its sculptured warps in gold arrayed. With its bright sheen the palace took the mind of man and changed their look, for like the sun and moon it glowed, and marked Kubera's loved abode. Circling the walls a crowd he viewed, who stood in reverent attitude, with throngs of countrymen who sought acceptance of the gifts they brought. The elephant was stationed there, appointed Rama's self to bear, adorned with pearls his brow and cheek were sandal dyed in many a streak, while he in stature, bulk, and pride with Indra's own era but vied. Sumantra, borne by coursers fleet, flashing a radiance over the street, to Rama's palace flew, and all who lined the royal road, or thronged the prince's rich abode, rejoiced as near he drew. And with delight his bosom swelled, as onward still his course he led, through many a sumptuous court, like Indra's palace nobly made, where peacocks revelled in their shade, and beasts of silver sought. Through many a hall and chamber wide, that with Kailasa's splendour vied, are mansions of the blest. While Rama's friends, beloved and tried, before his coming stepped aside, still on Sumantra pressed. He reached the chamber door, where stood, around his followers young and good, bard, minstrel, charioteer, well skilled the tuneful chords to sweep, with soothing strain to lull to sleep, or laud their master dear. Then like a dolphin darting through unfathomed depths of ocean blue, with store of jewels decked. Through crowded halls that rock like rose, or as proud hills where clouds repose, Sumantra sped unchecked. Halls like the glittering domes on high, reared for the dwellers of the sky by heavenly architect. End of Cantos 13, 14, and 15. Cantos 16, 17, and 18 of Book 2 of the Ramayan of VALMIKI, translated by Ralph T. H. Griffith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by om123. Canto 16. Rama Summoned. So through the crowded inner door, Sumantra, skilled in ancient lore, on to the private chambers pressed, which stood apart from all the rest. There youthful warriors true and bold, whose ears were ringed with polished gold, all armed with trusty bows and darts, watched with devoted eyes and hearts. And weary man, a faithful train, whose aged hands held staves of cane. The ladies' guard, apparel fair, in red attire were stationed there. Soon as they saw Sumantra nigh, each longed his lord to gratify, and from his seat beside the door up sprang each ancient servitor. Then to the warders quickly cried the skilled Sumantra, void of pride, "Tell Rama that the charioteer Sumantra waits for audience here." The ancient man with one accord, seeking the pleasure of their lord, passing with speed the chamber door, to Rama's ear the message bore. Forthwith the prince with duteous heed called in the messenger with speed, for it was his sire's command he knew that sent him for the interview. Like Lord Kubera, well arrayed, he pressed a couch of gold, wherefrom a covering of brocade hung down in many a fold. Oil and the sandal's fragrant dust had tinged his body over, dark as the stream the spearman's thrust drains from the wounded boar. Him Sita watched with tender care, a chowry in her hand, as Chitra, ever fond and fair, beside the moon will stand. Him glorious with unborrowed light, a liberal lord of sunlike might, Sumantra hailed in words like these, well skilled in gentle courtesies. As with joined hands in reverence raised, upon the beauteous prince he gazed. Happy Kaushalya, blessed is she, the mother of a son like thee. Now rise, O Rama, speed away, go to thy sire without delay, for he and Queen Kaikeyi seek an interview with thee to speak. The Lion Lord of man, the best of splendid heroes, does address, to Sita spake with joyful cheer, "The king and queen, my lady dear, touching the throning for my sake, some salutary counsel take. The lady of the full black eye would fain her husband gratify, and all his purpose understood, counsels the monarch to my good. A happy fate is mine, I ween, when he, consulting with his queen, Sumantra on this charge intent, upon my gain and good has sent. An envoy of so noble sort well suits the splendor of the court. The consecration rite this day will join me in imperial sway, to meet the Lord of Art, for so his order beats me, I'll go. Thou, lady, here in comfort stay, and with thy maidens rest or play. Thus Rama spake. For meet reply, the lady of the large black eye attended to the door her lord, and blessings on his head implored. The majesty and royal state which holy Brahmans venerate, the consecration and the rite which sanctifies the ruler's might, and all imperial powers should be thine by thy father's high decree, as he, the worlds who formed and planned, the kingship gave to Indra's hand. Then shall mine eyes my king adore, while lustral rites and fast are over, and black deer skin and roebuck's horn thy lordly limbs and hand adorn. May he, whose hands the thunder wield, be in the east thy guard and shield. May Yama's care the south befriend, and Barun's arm the west defend, and let Kuvera, lord of gold, the north with firm protection hold. Then Rama spoke a kind farewell, and hailed the blessings as they fell from Sita's gentle lips, and then, as a young lion from his den descends the mountain's stony side, so from the hall the hero hied. First Laxman at the door he viewed, who stood in reverent attitude. Then to the central court he pressed, where watched the friends who loved him best. To all his dear companions there he gave kind looks and greeting fair. On to the lofty car that glowed like fire the royal tiger strode. Bright as himself with silver shone, a tiger skin was laid thereon. With cloud-like thunder as it rolled, it flashed with gems and burnished gold, and like the sun's meridian blaze, blinded the eyes that none could gaze. Like youthful elephants, tall and strong, fleet coursers whirled the car along. In such a car the thousand-eyed, borne by swift horses, loves to ride. So like Parjanya, when he flies, thundering through the autumn skies, the hero from the palace paid, as leaps the moon some cloud overhead. Still close to Rama Lakshman kept, behind him to the car he leapt, and watching with fraternal care, waved the long chowrie's silver hair. As from the palace gate he came, uprose the tumult of acclaim, while loud hujah and jubilant shout pealed from the gathered myriads out. Then elephants, like mountains vast, and steeds who all their kind surpassed, followed their lord by hundreds, nay, by thousands, led in long array. First matched a band of warriors trained, with sandal dust and aloe stained, well armed was each with sword and bow, and every breast with hope aglow. And ever, as they onward went, shouts from the warrior train, and every sweet-toned instrument prolonged the minstrel's strain. On passed the tamer of his foes, while well-clad dames in crowded rows, each chamber lattice thronged to view, and chaplets on the hero trio. Then all, of peerless face and limb, sang Rama's praise for love of him, and blent their voices soft and sweet, from palace high and crowded street. Now sure Kaushalya's heart must swell, to see the son she loved so well. Thee, Rama, thee, her joy and pride, triumphant over the realm preside. Then, for they knew his bride most fair, of all who part the soft dark hair, his love, his life, possessed the whole, over her young hero's heart and soul. Be sure the lady's fate repays some mighty vow of ancient days, for blessed with Rama's love is she, as with the moon's sweet Rohini. Such were the witching words that came from lips of many a peerless dame, crowding the palace roofs to greet the hero as he gained the street. Canto 17. Rama's Approach. As Rama, rendering blithe and gay, his loving friends pursued his way, he saw on either hand a press of mingled people numberless. The royal street he traversed where incense of aloe filled the air, where rose high palaces that vied with pally clouds on either side, with flowers of myriad colors graced, and food for every varied taste. Bright as the glowing path overhead, which feet of gods celestial tread. Loud benedictions, sweet to hear, from countless voices soothed his ear, while he to each gave due salute, his place and dignity to suit. Be thou, the joyful people cried, be thou our guardian, Lord and guide, throned and anointed King today. Thy feet set forth upon the way, wherein each honored as a god, thy fathers and forefathers trod. Thy sire and his have graced the throne, and loving care to us have shown. Thus blessed shall we and ours remain, yea still more blessed in Rama's reign. No more of dainty fare we need, and but one cherished object heed, that we may see our prince today invested with imperial sway. Such were the words and pleasant speech that Rama heard, unmoved from each of the dear friends around him spread, as onward through the street he sped. For none could turn his eye or thought from the dear form his glances sought, with fruitless ardor forward cast, even when Raghu's son had passed. And he who saw not Rama nigh, nor caught a look from Rama's eye, a mark for scorn and general blame, reproached himself in bitter shame. For to each class his equal mind, with sympathy and love inclined, most fully of the princely four, so greatest love to him they bore. His circling course the hero bent, round shrine and altar reverent, round homes of gods, where crossroads met, where many a sacred tree was set. Near to his father's house he drew, like Indra's beautiful to view, and with delight his glory gave, within the royal palace drave. Through 3 broad courts, where bowmen kept their watch and ward, his coursers swept. Then through the 2 remaining went, on foot the prince preeminent. Through all the courts the hero passed, and gained the lady's bower at last. Then through the door alone withdrew, and left without his retinue. When thus the monarch's noble boy had gone his sire to meet, the multitude, elate with joy, stood watching in the street, and his return with eager eyes expected at the gates, as for his darling moon to rise the king of rivers waits. Canto 18. The Sentence. With hopeless eye and pallid mien, there sat the monarch with the queen. His father's feet with reverence due he clasped, and touched Kaikeyi's too. The king, with eyes still brimming over, cried Rama, and could do no more. His voice was choked, his eye was dim, he could not speak or look on him. Then sudden fear made Rama shake, as though his foot had roused a snake. Soon as his eyes had seen the change, so mournful, terrible, and strange. For there his reason well nigh fled, sighing with soul disquieted, to torturing pangs a prey, dismayed, despairing, and distraught, in a fierce whirl of weltering thought, the hapless monarch lay, like ocean web engarlanded, storm-driven from his tranquil bed, then sun-god in eclipse, or like a holy seer heart-stirred with anguish when a lying word has passed his heedless lips. The sight of his dear father, pained with woe and misery unexplained, filled Rama with unrest, as ocean's pulses rise and swell, when the great moon he loved so well shines full upon his breast. So grieving for his father's sake, to his own heart the hero spake, "Why will the king my sire to-day no kindly word of greeting say? At other times, though wroth he be, his eyes grow calm that look on me. Then why does anguish wring his brow to see his well-beloved now?" Sick and perplexed, distraught with woe, to Queen Kaikeyi bowing low, while pallor over his bright cheek spread, with humbled reverence he said, "What have I done unknown amiss, to make my father wroth like this? Declare it, O dear Queen, and win his pardon for my heedless sin. Why is the sire I ever find filled with all love to-day unkind? With eyes cast down and pallid cheek, this day alone he will not speak. Or lies he prostrate amid the blow of fierce disease or sudden woe? For all our bliss is dashed with pain, and joy unmixed is hard to gain. The stroke of evil fortune smite dear Bharat, charming to the sight, or on the brave Shatrugna fall, or consorts, for he loves them all. Against his words when I rebel, or fail to please the monarch well, When deeds of mine his soul offend, that hour I pray my life may end. How should a man to him who gave his being and his life behave? The sire to whom he vows his birth should be his deity on earth. Hast thou by pride and folly moved, with bitter taunt the king reproved? Has scorn of thine or cruel jest to passion stirred his gentle breast? Speak truly, queen, that I may know what cause has changed the monarch so. Thus by the high-souled prince addressed, of Raghu's sons the chief and best, she cast all ruth and shame aside, and bold with greedy words replied. Not wrath, O Rama, steers the king, nor misery stabs with sudden sting. One thought that fills his soul has he, but dares not speak for fear of thee. Thou art so dear, his lips refrain from words that might his darling pain. But thou, as duty bids, must still the promise of thy sire fulfill. He who to me in days gone by vouchsafed a boon with honours high, dares now a king his word regret, and caitiff-like disowns the debt. The Lord of man his promise gave, to grant the boon that I might crave, and now a bridge would idly throw, when the dried stream has ceased to flow. His faith the monarch must not break, in wrath or even for thy dear sake. From faith, as well the righteous know, our virtue and merits flow. Now be they good or they be ill, do thou thy father's words fulfill. Swear that his promise shall not fail, and I will tell thee all the tale. Yes, Rama, when I hear that thou hast bound thee by thy father's vow, then, not till then, my lips shall speak, nor will he tell what boon I seek. He heard, and with a troubled breast this answer to the queen addressed. Of me, dear lady, canst thou deem that words like these thy lips beseem? I, at the bidding of my sire, would cast my body to the fire, a deadly draught of poison drink, or in the waves of ocean sink. If he command, it shall be done, my father and my king in one. Then speak, and let me know the thing so longed for by my lord the king. It shall be done, let this suffice, Rama never makes a promise twice. He ended, to the princely youth, who loved the right and spoke the truth. Cruel, abominable came the answer of the ruthless dame. When gods and tyrants fought of yore, transfixed with darts and battered in gore, two boons to me thy father gave, for the dear life it was mine to save. Of him I claim the ancient debt, that Bharat on the throne beset, and thou, O Rama, go this day to Dandak forest far away. Now, Rama, if thou wilt maintain thy father's faith without a stain, and thine own truth and honour clear, then, best of men, my bidding hear. Do thou thy father's word obey, nor from the pledge he gave me stray. Thy life in Dandak forest spend, till 9 long years and 5 shall end. Upon my Bharat's princely head let consecrating drops be shed, with all the royal pomp for thee, made ready by the king's decree. Seek Dandak forest and resign rites that would make the empire thine. For twice 7 years of exile wear the coat of bark and matted hair, then in thy stead let Bharat reign, lord of the royal sire's domain. Rich in the fairest gems that shine, cars, elephants, and steeds and kine, the monarch mourns thy altered fate, and veils his brow compassionate. Bowed down by bitter grief he lies, and dares not lift to thine his eyes. Obey his word, be firm and brave, and with great truth the monarch save. While thus with cruel words she spoke, no grief the noble youth betrayed, but forth the father's anguish broke, and his dear Rama's lot dismayed. End of Canto 16, 17, and 18. Cantos 19 to 21 of Book 2 of the Ramayan of VALMIKI, translated by Ralph T. H. Griffith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by om123. Canto 19, Rama's Promise. Calm and unmoved by threatened war, the noble conqueror of the foe answered the cruel words she spoke, nor quailed beneath the murderous stroke. Yea, for my father's promise sake, I to the wood my way will take, and dwell a lonely exile there, in hermit dress with matted hair. One thing alone I fain would learn, why is the king this day so stern? Why is the scourge of foes so cold, nor gives me greeting as of old? Now let not anger flush thy cheek, before thy face the truth I speak. In hermit's coat with matted hair, to the wild wood will I repair. How can I fail his will to do? Friend, master, grateful sovereign too. The only pang consumes my breast, that his own lips have not expressed his will, nor made his longing known, that Bharat should ascend the throne. To Bharat I would yield my wife, my realm and wealth, mine own dear life. Unasked I fain would yield them all, more gladly at my father's call, more gladly when the gift may free his honor and bring joy to thee. Thus, lady, his sad heart release from the sore shame and give him peace. But tell me, oh, I pray thee, why the Lord of man with downcast eye lies prostrate thus, and one by one down his pale cheek the teardrops run. Let couriers to thy father speed, on horses of the swiftest breed, and by the mandate of the king, thy Bharat to his presence bring. My father's words I will not stay to question, but this very day to Dandak's pathless wild will fare, for twice 7 years an exile there. When Rama thus had made reply, Kaikeyi's heart with joy beat high. She, trusting to the pledge she held, the youth's departure thus impelled. It is well, be messengers despatched, on coursers never for fleetness matched, to seek my father's home and lead my Bharat back with all their speed. And Rama, as I ween that thou wilt scarce endure to linger now, so surely it were wise and good this hour to journey to the wood. And if, with shame cast down and weak, no word to thee the king can speak, forgive, and from thy mind dismiss a trifle in an hour like this. But till thy feet in rapid haste have left the city for the waste, and to the distant forest fled, you will not bade nor call for bread. War, war, from the sad monarch burst, in surging floods of grief immersed, then swooning with his wits astray, upon the gold-wrought couch he lay. And Rama raised the aged king, but the stern queen unpitying, checked not her heedless words, nor spared the hero for all speed prepared, but urged him with her bitter tongue, like a good horse with lashes tongue. She spoke her shameful speech, serene, he heard the fury of the queen, and to her words so vile and dread, gently unmoved in mind, he said, I would not in this world remain, a grovelling thrall to paltry gain, but duty's path would fain pursue, true as the saints themselves are true. From death itself I would not fly, my father's wish to gratify. What deed soever his loving son may do to please him, think it done. Amid all duties, queen, I count this duty first and paramount, that sons obedient I fulfill their honored father's word and will. Without his word, if thou decree, forth to the forest will I flee, and there shall 14 years be spent, mid lonely wilds in banishment. Methinks thou couldst not hope to find one spark of virtue in my mind, if thou, whose wish is still my lord, hast for his grace the king implored. This day I go, but ere we part, must cheer my Sita's tender heart. To my dear mother bid farewell, then to the woods a while to dwell. With thee, O queen, the care must rest, that Bharat hear his sire's behest, and guard the land with righteous sway, for such the law that lives for aye. In speechless woe the father heard, wept with loud cries, but spoke no word. Then Rama touched his senseless feet, and hers, for honour most unmeet. Round both his circling steps he bent, then from the bower the hero went. Soon as he reached the gate he found his dear companions gathered round. Behind him came Sumitra's child, with weeping eyes so sad and wild. Then saw he all that rich array of vases for the glorious day. Round them with reverent steps he paced, nor veiled his eye, nor moved in haste. The loss of empire could not dim the glory that encompassed him. So will the Lord of cooling rays, on whom the world delights to gaze, through the great love of all retain sweet splendor in the time of wane. Now to the exile's lot resigned, he left the rule of art behind, as though all worldly cares he spurned, no trouble was in him discerned. The chariot that for kings are used, and white umbrella he refused, dismissed his chariot and his man, and every friend and citizen. He ruled his senses, nor betrayed the grief that on his bosom weighed, and thus his mother's mansion sought to tell the mournful news he brought. Nor could the gay-clad people there, who flocked round Rama true and fair, one sign of altered fortune trace upon the splendid hero's face. Nor had the chieftain, mighty armed, lost the bright look all hearts that charmed, as even from the autumn moons is thrown a splendor which is all their own. With his sweet voice the hero spoke, saluting all the gathered folk. Then righteous souled and great in fame, close to his mother's house he came. Lakshman the brave, his brother's pair, in princely virtues followed near, sore troubled, but resolved to show no token of his secret war. Thus to the palace Rama went, where all were gay with hope and joy, but well he knew the dire event, that hope would mar, that bliss destroy. So to his grief he would not yield, lest the sad change their hearts might rend, and the dread tiding unrivelled, spared from the blow its faithful friend. Canto 20. Kaushalya's Lament. But in the monarch's palace when sped from the bower that lord of men, up from the weeping women went a mighty wail and wild lament. Ah, he who ever freely did his duty ere his sire could bid, our refuge and our sure defence this day will go an exile hence. He on Kaushalya loves to wait, most tender and affectionate, and as he treats his mother, thus from childhood has he treated us. On themes that sting he will not speak, and when reviled he is calm and meek. He soothes the angry, heals offence, he goes today an exile hence. Our lord the king is most unwise, and looks on life with doubting eyes, who in his folly casts away the world's protection, hope, and stay. Thus in their war, like kine bereaved of their young calves, the ladies grieved, and ever as they wept and wailed, with keen reproach the king assailed. Their lamentation mixed with tears smote with new grief the monarch's ears, who bound with woe too great to bear, fell on his couch and fainted there. Then Rama, smitten with the pain his heaving heart could scarce restrain, growled like an elephant and strode with Lakshman to the queen's abode. A warder there, whose weary eld in honour high by all was held, guarding the mansion sat before the portal, guard with many more. Swift to their feet the warder sprang, and loud acclamation rang. Hailed Rama as to him they bent, of victor chiefs preeminent. One court he passed, and in the next saw masters of each Veda text, a crowd of Brahmins good and sage, dear to the king for lore and age. To these he bowed his reverend head, thence to the court beyond he sped. Old dames and tender girls their care to keep the doors were stationed there. And all, when Rama came in view, delighted to the chamber flew, to bear to Queen Kaushalya's ear the tidings that she loved to hear. The queen, on rites and prayer intent, in careful watch the night he'd spent, and at the dawn her son to aid, to Vishnu holy offerings made. Firm in her vows, serenely glad, in robes of spotless linen clad, as texts prescribe with grace implored, her offerings in the fire she poured. Within her splendid bower he came, and saw her feet the sacred flame. There oil and grain and vases stood, with wreaths and cards and cates and wood, and milk and sesame and rice, the elements of sacrifice. See, worn and pale with many a fast, and midnight hours in vigil past, in robes of purest white arrayed, to Lakshmi, queen, drink offerings paid. So long away, she flew to meet the darling of her soul. So runs a mare with eager feet to welcome back her foal. He with his firm support upheld the queen, as near she drew, and by maternal love impelled, her arms around him threw. Her hero son, her matchless boy, she kissed upon the head. She blessed him in her pride and joy with tender words and said, "Be like thy royal sires of old, the nobly good, the lofty souled. Their lengthened days and fame be thine, and virtue as beseems thy line. The pious king thy father see, true to his promise made to thee. That truth thy sire this day will show, and reason's power on thee bestow." She spoke. He took the proffered seed, and as she pressed her son to eat, raised reverent hands and touched with shame, made answer to the royal dame, "Dear lady, thou hast yet to know that danger treats and heavy woe, a grief that will with sore distress on Sita thee and Lakshman press. What needs of seeds have such as I? This day to Dandak would I fly. The hour is come, a time unmeet, for silken couch and gilded seat. I must to lonely wilds repair, abstain from flesh and living there. On roots, fruit, honey, hermit's food, pass twice 7 years in solitude. To Varat's hand the king will yield the risen power I thought to wield, and me a hermit will he send, my days in Dandakud to spend. As when the woodman's axe has lopped a sal branch in the grove, she dropped, so from the skies a goddess falls, ejected from her radiant halls. When Rama saw her lying low, prostrate by too severe a blow, around her form his arms he wound, and raised her fainting from the ground. His hand upheld her like a mare, who feels her load too sore to bear, and sank upon the way overtoiled, and all her limbs with dust assoiled. He soothed her in her wild distress, with loving touch and soft caress. She, made for highest fortune eyed, the hero watching by her side, and thus, while Lakshman bent to hear, addressed her son with many a tear. "If, Rama, thou had never been born, my child, to make thy mother mourn, though reft of joy a childless queen, such woe as this I never had seen. Though to the childless wife there clings one sorrow armed with keener stings, no child have I, no child have I, no second misery prompts the sigh. When long I sought, alas, in vain, my husband's love and bliss to gain, in Rama all my hopes I set, and dreamed I might be happy yet. I, of the consorts first and best, must bear my rival's taunt and jest, and brook, though better far than they, the soul distressing words they say. What woman can be doomed to pine in misery more sore than mine, whose hopeless days must still be spent in grief that ends not and lament? They scorn me when my son was nigh, when he is banished I must die. Me, whom my husband never prized, Kaikeyi's retinue despised, with boundless insolence though she tops not in rank nor equals me. And they who do me service yet, now old Elysians quite forget, whenever they see Kaikeyi's son, with silent lips my glances shun. How, O my darling, shall I brook its meanness of Kaikeyi's look, and listen in my low estate to taunts of one so passionate? For 17 years, since thou wast born, I sat and watched, me forlorn, hoping some blessed day to see deliverance from my woes by thee. Now comes this endless grief and wrong, so dire I cannot bear it long, sinking with age and sorrow worn, beneath my rival's taunts and scorn. How shall I pass in dark distress my long, long days of wretchedness, without my Rama's face as bright as the full moon to cheer my side? Alas, my cares thy steps to train, and fasts and vows and prayers are vain. Hard, hard a wind must be this heart, to hear this blow nor burst apart, as some great river bank when first the floods of rain time on it burst. No, fate that speeds not will not slay, nor Yama's halls vouchsafe me room, or like a lion sweeping prey. that now had borne me to my doom. Hard is my heart and wrought of steel, that breaks not with the crushing blow, or in the pangs this day I feel, my lifeless frame hath sunk below. That waits his hour, nor takes me now, but this sad thought augments my pain, that prayer enlarges, fast and vow, and heaven what service are in vain. Ah me, with fruitless toil, of rites austere a child I sought, the seed cast forth on barren soil, still lifeless lies and comes to naught. If ever wretch by anguish grieved, before his hour to death had fled, I, mourning like a cow bereaved, had been this day among the dead. Canto 21. Kausalya calmed. While thus Kausalya wept and sighed, with timely words sad Lakshman cried, O honoured queen, I like it ill, that subject to a woman's will, Rama his royal state should quit, and to an exile's doom submit. The aged king, fond, changed, and weak, will as the queen compels him speak. But why should Rama thus be sent to the wild woods in banishment? No least offence I find in him, I see no fault his fame to dim, not one in all the world I know, not outcast wretch, nor secret foe, whose whispering lips would dare assail his spotless life with slanderous tale. Godlike and bounteous, just, sincere, even to his very foeman dear, who would without a cause neglect the right and such a son reject. And if a king such order gave, in second childhood passion's slave, what son within his heart would lay the senseless order and obey? Come, Rama, ere this plot be known, stand by me and secure the throne. Stand like the king who rules below, stand aided by thy brother's bow. How can the might of meaner man resist thy royal purpose then? My shafts, if rebels court their fate, shall lay Ayodhya desolate. Then shall her streets with blood be dyed of those who stand on Bharat's side. None shall my slaughtering hand exempt from gentle patience earns contempt. If by Kaikeyi's counsel changed our father's heart be thus estranged, no mercy must our arm restrain, but let the foe be slain, be slain. For should the guide respected long, no more discerning right and wrong, turn in forbidden paths to stray, it is meet that force his steps should stay. That power sufficient can he see, what motive for the wish has he, that to Kaikeyi would resign the empire which he justly died? Can he, O conqueror of thy foes, thy strength and mine in war oppose? Can he entrust in our despite to Bharat's hand thy royal right? I love this brother with the whole affection of my faithful soul. Yea, queen, by vow and truth I swear, by sacrifice and gift and prayer. If Rama to the forest goes, or where the burning furnace glows, first shall my feet the forest tread, and flames shall first surround my head. My might shall chase thy grief and tears, as darkness flies when morn appears. Do thou, dear queen, and Rama too, behold what power like mine can do. My aged father I will kill, the vessel of Kaikeyi's will, old yet a child, the omen's thrall, infirm and base, the scorn of all. Thus Lakshman cried, the mighty souled, down her sad cheeks the torrents rolled, as to her son Kausalya spake. Now thou hast heard thy brother, take his counsel if thou hold it wise, and do the thing his words advise. Do not, my son, with tears I pray, my rival's wicked word obey. Leave me not here consumed with war, nor to the wood an exile go. If thou to virtue ever true, thy duty's path would still pursue, the highest duty bids thee stay, and thus thy mother's voice obey. Thus Kashyap's great ascetic son, a seed among the immortals won, in his own home subdued his state, and honor to his mother paid. If reverence to thy sire be due, thy mother claims like honor too, and thus I charge thee, O my child, thou must not seek the forest wild. Ah, what to me were life and bliss, condemned my darling son to miss. But with my Rama near to eat, the very grass itself were sweet, But if thou still wilt go and leave thy helpless mother here to grieve, I from that hour will food abjure, nor life without my son endure. Then it will be thy fate to dwell in depth of world detested hell, as ocean in the olden time was guilty of an impious crime, that marked the lord of each fair flood as one who spills a Brahman's blood. Thus spake the queen and wept and shied. Then righteous Rama thus replied, I have no power to slight or break commandments which my fathers spake. I bent my head, dear lady, low. Forgive me, for I needs must go. Once Canto, mighty saint, who made his dwelling in the forest shade, a cow and duty's claims he knew, obedient to his father's lieu. And in the line from which we spring, when ordered by their sire the king, through art the sons of Sagar cleft, and countless things of life bereft. So Jamadagni's son obeyed his sire, when in the wood he laid his hand upon his axe and smote through Renuka his mother's throat. The deeds of this and more beside, pairs of gods my steps shall guide, and resolute will I fulfill my father's word, my father's will. Nor I, O queen, unsanctioned tread this righteous path by duty led. The road my footsteps journey over was traversed by the great of yore. This high command which all accept shall faithfully by me be kept, for duty never will him forsake who fears his sire's command to break. Thus to his mother, wild with grief, then thus to Lakshman spake the chief of those by whom the bow is bent, mid all who spake most eloquent. I know what love for me thou hast, what fond devotion unsurpassed, thy valor and thy worth I know, and glory that appals the foe. Blessed youth, my mother's woe is great, it bends her beneath its matchless weight, no claims will she, with blinded eyes, of truth and passions recognize. For duty is supreme in place, and truth is duty's noblest base. Obedient to my sire's behest, I serve the cause of duty best. For man should truly do whatever to mother, Brahman, sire he swear. He must in duty's path remain, nor let his word be pledged in vain. And oh, my brother, how can I obedience to this charge deny? Kaike's tongue my purpose part, but it was my sire who gave the word. Cast these unholy thoughts aside, which smack of war and warrior's pride. To duty's call not wrath attend, and tread the path which I command. Rama by fond affection moved, his brother Lakshman thus reproved, then with joined hands and reverent head, again to Queen Kaushalya said, I needs must go, do thou consent, to the wild wood in banishment. Oh, give me by my life, I pray, thy blessing ere I go away. I, when the promised years are over, shall see Ayodhya's town once more. Then, mother dear, thy tears restrain, nor let thy heart be wrung by pain. In time, my father's will obeyed, shall I return from greenwood shade. My dear Videhan, thou and I, Lakshman, Sumitra, feel this tie, and must my father's word obey, as duty bids that rules for aye. Thy preparations now forego, and lock within thy breast thy woe, nor be my pious wish withstood, to go on exile to the wood. Calm and unmoved, the prince explained his duty's claim and purpose high. The mother life and sense regained, looked on her son and made reply. If reverence be thy father's due, the same by right and love is mine. Go not, my charge I thus renew, nor leave me here in war to pine. What were such lonely life to me, rides to the shades or deathless lot? More dear, my son, 1 hour with thee, than all the world where thou art not. As bursts to view when brands blaze high, some elephant concealed by night, so when he heard his mother's cry, burnt Rama's grief with fiercer might. Thus to the queen, half senseless still, and Lakshman, burnt with heartfelt pain, true to the right with steadfast will, his duty speech he spoke again. Brother, I know thy loving mind, thy valor and thy truth I know, but now to claims of duty bind, thou and my mother swell my woe. The fruits of deeds in human life make love, gain, duty manifest. Dear when they meet as some fond wife, with her sweet babes upon her breast, but man to duty first should turn, whenever the three are not combined. For those who heed but gain with scorn, and those to pleasure all resigned, shall then the virtuous disobey hosts of an aged king and sire, though favorous joy that farther sway, or senseless love or causeless ire. I have no power, commanded thus, to slight his promise and decree. The honoured sire of both of us, my mother's lord and life is he. Shall she, while yet the holy king is living on the right intent, shall she, like some pure widowed thing, go forth with me to banishment? Now, mother, speed thy parting son, and let thy blessing soothe my pain, that I may turn, mine exile done, like King Ayati home again. Fair glory, and the fruit she gives, for lust of sway I never will slide. What for the span immortal lives, where rule of fate without the right? He soothed her thus, firm to the last, his counsel to his brother told, then round the queen in reverence passed, and held her in his loving hold. End of Cantos 19, 20, and 21. Cantos 22 to 24 of Book 2 of the Ramayan of VALMIKI. Translated by Ralph D. H. Griffith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by om123. Canto 22. Lakshman calmed. So Rama kept unshaken steel, his noble heart with iron will. To his dear brother next he turned, whose glaring eyes with fury burned. Indignant, panting like a snake, and thus again his counsel spake. Thine anger and thy grief restrain, and firm in duty's path remain. Dear brother, lay thy scorn aside, and be the right thy joy and pride. Thy ready chill and thoughtful care, to aid what rights should grace the heir. These it is another's now to ask. Come, guard thee for thy noble task, that Bharat's throning rights may be graced with the things prepared for me. And with thy gentle care provide that her fond heart, now sorely tried with fear and longing for my sake, with doubt and dread, may never ache. To know that thoughts of coming ill, one hour the tender bosom feel with agony and dark despair, is grief too great for me to bear. I cannot, brother, call to mind one wilful fault or undersigned, when I have pained in anything my mother's or my sire the king. The right my father keeps in view, in promise, word, and action true. Let him then all his fear dismiss, nor dread the loss of future bliss. He fears his truth herein will fall, hence bitter thoughts his heart assail. He trembles lest the rites proceed, and at his pangs my heart should bleed. So now this honest wish is mine, the consecration to resign, and from this city turn away to the wild wood with no delay. My banishment today will free Kaikeyi from her cares, that she, at last contented and elate, may Bharat's throning celebrate. Then will the lady's trouble cease, then will her heart have joy and peace, when wandering in the wood I wear deerskin and bark and matted hair. Nor shall by me his heart be grieved, whose choice approved, whose mind conceived this counsel which I follow. No, forth to the forest will I go. It is fate, Sumitra's son, confess, that sends me to the wilderness. It is fate alone that gives away to other hands the royal sway. How could Kaikeyi's purpose bring on me this pain and suffering, were not her change of heart decreed by fate, whose will commands the deed? I know my filial love has been the same throughout for every queen, and with the same affection she has treated both her son and me. Her shameful words of cruel spite, to stay the consecrating rite, and drive me banished from the throne, these I ascribe to fate alone. How could she, born of royal race, whom nature decks with fairest grace, speak like a dame of low degree before the king to torture me? But fate, which none may comprehend, to which all life must bow and bend, in her and me its power has shown, and all my hopes are overthrown.
What man Sumitra's darling may contend with fate's resistless sway, whose all-commanding power we find our former deeds alone can bind? Our life and death, our joy and pain, anger and fear and loss and gain, its thing that is in every state, all is the work of none but fate. Even saints, inspired with rigid chill, when once the stroke of fate they feel, in sternest vows no more engage, and fall enslaved by love and rage. So now the sudden stroke whose weight descends unlooked for comes of fate, and with unpitying might destroys the promise of commencing joys. Weigh this true counsel in thy soul, with thy firm heart thy heart control. Then, brother, thou wilt cease to grieve for hindred rights which now I leave. So cast thy needless grief away, and strictly my commands obey. Those preparations check with speed, nor let my throning rites proceed. Those arms that stand prepared to shade king-making drops upon my head shall with their pure lustrations now inaugurate my hermit's vow. Yet what have I to do with things that touch the state and pomp of kings? These hands of mine shall water take to sanctify the vow I make. Now, Lakshman, let thy heart no more my fortune changed and lost deplore. A forest life more joys may bring than those that wait upon a king. Now through her art successful mar my consecrating right. Let not the youngest queen too far thy jealous fear excite. Nor let one thought suggesting ill upon our father fall, but let thy heart remember still that fate is lord of all. Canto 23. Lakshman's Anger. Thus Rama to his brother said, and Lakshman bent his drooping head, in taunts by grief and pride impelled, a middle course of thought he held. Then in a frown of anger bent his brows that chief most excellent, and like a serpent in his hole, breathed fierce and fast in wrath of soul. His threatening brows so darkly frowned, his eyes so fiercely glanced around, they made his glare, which none might brook, like some infuriate lion's look. Like some wild elephant full oft, he raised and shook his head aloft, now turned his neck to left and right, now bent, now raised its stately height. Now in his rage that sword he felt, with mangling wounds to foemen dealt, with sidelong glance his brother eyed, and thus in burning words replied. Thy rash resolve, thy eager haste, thy mighty fear are all misplaced. No room is here for duty's claim, no cause to dread the people's blame. Can one as brave as thou consent to use a coward's argument? The glory of the warrior race, with craven speech his lips debase. Can one like thee so falsely speak, exalting fate confessed so weak? Canst thou, undoubting, still restrain suspicions of those sinful twain? Canst thou, most duteous, fail to know their hearts are set on duty's show? They with deceit have set their trains, and now the fruit rewards their pains. Had they not long ago agreed, O Rama, on this treacherous deed? That promised boon, so long retained, he asked had given and she had gained. I cannot, O my brother, bear to see another throned as heir, with rights which all our people hate. Then, O, this passion tolerate. This vaunted duty, which can guide thy steps from wisdom's path aside, and change the counsel of thy breast, O lofty-headed, I detest. Wilt thou, when power and might are thine, submit to this abhorred design, thy father's impious hest fulfill, that vessel of Kaikeyi's will? But if thou still wilt shut thine eyes, nor see the guile herein that lies, my soul is sad, I deeply mourn, and duty seems a thing to scorn. Canst thou one moment think to please this pair, who live for love and ease, and against thy peace as foes allied, with tenderest names their hatred hide? Now if thy judgment still refers to fate, this plot of his and hers, my mind herein can never agree, and in this be ruled by me. Weak, void of manly pride are they, who bend to fate's imputed sway, the choicest souls, the nobly great, disdain to bow their heads to fate. And he who dares his fate control, with vigorous act and manly soul, through threatening fate his hopes assail, unmoved through all, need never quail. This day mankind shall learn aright the power of fate and human might, so shall the gulf that lies between a man and fate be clearly seen. The might of fate, subdued by me, this hour the citizens shall see, who saw its intervention stay thy consecrating rites today. My power shall turn this fate aside, that threatens as with furious stride an elephant who scorns to feel, in race unchecked, the driver's heel. Not the great lords whose sleepless might protects the walls shall stay the riot, though earth, hell, heaven combine their powers, and shall fear this sire of ours. Then if their minds are idly bent to doom thee, king, to banishment, through twice 7 years of exile they shall in the lonely forest stay. I will consume the hopes that fire the Queen Kaike and our sire, that to her son this check will bring advantage, making Bharat king. The power of fate will never withstand the might that arms my vigorous hand. If danger and distress assail, my fearless strength will still prevail. 1,000 circling years shall flee, the forest then thy home shall be, and thy good sons succeeding hold the empire which their sire controlled. The royal saints of old who reigned, for aged kings this rest ordained. These to their sons their realm commit, that they, like sires, may cherish it. O pious soul, if thou decline the empire which is justly thine, lest while the king distracted lies, disorder in the state should rise. I, or no mention may I find, in walls to hero souls assigned, the guardian of thy realm will be, as the sea bank protects the sea. Then cast thine idle fears aside, with prosperous rites be sanctified. The lords of art may strive in vain, my power shall all their force restrain. My pair of arms, my warrior's bow, are not for pride or empty show. For no support these shafts were made, and binding up ill suits my blade. To pierce the foe with deadly breach, this is the work of all and each. But small, methinks, the love I show, for him I count my mortal foe. Soon as my trenchant steel is bare, flashing its lightning through the air, I heed no foe, nor stand aghast, though Indra's self delay been cast. Then shall the ways be hard to pass, where chariots lie in ruinous mass, when elephant and man and steed, crushed in the murderous onslaught bleed. And legs and heads fall, heap on heap, beneath my sword's tremendous sweep. Struck by my keen brand's trenchant blade, thine enemies shall fall dismayed. Like towering mountains rent in twain, or lightning clouds that burst in rain. When armed with brace and glove I stand, and take my trusty bow in hand, who then shall vaunt his might, who dare count him a man to meet me there? Then will I loose my shafts and strike, man, elephant, and steed alike. At one shall many an arrow fly, and many a foe with one shall die. This day the world my power shall see, that none in arms can rival me. My strength the monarch shall abase, and set thee lord in lordliest place. These arms, which breathe the sandal's scent, which golden bracelets ornament, these hands, which precious gifts bestow, which guard the friend and smite the foe, a nobler service shall essay, and fight in Rama's cause today, the robbers of thy rights to stay. Speak, brother, tell thy foeman's name, whom I, in conquering strife, may strip of followers and fame, of fortune or of life. Say, how may all his sea-god land be brought to own thy sway? Thy faithful servant here I stand, to listen and obey. Then strove the bride of Raghu's race, sad Lakshman's heart to cheer, while slowly down the hero's face, unchecked, there rolled a tear. The orders of my sire, he cried, my will shall never oppose. I follow still, whatever betide. the path which duty shows. Canto 24. Kausalya calmed. But when Kausalya saw that he resolved to keep his sire's decree, while tears and sobs her utterance broke, her very righteous speech she spoke. Can he, a stranger yet to pain, whose pleasant words all hearts unseen, son of the king and me the queen, live on the grain his hands may glean? Can he, whose slaves and menials eat the finest cakes of sifted wheat, can Rama in the forest live on roots and fruit which woodlands give? Who will believe, who will not fear, when the sad story smites his ear, that one so dear, so noble held, is by the king his sire expelled? Now surely none may fate resist, which orders all as it may list. If Rama, in thy strength and grace, the earth become thy dwelling place. A childless mother, long I grieved, and many a sigh for offspring heaved, with wishful longing weak and worn, till thou at last, my son, wast born. Fanned by the storm of that desire, deep in my soul I felt the fire, whose offerings flowed from weeping eyes, with fuel feed of groans and sighs. While round the flame the smoke grew hot, of tears, because thou camest not. Now left of thee, to fiery fears, the flame of war my heart will pierce, as when the days of spring return, the sun's hot beams the forest burn. The mother cow still follows near, the wanderings of a youngling deer, so close to thine my feet shall be, wherever thou goest, following thee. Rama, the noblest lord of man, heard his fond mother's speech, and then, in soothing words like these replied, to the sad queen who wept and sighed. Nay, by Kaikeyi's art beguiled, when I am banished to the wild, if thou, my mother, also fly, the aged king will surely die. When wedded dames their lords forsake, long for the crime their souls shall ache, thou must not even in thought to dim thy bosom frame so dire a sin. Long as Kakutsta's son, who reigns, lord of the earth, in life remains, thou must with love his will obey, this duty claims, supreme for aye. Yes, mother, thou and I must be submissive to my sire's decree. King, husband, sire, is he confessed, the lord of all, the worthiest. I in the wilds my days will spend, till twice 7 years have reached an end, then with great joy will come again, and faithful to thy hests remain. Kausalya, by her son addressed, with love and passion sore distressed, afflicted, with her eyes bedewed, to Rama thus her speech renewed. Nay, Rama, but my heart will break, if with these queens my home I make. Lead me too with thee, let me go, and wander like a woodland roar. Then while no tear the hero shed, thus to the weeping queen he said, Mother, while lives the husband he is woman's lord and deity. O dearest lady, thou and I, our lord and king must never deny. The Lord of art himself have we, our guardian wise and friend to be. And Bharat, true to duty's call, whose sweet words take the hearts of all, will serve thee well and never forget the virtuous path before him set. Be this, I pray, thine earnest care, that the old king, my father, never, when I have parted hence, may know, grieved for his son a pang of woe. Let not this grief his soul distress, to kill him with the bitterness. With duteous care in everything, love, comfort, cheer the aged king. Thou, best of womankind, espouse, keeps firmly all her fasts and vows, nor yet her husband's will obeys. She treads in sin's forbidden ways. She to her husband's will who bends, goes to high bliss that never ends, yea, though the gods have found in her no reverential worshipper. Bent on his will, a woman still must seek to do her husband's will. For scripture, custom, law uphold, this duty heaven revealed of old. Honor true Brahmans for my sake, and constant offerings daily make. with fire oblations and with flowers, to all the host of heavenly powers. Look to the coming time and eon, for the glad hour of my return, and still thy duteous course pursue, abstemious, humble, kind, and true. The highest bliss shalt thou obtain, when I from exile come again, if best of those who keep the right, the King Messiah still see the light. The Queen, by Rama thus addressed, still with a modest grief oppressed, while her long eyes with tears were dim, began once more unanswered hymn. Not by my pleading may be stayed the firm resolve thy soul has made. My hero, thou wilt go, and none the stern commands of fate may shun. Go forth, dear child, whom naught can bend, and may all bliss thy steps attend. Thou wilt return, and that dear day will chase mine every grief away. Thou wilt return, thy duty done, thy vows discharged, high glory won. From filial debt wilt thou be free, and sweetest joy will come on me. My son, the will of mighty fate at every time must dominate. If now it drives thee hence to stray, heedless of me who bid thee stay. Go strong of arm, go forth, my boy, go forth again to come with joy, and thine expectant mother cheer with those sweet tones she loves to hear. Oh, that the blessed hour were nigh, when thou shalt glad this anxious eye, with matted hair and hermit dress, returning from the wilderness. Kausalya's conscious soul approved, as a proud glance she bent on Rama, constant and unmoved, resolved on banishment. Such words, with happy omens fraught, to her dear son she said, invoking with each eager thought a blessing on his head. End of Cantos 22, 23, and 24. Cantos 25 to 27 of Book 2 of the Ramayan of VALMIKI, translated by Ralph T. H. Griffith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by om123. Canto 25. Kausalya's Blessing. Her grief and woe she cast aside, her lips with water purified, and thus her benison began, that mother of the noblest man. If thou wilt hear no words of mine, go forth, thou pride of Raghu's line. Go, darling, and return with speed, walking where noble spirits lead. May virtue on thy steps attend, and be her faithful lover's friend. May those to whom thy vows are paid, in temple and in holy shade, with all the mighty saints combine, to keep that precious life of thine. The arms wise Vishwamitra gave, thy virtuous soul from danger save. Long be thy life, thy sure defence shall be thy truthful innocence. And that obedience naught can tire, to me thy mother and thy sire. My fanes where holy fires are fed, altars with gross and feeble spread. Its sacrificial ground, its tree, rock, lake, and mountain prosper thee. Let old Viras and him who made the universe combine to aid. Let Indra and each guardian lord who keeps the worlds their help afford, and be thy constant friend the sun, Lord Pusha, Vaga, Aryaman. Fortnights and seasons, nights and days, years, months, and hours protect thy ways. Brihaspati shall still be nigh, the war god, and the moon on high, and Narad and the sainted seven shall watch thee from their starry heaven. The mountains and the seas which ring, the world and Varun the king, sky, ether, and the wind, whatever moves not or moves, for thee shall care. Each lunar mansion be benign, with happier light the planets shine. All gods, its light in heaven that glows, protect my child wherever he goes. The twilight hours, the day and night, keep in the wood thy steps aright. Watch, minute instant, as they flee, shall all bring happiness to thee. Celestials and the Titan brood protect thee in thy solitude, and haunt the mighty wood to bless the wanderer in his hermit dress. Fear not, by mightier guardians screened, the giant or night-roving fiend, nor let the cruel race who tear man's flesh for food thy bosom's care. Far be the ape, the scorpion's sting, fly, gnat and worm and creeping thing. These shall the hungry lion spare, the tiger, elephant and bear. Safe from the furious might repose, safe from the horned buffaloes. Each savage thing the forests breed, that love on human flesh to feed, shall for my child its race abate, when does its wrath I deprecate. Blessed be thy ways, may sweet success the valor of my darling bless. To all that fortune can bestow, go forth, my child, my Rama, go. Go forth, O happy in the love of all the gods below, above, and in those guardian powers confide. Thy paths who keep, thy steps who guide. May Sukra, Yama, sun and moon, and he who gives each golden boon, won by mine honest prayers be good to thee, my son, in Dandak Ood. Fire, wind, and smoke, its text and spell, from mouths of holy seers that fell. God Rama, when his limbs he dips, or with the stream makes pure his lips. May the great saints and he, the Lord, who made the worlds by worlds adored, and every god in heaven beside, my banished Rama keep and guide. Thus with due praise the long-eyed dame, ennobled by her spotless fame, with wreaths of flowers and precious scent, worshipped the gods most reverent. A high-souled Brahman lit the fire, and offered at the queen's desire the holy oil ordained to burn for Rama's weal and safe return. Kaushalya, best of dames, with care set oiled rat's fuel master there. Then, when the rites of fire had ceased, for Rama's bliss and health, the priest, standing without, gave what remained in general offering as ordained, dealing among the twice-horned train honey and curds and oil and grain. He bade its heart and voice unite to bless the youthful anchorite. Then Rama's mother, glorious dame, bestowed, to meet the Brahman's claim, a lordly fee for duty done, and thus again addressed her son. Such blessings as the gods overjoyed poured forth when Britra was destroyed. On Indra the thousand eyes attend, my child, thine enterprise. Yea, such as Vinata once gave to King Suparna, swift and brave, who sought the drink that cheers the skies. Attend, my child, thine enterprise. Yea, such as, when the Amrit rose, and Indra slew his Daitya foes, the royal Aditi bestowed on him, whose hand with slaughter glowed, of the dire brood of monstrous size. Attend, my child, thine enterprise. Even such as peerless Vishnu graced, when with his triple staff he paced, outbursting from the dwarf's disguise. Attend, my child, thine enterprise. Floods, isles, and seasons as they fly, worlds, Vedas, quarters of the sky, combine, O mighty arm, to bless the destined heir of happiness. The long-eyed lady ceased. She shed pure scent and grain upon his head, and that prized herb whose sovereign power preserves from dark misfortune's hour, upon the hero's arm she set, to be his faithful amulet. While holy texts she murmured low, and spoke glad words, though crushed by war, counseling with obedient tongue the pangs with which her heart was wrung. She bent, she kissed his brow, she pressed her darling to her troubled breast. Firm in thy purpose go, she cried, go, Rama, and may bliss betide. Attain, returning safe and well, triumphant in Ayodhya dwell. Then shall my happy eyes behold the empire by thy will controlled. Then grief and care shall leave no trace, joy shall light up thy mother's face, and I shall see my darling reign in moonlight glory come again. These eyes shall fondly gaze on thee, so faithful to thy sire's decree, when thou the forest wild shalt quit, on thine ancestral throne to sit. Here thou shalt turn from exile back, nor choicest blessings ever lack. Then fill with rapture ever now my bosom and thy consorts too. To Siva and the heavenly host my worship has been paid, to mighty saint, to godlike ghost, to every wandering shade. Forth to the forest thou wilt hie, therein to dwell so long. Let all the quarters of the sky protect my child from wrong. Her blessings thus the queen bestowed, then round him fondly paced, and often, while her eyes overflowed, her dearest son embraced. Kaushalya's honored feet he pressed, as round her steps she bent, and radiant with her prayers that blessed, to Sita's home he went. Canto 26. Alone with Sita. So Rama, to his purpose true, to Queen Kausalya bade adieu, received the benison she gave, and to the path of duty clave. As through the crowded street he passed, a radiance on the way he cast, and its fair grace by all approved, the bosoms of the people moved. Now of the woeful change no word, the fair Videhan bride had heard. The thought of that imperial rite still filled her bosom with delight. With grateful heart and joyful thought, the gods in worship she had sought, and well in royal duties learned, sat longing till her lord returned. Not all unmarked by grief and shame, within his sumptuous home he came, and hurried through the happy crowd, with eye dejected, gloomy browed. Up Sita sprang, and every limb trembled with fear at sight of him. She marked that cheek where anguish fed, those senses care disquieted. For when he looked on her no more, could his heart hide the load it bore, nor could the pious chief control the paleness of her cheek that stole. He altered cheer, his brow bedewed, with clammy draughts his grief she viewed, and cried, consumed with fires of woe, "What, O my lord, hath changed thee so?" Brihaspati looks down benign, and the moon rests in Pushya's sign. As Brahman says this day declare, then whence, my lord, this grief and care? Why does no canopy like foam for its white beauty shade thee home, its 100 wreaths spread wide to throw splendor on thy fair head below? Where are the royal fans to grace the lotus beauty of thy face, fair as the moon or wild swan's wing, and waving round the new-made king? Why do no sweet-toned birds rejoice to hail thee with triumphant voice? No tuneful heralds love to raise loud music in their monarch's praise? Why do no Brahmans scripture read pour cards and honey on thy head, anointed as the laws ordain with holy rites supreme to reign? Where are the chiefs of every guild, where are the myriads should have filled the streets and followed home their king with merry noise and triumphing? Why does no gold-wrought chariot lead, with 4 brave horses best for speed? No elephant preside the crowd, like a huge hill or thunder cloud, marked from his birth for happy fate, whom signs auspicious decorate? Why does no henchman young and fair precede thee and delight to bear, entrusted to his reverend gold, the burden of thy throne of gold? Why, if the consecrating rite be ready, why this mournful plight? Why do I see this sudden change, this altered mien so sad and strange? To her, as thus she weeping cried, Raghu's illustrious son replied, Sita, my honored sire's decree commands me to the woods to flee. O high-born lady, nobly bred, in the good paths thy footsteps tread. Hear, Janak's daughter, while I tell the story as it all befell. Of old my father, true and brave, 2 boons to Kaikeyi gave. Through these the preparations made for me today by her are stayed, for he is bound to disallow this promise by that earlier vow. In Dandak forest wild and vast must 14 years by me be passed. My father's will makes Bharat heir, the kingdom and the throne to share. Now ere the lonely wild I seek, I come once more with thee to speak. In Bharat's presence, O my dame, never speak with pride of Rama's name. Another's eulogy to hear is hateful to a monarch's ear. Thou must with love his rule obey, to whom my father yields the sway. With love and sweet observance learn his grace and more the king's to earn. Now that my father may not break the words of promise that he spake, to the drear wood my steps are bent. Be firm, good Sita, and content. Through all that time, my blameless spouse, keep well thy fasts and holy vows. Rise from thy bed at break of day, and to the gods due worship pay. With meek and lowly love revere the Lord of man, my father dear, and reverence to Kausalya show, my mother worn with eld and woe. By duty's law, O best of dames, high worship from thy love she claims, nor to the other queens refuse observance, rendering each her dues. By love and fond attention shown, they are my mothers like mine own. Let Bharat and Satrughna bear in thy sweet love a special share. Dear as my life, oh let them be like brother and like son to thee. In every word and deed refrain from aught that Bharat's soul may pain. He is Ayodhya's king and mine, the head and lord of all our line. For those who serve and love them much, with weariless endeavor touch, and win the gracious hearts of the kings, while wrath from disobedience springs. Great monarchs from their presence send their lawful sons who still offend, and welcome to the vacant place, good children of an alien race. Then, best of women, rest thou here, and Bharat's will with love revere, obedient to thy king remain, and still thy vows of truth maintain. To the wide wood my steps I bend, make thou thy dwelling here, see that thy conduct never offend, and keep my words, my dear. Canto 27, Sita's Speech. He sweetly speaking bride, who best deserved her lord, he thus addressed. Then tender love bade passion wake, and thus the fair Videhan spake. What words are these that thou hast said? Contempt of me the thought has bred. O best of heroes, I dismiss with bitter scorn a speech like this. Unworthy of a warrior's fame, it taints a monarch's son with shame, never to be heard from those who know the signs of the sword and bow. My lord, the mother, sire, and son receive their lots by merit won. The brother and the daughter find the portions of their deeds assigned. The wife alone, whatever await, must share on earth her husband's fate. So now the king's command, which sends thee to the wild, to me extends. The wife can find no refuse, none, in father, mother, self, or son. Both here, and when they vanish hence, her husband is her sole defence. If, Raghu's son, thy steps are led where Dandak's pathless wilds are spread, my foot before thine own shall pass through tangled thorn and matted grass. Dismiss thine anger and thy doubt, like refuse water, cast them out, and lead me, O my hero, hence. I know not sin with confidence. Whatever his lot, it is far more sweet to follow still a husband's feet than in rich palaces to lie, or roam at pleasure through the sky. My mother and Messiah have taught what duty bids, and trained its thought, nor have I now mine ear to turn, the duties of a wife to learn. I will seek with thee the woodland dell, and pathless wild where no man dwell, where tribes of sylvan creatures roam, and many a tiger makes his home. My life shall pass as pleasant there, as in my father's palace fair. The world shall wake no care in me, my only care be truth to thee. There, while thy wish I still obey, true to my vows with thee I will stray, and there shall blissful hours be spent, in oats with honey redolent, in forest shades thy mighty arm would keep a stranger's life from harm. And how shall Sita think of fear, when thou, O glorious Lord, art near? Ire of high bliss, my choice is made, nor can I from my will be stayed. Doubt not, the earth will yield me roots, these will I eat, and woodland fruits, and as with thee I wander there, I will not bring thee grief or care. I long when thou, wise Lord, art nigh, all fearless with delighted eye, to gaze upon the rocky hill, the lake, the fountain, and the rill, to sport with thee, my limbs to cool in some pure lily-covered pool, while the white swans and mallards' wings are plashing in the water springs, so 1,000 seasons flee, like one sweet day if spent with thee. Without my Lord I would not prize a home with gods above the skies. Without my Lord my life to bless, where could be heaven or happiness? Forbid me not, with thee I go, the tangled wood to tread, there will I live with thee as though this roof were over my head. My will for thine shall be resigned, thy feet my steps shall guide. Thou, only thou art in my mind, I heed not all beside. Thy heart shall never by me grieved, do not by prayer deny. Take me, dear Lord, O thee bereaved, thy Sita swears to die. These words the duteous lady spake, nor would he yet consent his faithful wife with him to take, to share his banishment. He soothed her with his gentle speech, to change her will he strove, and much he said the woes to teach of those in wilds who rove. End of Cantos 25, 26, and 27. Cantos 28 to 30 of Book 2 of the Ramayan of VALMIKI, translated by Ralph T. H. Griffith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by om123. Canto 28. The Dangers of the Wood. Thus Sita spake, and he who knew his duty to his orders true, was still reluctant as the wars of forest life before him rose. He sought to soothe her grief, to dry the torrent from each brimming eye, and then her firm resolve to shake. These words the pious hero spake: O daughter of a noble line, whose steps from virtue never decline, remain, thy duties here pursue, as my fond heart would have thee do. Now hear me, Sita, fair and weak, and do the words that I shall speak. Attend and hear while I explain each danger in wood, each pain. Thy lips have spoken, I condemn the foolish words that fell from them. This senseless plan, this wish of thine, to live a forest life resign. The names of trouble and distress suit well the tangled wilderness. In the wild wood no joy I know, a forest life is naught but woe. The lion in his mountain cave answers the torrents as they rave, and forth his voice of terror throws. The wood, my love, is full of woes. There mighty monsters fearless play, and in their maddened onset slay the hapless wretch who near them goes. The wood, my love, is full of woes. It is hard to ford its treacherous flood, so thick with crocodiles and mud, where the wild elephants repose. The wood, my love, is full of woes. Or far from streams the wanderer strays, through thorns and creeper-tangled ways, while round him many a wild cock crows. The wood, my love, is full of woes. On the cold ground, upon a heap of gathered leaves, condemned to sleep, toil-wearied, will his eyelids close. The wood, my love, is full of woes. Long days and nights must he content his soul with scanty aliment. What fruit the wind from branches blows. The wood, my love, is full of woes. O Sita, while his strength may last, the ascetic in the wood must fast, coil on his head his matted hair, and bark must be his only wear. To gods and spirits day by day the ordered worship he must pay, and honor with respectful care each wandering guest who meets him there. The bedding rites he never must shun, at dawn, at noon, at set of sun, obedient to the law he knows. The wood, my love, is full of woes. To grace the altar must he brought the gift of flowers his hands have sought, the debt each pious hermit vows. The wood, my love, is full of woes. The devotee must be content to live severely abstinent on what the chance of fortune shows. The wood, my love, is full of woes. Hunger afflicts him evermore, the nights are black, the wild winds roar, and there are dangers worse than those. The wood, my love, is full of woes. There creeping things in every form infest the earth, the serpents swarm, and each proud eye with fury glows. The wood, my love, is full of woes. The snakes that by the rivers hide, in sinuous course like rivers glide, and line the path with deadly foes. The wood, my love, is full of woes. Scorpions and grasshoppers and flies disturb the wanderer as he lies, and wake him from his troubled doze. The wood, my love, is full of woes. Trees, thorny bushes, intertwined, their branch ends together bind, and dance with grass the thicket grows. The wood, my dear, is full of woes. With many ills the flesh is tried, when these and countless fears beside vex those who in the wood remain. The wiles are naught but grief and pain. Hope, anger must be cast aside, to penance every thought applied. No fear must be of things to fear, hence is the wood for ever drear. Enough, my love, thy purpose quit, for forest life thou art not fit, as does I think on all I see. The wild wood is no place for thee. Canto 29. Sita's Appeal. Thus Rama spake, her lord's address. The lady heard with deep distress, and as the tear bedimmed her eye, in soft low accents made reply. The perils of the wood and all, the wars thou countest to appall, led by my love I deem not pain, Each wore a charm, each lost a game. Tiger and elephant and deer, bull, lion, buffalo in fear, soon as thy matchless form they see, with every sylvan beast will flee. With thee, O Rama, I must go, my sire's command ordains it so. Bereft of thee, my lonely heart must break, and life and I must part. While thou, O mighty Lord, art nigh, not even he who rules the sky, though he is strongest of the strong, with all his might can do me wrong. Nor can a lonely woman left by her dear husband live bereft. In my great love, my Lord, I win the truth of this thou mayst have seen. In my sire's palace long ago I heard the chief of those who know the truth declaring Brahmans tell my fortune in the wood to dwell. I heard they promise who divine the future by each mark and sign, and from that hour have longed to lead the forest life their lips decreed. Now, mighty Rama, I must share thy father's doom which sends thee there. In this I will not be denied, but follow, love, where thou shalt guide. O husband, I will go with thee, obedient to that high decree. Now let the Brahman's words be true, for this the time they had in view. I know full well the woods has wars, but they disturb the lives of those who in the forest dwell, nor hold their rebel senses well controlled. In my sire's halls, ere I was wed, I heard a dame who begged her bread. Before my mother's face relate what griefs a forest life await. And many a time in sport I prayed to seek with thee the greenwood shade, for oh, my heart on this is set, to follow thee, dear anchoret. May blessings on thy life attend, I long with thee my steps to bend, for with such hero as thou art, this pilgrimage enchants my heart. Still close, my Lord, to thy dear side, my spirit will be purified, love from all sin my soul will free, my husband is a God to me. So love, with thee shall I have bliss, and share the life that follows this. I heard a Brahman, dear to fame, this ancient scripture text proclaim. The woman, whom on earth below, her parents on a man bestow, and lawfully their hands unite, with water and each holy rite, she in this world shall be his wife, he is also in the afterlife. Then tell me, O beloved, why thou wilt this earnest prayer deny, nor take me with thee to the wood, thine own dear wife, so true and good? But if thou wilt not take me, dear, thus grieving in my wild despair, to fire or water I will fly, or to the poisoned draught and die. So thus, to share his exile, she besought him with each earnest plea, nor could she yet her lord persuade to take her to the lonely shade. The answer of the strong-armed chief smote to the Videhan's soul with grief, and from her eyes the torrents came, bathing the bosom of the dame. Canto 30. The Triumph of Love. The daughter of Videha's king, while Rama strove to soothe the sting of her deep anguish, thus began once more in furtherance of her plan. And with her spirit sorely tried by fear and anger, love and pride, with keenly taunting words addressed her hero of the stately breast. Why did the king, my sire, who reigns over fair Videha's wide domains, hail Rama's son with joy unwise, a woman in a man's disguise? Now falsely would the people say, by idle fancies led astray, that Rama's own are power and might, as glorious as the Lord of Light. Why sinkest thou in such dismay? What fears upon thy spirit weigh, that thou, O Rama, fain wouldst flee from her who thinks of naught but thee? To thy dear will am I resigned, in heart and body, soul and mind, as Savitri gave all to one, Satyavan, Dumatsena's son. Not even in fancy can I brook to any god save thee to look. Let me no wives their houses shame, to go with thee is all my claim. Like some low actor deem'st thou fit thy wife to others to commit. Thine own, espoused in maiden field, thy wife so long unblamed for truth, do thou, my lord, his will obey, for whom thou losest royal sway. To whom thou wouldst thy wife confide, not me, but thee, his wish may guide. Thou must not here thy wife forsake, and to the wood thy journey make, where the stern parents' grief and care, or rule or heaven await thee there, nor shall fatigue my limbs distress, when wandering in the wilderness. Each path which near to thee I tread shall seem a soft luxurious bed. The reeds, the bushes where I pass, the thorny trees, the tangled grass, shall feel, if only thou be there, soft to my touch as skeins of deer. When the rude wind in fury blows, and scattered dust upon me throws, that dust, beloved Lord, to me shall as the precious sandal be. And what shall be more blessed than I, when gazing on the earth I lie, in some green glade upon a bed, with sacred grass beneath us spread? The root, the leaf, the fruit which thou shalt give me from the earth or bough, scanty or plentiful to eat, shall taste to me as amrit sweet. As there I live on flowers and roots, and every season's kindly fruits, I will not for my mother grieve, my sire, my home, or all I leave. My presence, love, shall never add one pain to make the heart more sad. I will not cause thee grief or care, nor be a burden hard to bear. With thee is heaven, wherever the spot, its place is hell, where thou art not. Then go with me, O Rama, this is all my hope and all my bliss. If thou wilt leave thy wife who still entreats thee with undaunted will, this very day shall poison close the life that spawns the rule of foes. How after can my soul sustain the bitter life of endless pain, when thy dear face, my Lord, I miss? No, that is better far than this. Not for an hour could I endure the deadly grief that knows not cure. Far less a woe I could not shun for 10 long years and 3 and 1. While fires of woe consumed her such, her sad appeal lamenting much, then with a wild cry anguish wrung, about her husband's neck she clung. Like some she-elephant who bleeds, struck by the hunter's venomed reeds, so in her quivering heart she felt the many wounds his speeches dealt. Then as the spark from wood is gained, down rolled the tears so long restrained, the crystal moisture sprung from war, from her sweet eyes began to flow, as runs the water from a pair of lotuses divinely fair. And Sita's face with long dark eyes, pure as the moon of autumn skies, faded with weeping as the buds of lotuses when sink the floods. Around his wife his arms he strained, who senseless from her woe remained, and with sweet words that bade her wake to life again the hero spake. I would not with thy war, my queen, by heaven and all its blissful sheen, void of all fear am I as he, the self-existent God can be. I knew not all thy heart till now, dear lady of the lovely brow, so wished not thee in woods to dwell, yet there mine arm can guard thee well. Now surely thou, dear love, wast made to dwell with me in greenwood shade, and as a high saint's tender mind clings to its love for all mankind, so I to thee will ever cling, sweet daughter of Videha's king. The good of old, O soft of frame, honored this duty's sovereign claim, and I its guidance will not shun, true as light's queen is to the sun. I cannot, pride of Janak's line, this journey to the wood decline, my sire's behest the oath he sware, the claims of truth all lead me there. One duty, dear the same for I, is sire and mother to obey, should I their orders once transgress, my very life were weariness. If glad obedience be denied to father, mother, holy guide, what rights, what service can be done, then stern fate's favour may be won. These 3 the triple world comprise, O darling of the lovely eyes, art has no holy thing like these, whom with all love men seek to please. Not truth or gift or bended knee, not honour, worship, lordly fee, storms heaven and winds a blessing dams, like sunly love and reverence. Heaven, riches, grain, and varied lore, with sons and many a blessing more, all these are made their own with ease, by those their eldest souls who please. The mighty souled, who never forget, devoted sons their filial debt, win worlds where gods and minstrels are, and Brahma's pair more glorious far. Now as the orders of my sire, who keeps the way of truth require, so will I do, for such the way of duty that endures for aye. To make thee, love, to Dundas wild, my heart at length is reconciled, for thee such honest thoughts impel, to follow and with me to dwell. O faultless form from feet to brows, come with me, as my will allows, and duty dear with me pursue, trembler, whose bright eyes thrill me true. In all thy days, come good, come ill, preserve unchanged such noble wail, and thou, dear love, wilt ever be the glory of thy house and me. Now, beauteous armed, begin the tasks the woodland life of hermits asks. For me, the joys of heaven above have charms no more without thee, love. And now, dear Sita, be not slow, food on good mendicants bestow, and for the holy Brahmans bring thy treasures and each precious thing. Thy best attire and gems collect, the jewels which thy beauty decked, and every ornament and toy prepared for hours of sport and joy. The beds, the cars wherein I ride, among our followers next divide. She, conscious that her lord approved her going, with great rapture moved, hastened within without delay, prepared to give their wealth away. End of Cantos 28, 29, and 30.
Cantos 31 to 33 of Book 2 of the Ramayan of VALMIKI. Translated by Ralph T.H. Griffith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by om123. Canto 31. Lakshman's Prayer. One Lakshman, who had joined them there, had heard the converse of the pair. His mien was changed, his eyes overflowed, his breast no more could bear its load. The son of Raghu, sore distressed, his brother's feet with fervour pressed, while thus to Sita he complained, and him by lovely vows enchained. If thou wilt make the woods thy home, where elephant and roebuck roam, I too this day will take my bow, and in the path before thee go. Our way will lie through forest ground, where countless birds and beasts are found. I heed not homes of gods on high, I heed not life that cannot die, nor would I wish, with thee away, over the three worlds to stretch my sway. Thus Lakshman spake, with earnest prayer, his brother's woodland life to share. As Rama still his prayer denied, with soothing words again he cried, One leave at first thou didst accord, why dost thou stay me now, my lord? Thou art my refuge, oh be kind, leave me not, dear my lord, behind. Thou canst not, brother, if thou choose, that I still live, my wish refuse. The glorious chief his speech renewed, to faithful Lakshman as he sued, and on the eyes of Rama gazed, longing to lead with hands upraised. Thou art a hero just and dear, whose steps to virtue's path adhere. Loved as my life, dear life shall end, my faithful brother and my friend. If to the woods thou take thy way, with Sita and with me today, who for Kaushalya will provide, and guard the good Sumitra's side. The Lord of art, of mighty power, who sends good things in plenteous shower, as Indra pours the grateful rain, a captive lies in passion's chain. The power imperial for her son has Aswati's daughter won, and she, proud queen, will little heed her miserable rival's need. So Bharat, ruler of the land, by Queen Kaikeyi's side will stand, nor of those two will ever think, while grieving in despair they sink. Now Lakshman, as thy love decrees, or else the monarch's heart to please, follow this counsel and protect my honored mother from neglect. So thou, while not to me alone, thy great affection will be shown, to highest duty wilt adhere, by serving those thou shouldst revere. Now, son of Raghu, for my sake, obey this one request I make, or of her darling son bereft, Kaushalya has no comfort left. The faithful Lakshman thus addressed, in gentle words which love expressed, to him in law of language learned, his answer eloquent returned. Nay, through thy might its queen will share, attentive Bharat's love and care. Should Bharat, raised as king to sway, this noblest realm his trust betray, nor for their safety well provide, seduced by ill-suggesting pride, doubt not my vengeful hand shall kill the cruel wretch who counsels ill, kill him and all who lend him aid, and the three worlds in league arrayed. And good Kaushalya well can fee,
1,000 champions like to me, 1,000 hamlets rich in grain, the station of that queen maintain. She may, and my dear mother too, live on the ample revenue. Then let me follow thee herein, is not that may resemble seem. So shall I in my wish succeed, and aid perhaps my brother's need. My bow and quiver well supplied, with arrows hanging at my side, my hands shall spade and basket bear, and for thy feet the way prepare. I will bring thee roots and berries sweet, and woodland fare which hermits eat. Thou shalt with thy obedient spouse recline upon the mountain's brows. Be mine the toil, be mine to keep watch over thee waking or sleep. Filled by his speech with joy and pride, Rama to Lakshman thus replied, Go then, my brother, bid adieu to all thy friends and retinue, and those two bows of fearful might, celestial, which at that formed right, Lord Varun gave to Janak king, of fair Videha with thee bring. With heavenly coats of sword-proof mail, quivers, whose arrows never fail, and golden-hilted swords so keen, the rivals of the sun in sheen. Tendered with care, these arms are all preserved in my preceptor's hall. With speed, O Lakshman, go produce, and bring them hither for our use. So, on a woodland life intent, to see his faithful friends he went, and brought the heavenly arms which lay by Rama's teacher stored away. And Raghu's son to Rama showed those wondrous arms which gleamed and glowed, well kept, adorned with many a wreath of flowers on case and hilt and sheath. The prudent Rama at the sight addressed his brother with delight. Well art thou come, my brother dear, for much I long to see thee here. For with thine aid, before I go, I would my golden wealth bestow upon the Brahman sage who school their lives by stern devotion's rule. And for all those who ever dwell within my house and serve me well, devoted servants true and good, will I provide a livelihood. Quick, go and summon to this place the good Vasistha's son, Suyagnya, the Brahman's race, the first and holiest one. To all the Brahmans wise and good will I thee reverence pay, then to the solitary wood with thee will take my way. Canto 32. The Gift of the Treasures. That speech so noble which conveyed his friendly wish the chief obeyed. With steps made swift by anxious thought, the wise Suyagnya's home he sought. Him in the hall of fire he found, and bent before him to the ground. O friend, to Rama's house return, who now performs a task most stern. He, when his noonday rites were done, went forth with fair Sumitra's son, and came to Rama's bride abode, rich in love which Lakshmi showed. The son of Raghu, with his dame, with joined hands met him as he came, showing to him who scripture knew the worship that is Agni's due, with armlets, bracelets, collars, rings, with costly pearls on golden strings, with many a gem for neck and limb, the son of Raghu honored him. Then Rama, at his wife's request, the wise Suyagnya thus addressed, Accept a necklace too to deck with golden strings thy spouse's neck, and Sita here, my friend, were glad a girdle to her gift to add, and many a bracelet wrought with care, and many an armlet rich and rare, my wife to thine is fain to give, departing in the wood to live. A bed by skilful workmen made, with gold and various gems inlaid, this too, before she goes, would say, Present, O saintly friend, to thee. Thine be my elephant so famed, my uncle's present Victor named, and let 1,000 coins of gold, great Brahman, with the gift be told. Thus Rama spoke, nor he declined the noble gifts for him designed. On Rama, Lakshman, Sita he invoked all high felicity. In pleasant words then Rama gave his best to Lakshman, prompt and brave, as Brahma speaks for him to hear, who rules the gods' celestial sphere. To the two best of Brahmans run, Agastya bring and Kushik's son, and precious gifts upon them rain, like fostering floods upon the grain. O long-armed prince of Raghu's line, delight them with 1,000 kind, and many a fair and costly gem, with gold and silver give to them. To him so deep in scripture who to Queen Kaushalya ever true, serves her with blessing and respect, chief of the Taittiriya sect. To him with women slaves present, a chariot reeks with ornament, and costly robes of silk beside, until the says be satisfied. On Chitrarath, true and dear, my tuneful bird and charioteer, gems, robes, and plenteous wealth confer, mine ancient friend and minister. And these, who go with staff in hand, grammarians trained, a numerous band, who their deep study only prize, nor think of other exercise, who toil not, loving dainty fare, whose praises even the good declare, on these be 80 cars be bestowed, and each with precious treasures load. 1,000 bulls for them suffice, 200 elephants of prize, and let 1,000 kine beside, the deities of its meal provide. The throng whose sacred girdles wear, and on Kaushalya wait with care, 1,000 golden coins shall please, son of Sumitra each of these. Let all dear Lakshman of the train these special gifts of honor gain. My mother will rejoice to know how Brahmins have been cherished so. Then Raghu's son addressed the crowd, who round him stood and wept aloud, when he to all who thronged the court had dealt his wealth for their support. In Lakshman's house and mine remain, and guard them till I come again. To all his people, sad with grief, in loving words thus spoke their chief, then bade his treasure keeper bring gold, silver, and each precious thing. Then straight the servants went and bore back to their chief the wealth in store. Before the people's eyes it shone, a glorious pile to look upon. The Prince of Man with Lakshman's aid parted the treasures there displayed, gave to the poor, the young, the old, and twice born men the gems and gold. A Brahman, long in evil case, named Trijat, born of Garga's race, earned ever toiling in a wood, with spade and plough his livelihood. The youthful wife, his babes who bore, their indignance, felt more and more. Thus to the aged man she spake, Hear this my word, my counsel take. Come, throw thy spade and plough away, to virtuous Rama go to-day, and somewhat of his kindness pray. He heard the words she spoke. Around his limbs his ragged cloth he wound, and took his journey by the road that led to Rama's fair abode. To the 5th court he made his way, nor met the Brahman check or stay. Vrigu, Angiras could not be brighter with saintly light than he. To Rama's presence on he pressed, and thus the noble chief addressed. O Rama, poor and weak am I, and many children round me cry. Scant living in the woods I on me thine eye of pity turn. And Rama, bent on sport and jest, the suppliant Brahman thus addressed. O aged man, 1,000 kine, yet undistributed are mine. The cows on thee will I bestow, as far as thou stiff canst throw. The Brahman heard, in eager haste, he bounded his cloth around his waist, then round his head his stuff he whirled, and forthwith with mightiest effort hurled. Cast from his hand it flew, and sank to earth on Saryu's farther bank, where herds of kine in thousands fed, near to the well-stocked bullock shed, and all the cows that wandered over the meadow far as Saryu's shore. At Rama's word the herdsman drove to Trijat's cottage in the grove. He drew the Brahman to his breast, and thus with coming words addressed. Now be not angry, sir, I pray. This jest of mine was meant in play. These 1,000 kine, but not alone, their herdsmen too are all thine own. And dwelt beside, I give thee, speak. Thine shall be all thy heart can seek. Thus Rama spake, and Trijat prayed for means to his sacrifice to aid, and Rama gave much wealth required to speed his offering as desired. Canto 33. The People's Lament. Thus Sita and the princess brave much wealth to all the Brahmans gave. Then to the monarch's house the tree went forth the aged king to see. The princess from 2 servants took those heavenly arms of glorious look, adorned with garland and with band by Sita's beautifying hand. On each high house a mournful throng had gathered ere they passed along, who gazed in pure unselfish war from turret, roof, and portico. So danced the crowd that blocked the ways, the rest unable there to gaze, were fain each terrace to ascend, and dance their eyes on Rama bend. Then, as the gathered multitude on foot their well-loved Rama viewed, no royal shade to screen his head, such words disturbed in grief they said. Oh look, our hero wont to ride, leading a host in perfect pride. Now Lakshman, soul of all his friends, with Sita on his steps attends. Though he has known the sweets of power, and poured his gifts in liberal shower, from duty's path he will not swerve, but still his father's truth preserve. And she, whose form so soft and fair was veiled from spirits of the air, now walks unsheltered from the day, seen by the crowds who throng the way. Ah, for the gently nurtured form, how will it fade with sun and storm? How will the rain, the cold, the heat, mar fragrant breast and tinted feet? Surely some demon has possessed his sire and speaks within his breast. Or how could one that is a king thus send his dear son wandering? It were a deed unkindly done to banish even a worthless son. But what, when his pure life has gained the hearts of all by love enchained? 6 sovereign virtues joined to grace Rama, the foremost of his race. Tender and kind and pure is he, docile, religious, passion-free. Hence misery strikes not him alone, in bitterest grief the people mourn. Like creatures of the stream when dry, in the great heat the channels lie. The world is mournful with the grief that falls on his beloved chief. Else when the root is hewn away, tree, fruit and flower, and bud decay, the soul of duty bright to see, he is the root of you and me. And all of us who share his grief, his branches blossom, fruit and leaf. Now like the faithful Lakshman we will follow and be true as he. Our wives and kinsmen call with speed, and hasten where our Lord shall lead. Yes, we will leave each well-loved spot, the field, the garden and the cot, and sharers of his weal and war behind the pious Rama go. Our houses, empty of their stores, with ruined courts and broken doors, with all their treasures borne away, and gear that made them bright and gay, overrun by rats with dust overspread, shrines when the deities have fled, when not a hand the water pours, or sweeps the long neglected floors, no incense loads the evening air, no Brahmins chant the text and prayer, no fire of sacrifice is bright, no gift is known, no sacred rite. Wood floors which broken vessels strew, as if our wars had crushed them too, of these bestow Kaikeyi queen, and rule over homes where we have been. The wood, where Rama's feet may roam, shall be our city and our home, and this fair city we forsake, our flight a wilderness shall make. Each serpent from his hole shall hie, the birds and beasts from mountain fly, lions and elephants in fear shall quit the woods when we come near. Yield the broad wilds for us to range, and take our city in exchange. With Rama will we hands content, if where he is our days be spent. Such were the varied words the crowd of all conditions spoke aloud, and Rama heard their speeches yet changed not his purpose firmly set. His father's palace soon he neared, that like Kailasha's hill appeared. Like a wild elephant he strode, right onward to the bright abode. Within the palace court he stepped, where ordered bands their station kept, and saw Sumantra standing near, with downcast eye and gloomy cheer. End of Cantos 31 to 33. Cantos 34 to 36 are Book 2 of the Ramayan of VALMIKI, translated by Ralph D. H. Griffith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by om123. Canto 34. Rama in the Palace. The dark incomparable chief, whose eye was like a lotus leaf, cried to the mournful charioteer, "Go tell my sire that I am here." Sumantra, sad and all dismayed, the chieftain's order swift obeyed. Within the palace doors he hid, and saw the king, who wept and sighed. Like the great sun, when wrapped in shade, like fire by ashes overlaid, or like a pool with waters dried, so lay the world's great lord and pride. Awhile the white Sumatra gazed on him whose senses war has dazed, grieving for Rama, ne'er he drew, with hands upraised in reverence due. With blessing first his king he hailed, then with a voice that well nigh failed, in trembling accents soft and low, addressed the monarch in his woe. The Prince of Men, thy Rama waits before thee at the palace gates. His wealth to Brahmans he has dealt, and all who in his home have dwelt. Admit thy son, his friends have heard his kind farewell and parting word. He longs to see thee first, and then will seek the wilds, O King of Man. He, with each princely virtue's blaze, shines as the sun angered by rays. The truthful king, who loved to keep the law profound as oceans deep, and stainless as the dark blue sky, thus to Sumatra made reply. Go then, Sumatra, go and call my wives and ladies one and all. Drawn round me shall they feel the place, when I behold my Rama's face. Quick to the inner rooms he sped, and thus to all the women said, Come at the summons of the king, come all, and make no tarrying. Their husband's word by him conveyed, soon as the heart the dames obeyed, and following his guidance all, came thronging to the regal hall. In number half 700 they, all lovely dames in long array, with their bright eyes for weeping red, to stand round Queen Kaushalya's bed. They gathered, and the monarch viewed one moment all the multitude, then to Sumatra spoke and said, Now let my son be hither led. Sumatra went, then Rama came, and Lakshman and the Maithil dame, and as he led them on, their guide, straight to the monarch's presence hied. When yet far off the father saw his son with raised palms toward him draw, guarded by his ladies sick with wars, swift from his royal seat he rose. With all his strength the aged man to meet his darling Rama ran, but trembling, wild with dark despair, fell on the ground and fainted there. And Lakshman, wont in his cars to ride, and Rama drew them by the side of the poor miserable king, half lifeless with his sorrow's sting. Throughout the spacious hall upwent 1,000 women's wild lament. Ah Rama, thus they wailed and wept, and anklets tinkled as they stepped around his body, weeping, true, their loving arms the brothers too. And then with Sita's gentle aid, the king upon a couch was laid. At length the earth's imperial lord, when life and knowledge were restored, though seas of war went over his head, with suppliant hand thus Rama said, Lord of us all, great king thou art, bid me farewell before we part. To Dandakot this day I go, one blessing and one look bestow. Let Lakshman my companion be, and Sita also follow me. With truthful pleas I sought to bend their purpose, but no ear to lend. Now cast this sorrow from thy heart, and let us all, great king, depart. As Brahma sends his children so, let Lakshman, me, and Sita go. He stood unmoved, and watched intent, until the king should grant consent. Upon his son his eyes he cast, and thus the monarch spake at last. O Rama, by hearts enslaved, I gave the boons Kaikeyi craved. Unfit to reign, by her misled, be ruler in thy father's stead. Thus by the Lord of Man addressed, Rama of virtue's friends the best, in law of language duly learned, his answer reverent thus returned. 1,000 years, O king, remain, over this our city still to reign. I in the woods my life will lead, the lust of rule no more I heed. 9 years and 5 I there will spend, and when the portioned days shall end, will come, my vows in exile over, and clasp thy feet, my king, once more. A captive in the snare of truth, weeping, distressed with war and root, thus spake the monarch, while the queen, Kaikeyi, urged him on unseen. Go then, O Rama, and begin thy course unvexed by fear and sin. Go, my beloved son, and earn success and joy and safe return. So fast the bonds of duty bind, O Raghu's son, thy truthful mind, that naught can turn thee back or guide, thy will so strongly fortified. But oh, a little longer stay, nor turn thy steps this night away, that I one little day, alas, one only, with my son may pass. Me and thy mother do not slide, but stay, my son, with me to-night. With every dainty please thy taste, and seek tomorrow mourn the waste. Hard is thy task, O Raghu's son, dire is the toil thou wilt not shun, far to the lonely wood to flee, and leave thy friends for love of me. I swear it by my truth, believe, for thee, my son, I deeply grieve, misguided by the traitorous dame, with hidden guile like smouldering flame. Now by her wicked counsel steered, thou fain wouldst keep my plighted word. No marvel that my eldest born would hold me true when I have sworn. Then Rama, having calmly heard his wretched father speak each word, with Lakshman standing by his side, thus humbly to the king replied: If dainties now my taste regale, tomorrow must those dainties fail. This day departure I prefer to all that wealth can minister. Over this fair land no longer mine, which I, with all her realms, resign. How multitudes of men her grain, her stores of wealth let Bharat reign, and let the promised boon which thou wast pleased to grant the queen now be hers in full, be true, O king, kind giver of each precious thing. Thy spoken word I still will heed, obeying all thy lips decreed, and 14 years in woods will dwell with those who live in glade and dell. No hopes or power my heart can touch, no selfish joys attract so much, as son of Raghu to fulfill, with heart and soul, my father's will. Dismiss, dismiss thy needless war, nor let those drowning torrents flow. The Lord of rivers in his pride keeps to the banks that bar his tide. Here in thy presence I declare, be thy good deeds, thy truth I swear. Nor lordship, joy, nor lands I prize, life, heaven, all blessings I despise. I wish to see thee still remain most true, O king, and free from stain. It must not, sire, it must not be, I cannot rest 1 hour with thee. Then bring this sorrow to an end, for naught my settled will can bend. I give a pledge that binds me to, and to that pledge I still am true. Kaikeyi bade me speed away, she prayed me, and I answered yea. Pine not for me, and weep no more, the wood for us has joy in store, filled with the wild deer's peaceful hearts, and voices of 1,000 birds. If Father is the God of each, yea, even of gods, so scriptures teach. And I will keep my sire's decree, for as a god I honor thee, O best of men, the time is nigh, the 14 years will soon pass by, and to thine eyes thy son restore, be comforted, and weep no more. Thou, with thy firmness, shouldst support these weeping crowds who throng the court. Then why, O chief of high renown, so troubled, and thy soul cast down? Canto 35. Kaikeyi reproached. With the rage he could not come, Sumbadra grinding palm on palm. His head in quick impatience shook, and sighed with woe he could not brook. He gnashed his teeth, his eyes were red, from his changed face the colour fled. In rage and grief that knew no law, the temper of the king he saw. With his war arrows swift and keen, he shook the bosom of the queen. With scorn, as though with lightning stroke, would blast her body, thus he spoke. Thou who, of no dread, sin afraid, hast thus earth's self betrayed, Lord of the world, whose might sustains its sting that moves or fixed remains, what direr crime is left thee now? Death to thy lord and house art thou, whose cruel deeds the king distress. Mahendra's peer in mightiness, firm as the mountain's rooted steep, enduring as the ocean's deep. Despise not Dasarath, he is a kind lord and friend to thee, a loving wife in what outruns the mother of 10 million sons. Kings, when their sires have passed away, succeed by birthright to the sway. Ikshaku's son still rules the state, yet thou this rule wouldst violate. Yea, let thy son Kaikeyi reign, let Bharat rule his sire's domain. Thy will, O queen, shall none oppose, we all will go where Rama goes. No Brahman scorning thee will rest within the realm thou governest, but all will fly indignant hence, so great thy trespass and offence. I marvel when thy crime I see, art hence not quick to swallow thee, and that the Brahman saints prepare no burning scores thy soul to scare, with cries of shame to smite thee bent upon our Rama's banishment. The mango tree with excess fell, and tanned instead the neem tree well, still watered with all care the tree will never sweet and pleasant be. Thy mother's faults to thee descend, and with thy borrowed nature blend, through his ancient saw the neem can never distill a honeyed stream. Taught by the tale of long ago, thy mother's hateful sin we know, a bounteous saint, as all have heard, a boon upon thy sire conferred, and all the eloquence revealed, that fills the wood, the flood, the field. No creature walked, or swam, or flew, but he its very language knew. One morn upon his couch he heard the chattering of a gorgeous bird, and as he marked its close intent, he laughed aloud in merriment. Thy mother, furious with her lord, and fain to perish by the cord, said to her husband, I would know, O monarch, why thou laughest so. The king in answer spake again, If I this laughter should explain, this very hour would be my last, for death, be sure, would follow first. Again thy mother, flushed with ire, to Kai spake, thy royal sire, Tell me the cause, then live or die, I will not brook thy love, not I. Thus by his darling wife addressed, the king, whose might all art confessed, to that kind saint his story told, who gave the wondrous gift of old. He listened to the king's complaint, and thus in answer spoke the saint. King, let her quit thy home or die, but never with her prayer comply. The saint's reply his trouble stilled, and all his heart with pleasure filled. Thy mother from his home he sent, and days like Lord Kuvera spent. So thou wouldst force the king misled by thee in evil paths to tread, and bent on evil wouldst begin. True folly, this carrier of sin, most true methinks in thee is shown. The ancients saw so widely known, the sons their father's word declare, and girls their mother's nature share. So be not thou, for pity's sake, accept the word the monarch spake. Thy husband's will, O queen, obey, and be the people's hope and stay. Oh, do not, urged by folly, draw the king to tread on duty's law. The Lord, who all the world sustains, bright as the God over the gods who reigns, our glorious King, by sin unsustained, will never grant what fraud obtained. No shade of fault in him is seen. Let Rama be anointed queen. Remember, queen, undying shame will through the world pursue thy name, if Rama leave the king his sire, and banish to the wood retire. Come from thy breast this fever fling, of his own realms be Rama king. None in this city ever can dwell, to tend and love thee half so well. When Rama sits in royal place, true to the custom of his race, our monarch of the mighty bow, a hermit to the woods will go. Sumantra thus, palm joined to palm, poured forth his words of bane and balm, with keen reproach, with pleading kind, striving to move Kaikeyi's mind. In vain he prayed, in vain reproved, she heard unsoftened and unmoved, nor could the eyes that watched her view one yielding look, one change of hue. Canto 36. Siddharth's Speech. Iksaku's son, with anguish torn, for the great oath his lips had sworn, with tears and sighs of sharpest pain, thus to Sumantra spake again. Prepare thou quick a perfect force, cars, elephants, and foot and horse, to follow Raghu's scion hence, equipped with all magnificence. Let traders with the wealth they sell, and those who charming stories tell, and dancing women fair of face, the prince's ample chariots grace. On all the train who throngs his courts, and those who share his family sports, great gifts of precious wealth bestow, and bid them with their master go. Let noble arms and many a wain, and townsmen swell the prince's train, and hunters best for woodland skill, their places in the concourse fill. While elephants and deer he slays, drinking wood honey as he strays, and looks on streams each fairer yet, his kingdom he may chance forget. Let all my gold and wealth of corn with Rama to the wilds be borne, for it will suit the exile's lot to sacrifice in each pure spot. Deal ample largesse fought and meet, each hermit in his calm retreat. The wealth shall Rama with him bear, Ayodhya shall be Bharat's share. As thus Kakuchta's offspring spoke, fear in Kaikeyi's breast awoke, and freshness of her face was dried, her trembling tongue was terror-tied. Alarmed and sad, with bloodless cheek, she turned to him and scarce could speak. Nay, sir, but Bharat should not gain an empty realm where none remain. My Bharat shall not rule a waste, reft of all sweets to charm the taste. The wine cup's dregs, all dull and dead, whence the light foam and light are fled. Thus in her race the long-eyed dame spoke her dire speech untouched by shame. Then answering, Dasarath spoke, Why, having bowed me to the yoke, dost thou must cruel spurn and goad me, who am struggling with the load? Why didst thou not oppose at first this hope vile queen, so fondly nursed? Scarce could the monarch's angry speech the ears of the fair lady reach, when thus, with double wrath inflamed, Kaikeyi to the king exclaimed, Sagar, from whom thy line is traced, drove forth his eldest son disgraced, called Asamanj, whose fate we know, thus should thy son to exile go. Fie on thee, dame, the monarch said. Each of her people bent his head, and stood in shame and sorrow mute. She marked not, bold and resolute. Then great Siddharth, inflamed with rage, the good old counsellor and sage, on whose wise rede the king relied, to Queen Kaikeyi thus replied. But Asamanj the cruel laid his hands on infants as they played, cast them to Sarayu's flood, and smiled for pleasure when he drowned a child. The people saw and furious sped straight the king, his sire, and said, Choose us, O glory of the throne, choose us, or Asamanj alone. Whence comes this dread? The monarch cried, and all the people thus replied, In folly, king, he loves to lay fierce hands upon our babes at play, casts them to Sarayu's flood and joys, to murder our bewildered boys. With heedful ear the king of man heard its complaining citizen, to please their troubled minds he strove, and from the state his son he drove. With wife and gear upon a car he placed him quick and sent him far, and thus he gave commandment, he shall all his days an exile be. With basket and with plough he strayed over mountain heights, through pathless shade, roaming all lands a weary time, an outcast wretch defiled with crime. Sagar, the righteous path who held his wicked offspring, thus expelled. But what has Rama done to blame? Why should his sentence be the same? No sin his stainless name can deem. We see no fault at all in him. Pure as the moon, no darkening blot on his sweet life has left a spot. If thou canst see one fault, even one, to deem the fame of Raghu's son, that fault this hour, O lady, show, and Rama to the wood shall go. To drive the guiltless to the wild, truth's constant lover, undefiled, would, by defence of the right, the glory even of Indra blight. Then cease, O lady, and dismiss thy hope to ruin Rama's bliss, or all thy gain, O fair of face, will be man's hatred and disgrace. End of Cantos 34, 35, and 36. Cantos 37 to 39 of Book 2 of the Ramayan of VALMIKI, translated by Ralph T.H. Griffith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by om123. Canto 37, The Coats of Bark. Thus spake the virtuous sage, and then Rama addressed the king of man. In laws of meek behavior bred, thus to his sire he meekly said, King, I renounce all earthly care, and live in oats on woodland fare. What that to joys have I to do with lordly trade and retinue? Who gives his elephant, and yet upon the gods his heart will set? How can a cord attract his eyes, who gives away the nobler prize? Best of the good, with me be led, no host, my king, with banners spread. All wealth, all lordship I resign, the hermit's dress alone be mine. before I go, have here conveyed a little basket and a spade. With these alone I go, content, for 14 years of banishment. With her own hands Kaikeyi took the hermit coats of bark, and, look, she cried with bold unblushing brow, before the concourse, dressed enow. That lion leader of the brave took from her hand the dress she gave, cast his fine raiment on the ground, and round his waist the vesture bound. Then quick the hero Lakshman too, his garment from his shoulders drew, and in the presence of his sire, endued the ascetic's rough attire. But Sita, in her silks arrayed, threw glances, trembling and afraid, on the bark coat she had to wear, like a shy doe that eyes the snare. Ashamed and weeping for distress, from the queen's hand she took the dress, the fair one by her husband's side, who matched heaven's minstrel monarch, cried, "How bind they on their woodland dress, those hermits of the wilderness?" There stood the pride of Janak's race, perplexed, with sad appealing face. One coat the lady's finger grasped, one round her neck she feebly clasped, but failed again, confused by the wild garb she never had used. Then quickly hastening Rama, pride of all who cherish virtue, tied the rough bark mantle on her over the silken raiment that she wore. Then the sad women, when they saw Rama the choice bark round her draw, rained water from each tender eye, and cried aloud with bitter cry, "Oh, not on her, beloved, not on Sita falls thy mournful lot. If, faithful to thy father's will, thou must go forth, leave Sita still. Let Sita, still remaining here, our hearts with her loved presence cheer. With Lakshman by thy side to aid, seek thou, dear son, the lonely shade. Unmeet, one good and fair as she should dwell in woods a devotee. Let not our prayers be prayed in vain, let beauteous Sita yet remain, for by thy love of duty tied, thou wilt not here thyself abide." Then the king's venerable guide, Vasishtha, when he saw its coat, and closed the lady's waist and throat, her chill with gentle words repressed, and Queen Kaikeyi thus addressed: "O evil-hearted sinner, shame of royal Kaikeyi's race and name, who matchless in thy sin couldst cheat the lord the king with vile deceit. Lost to all sense of duty now, Sita to exile shall not go. Sita shall guard, as it were her own, the precious trust of Rama's throne. Those joined by wedlock's sweet control have but one self and common soul. Thus Sita shall our empress be, for Rama's self and soul is she. Or if she still to Rama cleave, and for the woods the kingdom leave, if not her loving heart debtor, we and this town will follow her. The warders of the queen shall take their wives and go for Rama's sake. The nation with its stores of grain, the city's wealth shall swell his train. Bharat, Shatrugna, both will wear bark mantles and his lodging share. Still with the elder brother dwell in the wildwood and serve him well. Rest here alone and rule thy state, unpeopled, barren, desolate. Be empress of the land and trees, thou sinner, whom our sorrows please. The land which Rama reigns not over shall bear the kingdom's name no more. The woods which Rama wanders through shall be our home and kingdom too. Bharat, be sure, will never deign over realms his father yields to reign. Nay, if the king's true son he be, he will not, son-like, dwell with thee. Nay, shouldst thou from the earth arise, and send thy message from the skies, to his forefathers' custom true, no erring course would he pursue. So hast thou, by thy grievous fault, offended him thou wouldst exalt. In all the world none draws his breath, who loves not Rama true to death. This day, O Queen, shalt thou behold birds, deer, and beasts from lea and fold, turn to the woods in Rama's train, and naught save longing trees remain. Canto 38. Care for Kaushalya. Then, when the people wrought and said, saw Sita in bark vesture clad, though wedded like some widowed thing, they cried out, "Shame upon thee, king!" Grieved by their cry and angry look, the lord of earth at once forsook all hope in life that still remained, in duty, self, and fame unstained. Ikshaku's son, with burning sighs, on Queen Kaikeyi bent his eyes, and said, "But Sita must not flee, in garments of a devotee. My holy guide has spoken truth, unfit is she in tender youth, so gently nurtured, soft and fair, the hardships of the wood to share. How has she sinned, devout and true, the noblest monarch's child, that she should garb or bark in dew, and journey to the wild? That she should spend her youthful days amid a hermit band, like some poor mendicant who strays, sore troubled, through the land. Ah, let the child of Janak throw her dress of bark aside, and let the royal lady go, with royal wealth supplied. Not such the pledge I gave before, unfit to linger here. The oath which I the sinner swore is kept and leaves her clear. Won from her childlike love this too, my instant death would be, as blossoms on the old bamboo destroy the parent tree. If aught amiss by Rama done, offend thee, O thou wicked one, what less transgression canst thou find in her, thou worst of womankind? What shade of fault in her appears, whose full soft eye is like the deer's? What canst thou blame in Janak's child, so gentle, modest, true, and mild? Is not one crime complete that sent my Rama forth to banishment? And wilt thou other sins commit, thou wicked one, to double it? This is the pledge and what I swore, what thou besoughtest, and no more, of Rama, for I heard thee deem, when he for consecration came. Now with this limit not content, in hell should be thy punishment, who fain the metal bride wouldst press, to clothe her limbs with hermit dress. Thus spake the father in his woe, and Rama, still prepared to go, to him who sat with drooping head, spake in return these words and said, Just king, here stands my mother dear, Kaushalya, one whom all revere. Submissive, gentle, old is she, and keeps her lips from blame of thee. For her, kind lord, of me bereft, a sea of whelming woe is left. Oh, show her in her new distress still fonder love and tenderness. Well honoured by thine honoured hand, her grief for me let her withstand, who wrapped in constant thought of me, in me who live a devotee. Piya of Mahendra, oh to her be kind, and treat, I pray, my gentle mother so, that when I dwell afar, her life resigned, she may not pass to Yama's realm for awe. Canto 39. Counsel to Sita. Scarce had the sire, with its dear queen, heard Rama's pleading voice and seen his darling in his hermit dress, ere failed his senses for distress. Convulsed with woe, his soul that shook, on Raghu's son he could not look, or if he looked with failing eye, he could not to the chief reply. By pangs of bitter grief assailed, the long-armed monarch wept and wailed, half dead a while and sore distraught, while Rama filled his every thought. This hand of mine in days ere now has reft her young from many a cow, all living things has idly slain, hence comes, I ween, this hour of pain. Not till the hour is come to die can from its shell the spirit fly. Death comes not, and Kaikeyi's steel torments the wretch she cannot kill, who sees his son before him quit the fine soft robes his rank that feet, and glorious as the burning fire in hermit grab his limbs attire. Now all the people grieve and groan through Queen Kaikeyi's deed alone, who, having dared this deed of sin, strives for herself the gain to win. He spoke, with tears his eyes grew dim, his senses all deserted him. He cried, O Rama once, then weak, and fainting could no farther speak. Unconscious there he lay, at length, regathering his sense and strength, while his full eyes their torrents shed. To wise Sumatra thus he said, Yoke the light car and heed a lead, fleet coursers of the noblest breed, and drive this heir of lofty fate beyond the limit of the state. This seems the fruit that virtues bear, the meed of what which texts declare, the sending of the brave and good by sire and mother to the wood. He heard the monarch and obeyed, with ready feet that never delayed, and brought before the palace gate the horses and the car of state. Then to the monarch's son he sped, and raising hands of reverence, said, "The delight car, which gold made fair, with best of steeds was standing there." King Dasarath called in haste, the Lord over all his treasures placed, and spoke, well skilled in place and time, his will to him, devoid of crime. "Count all the years she has to live, afar in forest wilds, and give to Sita robes and gems of price, as for the time may well suffice." Quick to the treasure room he went, charged by that king most excellent, brought the rich stores and gave them all to Sita in the monarch's hall. The metal dame of high descent received its robe and ornament, and tricked those limbs whose lines foretold high destiny with gems and gold. So well adorned, so fair to view, a glory through the hall she threw. So when the Lord of Light upsprings, his radiance over the sky he flings. Then Queen Kausalya spake at last, with loving arms about her cast, pressed lingering kisses on her head, and to the high-souled lady said, "Ah, in this faithless world below, when dark misfortune comes and woe, wives, loved and cherished every day, neglect their lords and disobey. Yes, woman's nature still is this, after long days of common bliss, when some light grief her spirit tries, she changes all her love or flies. Young wives are thankless, false in soul, with roving hearts that spurn control. Brooding on sin and quickly changed, in one short hour, their love estranged, not glorious deeds or lineage fair, not knowledge, gift or tender care, in chains of lusting love can bind a woman's light inconstant mind. But those good dames who still maintain what right, truth, scripture, rule ordain, no holy thing in their pure eyes with one beloved husband vies. Nor let thy Lord, my son, condemned to exile, be by thee contemned, for be he poor or wealthy, he is as a god, dear child, to thee." When Sita heard Kausalya's speech, her duty and her gain to teach, she joined her palms with reverent grace, and gave her answer face to face. "All will I do, forgetting not, which thou, O honored queen, hast taught. I know have heard and deep have stored the rules of duty to my lord. Not me, good queen, shouldst thou include among the faithless multitude. Its own sweet light the moon shall leave, ere I to duty cease to cleave. The stringless lute gives forth no strain, the will-less car is urged in vain. No joy a lordless dame, although blessed with 100 sons, can know. From father, brother, and from son, immediate share of joy is won. Who would not honor, love, and bless her lord, whose gifts are measureless? Thus trained to think, I hold in awe Scripture's command and duty's law. Him can I hold in slight esteem, her lord is woman's God, I deem." Kausalya heard the lady's speech, nor failed those words her heart to reach. Then pure in mind, she gave to flow the tear that sprang of joy and woe. Then duteous Rama forward came, and stood before the honored dame, and joining reverent hands addressed the queen in rank above the rest. "O mother, from these tears refrain, look on my sire and still thy pain. To thee my days afar shall fly, as if sweet slumber closed thine eye, and 14 years of exile seem to thee, dear mother, like a dream. On me returning safe and well, guard by my friends thine eyes shall dwell." Thus for their deep affection's sake the hero to his mother spake. Then to the 702 wives of his sire paid reverence due. Thus Dasarath's son addressed the crowd of matrons sore distressed. "If from these lips, while here I dwelt, one heedless taunt you ever felt, forgive me, pray, and now adieu. I bid goodbye to all of you." Then straight, like Kali's cries, upwent the voices of their wild lament, while as bade farewell, the crowd of royal women wept aloud, and through the ample hall's extent, where erst the sound of tabor blent with drum and shrill-toned instrument, in joyous concert rose, now rang the sound of wailing high, the lamentation and the cry, the shriek, the choking sob, the sigh, that told the lady's woes. End of Cantos 37, 38, and 39. Cantos 40 to 42 of Book 2 of the Ramayan of VALMIKI, translated by Ralph D. Griffith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by om123. Canto 40, Rama's Departure. Then Rama, Sita, Lakshman bent at the king's feet and sadly went round him with slow steps reverent. When Rama of the duteous heart had gained his highest consent to part, with Sita by his side he paid due reverence to the queen dismayed. And Lakshman with affection meet bowed down and clasped his mother's feet. Sumitra viewed him as he pressed her feet, and thus her son addressed: Neglect not Rama wandering there, but tend him with thy faithful care. In hours of wealth, in time of war, him, sinless son, thy refuge know. From this good law the just never swerve, that younger sons the eldest serve, and to this righteous rule incline all children of thine ancient line. Freely to give, reward each right, nor spare their bodies in the fight. Let Rama the Sarath be, look upon Sita as on me, and let the cart wherein you dwell be thine Ayodhya, fare thee well. Her blessings thus Sumitra gave to him whose soul to Rama clave, exclaiming when her speech was done, Go forth, O Lakshman, go, my son. Go forth, my son, to win success, high victory and happiness. Go forth thy foemen to destroy, and turn against at last with joy. As Matali, his charioteer, speaks for the Lord of gods to hear, Sumantra, palm to palm applied, in reverence trained, to Rama cried, O famous prince, my car ascend, may blessings on thy course attend, and swiftly shall my horses flee, and place thee where thou biddest me. The 14 years thou hast to stay, far in the wilds begun today, for Queen Kaikeyi cries away. Then Sita, best of womankind, ascended with a tranquil mind. Soon as her toilet task was done, that chariot brilliant as the sun. Rama and Lakshman, true and bold, sprang on the car adorned with gold. The king those years had counted over, and given Sita robes and store of precious ornaments to wear, when following her husband there. The brothers in the car found place, for nets and weapons of the chase, their warlike arms and mail they laid, a leaden basket and a spade. Soon as Sumantra saw the tree, where seated in the chariot he urged on each horse of noble breed, who matched the rushing wind in speed. As thus the son of Raghu went forth for his dreary banishment, chill-numbing grief the town assailed, all strength grew weak, all spirit failed. Ayodhya, through her wide extent, was filled with tumult and lament. Steeds neighed and shook the bells they bore, each elephant returned a roar. Then all the city, young and old, wild with their sorrow uncontrolled, rushed to the car, as from the sun the panting hearts to water run. Before the car, behind, they clung, and there as eagerly they hung, with torrents streaming from their eyes, called loudly with repeated cries. Listen, Sumantra, draw thy rein, drive gently, and thy steeds restrain. Once more on Rama will we gaze, now to be lost for many days. The queen his mother has, be sure, a heart of lion to endure, to see her godlike Rama go, nor feel it shattered by the blow. Sita, well done, with a heart's pride, still like his shadow by his side, rejoicing in thy duty still, as sunlight cleaves to marrow's heel. Thou, Lakshman, too hast well deserved, who from thy duty hast not served, tending the peer of gods above, whose lips speak not but words of love. Thy firm resolve is nobly great, and high success on thee shall wait. Yea, thou shalt win a priceless meed, thy path with him to heaven shall lead. As thus they spake, they could not hold the tears that down their faces rolled, while still they followed for a space their darling of Ikshaku's race. There stood surrounded by a ring of mournful wives the mournful king. For I will see once more, he cried, mine own dear son, and forth he hied. As he came near, there rose the sound of weeping as the dames stood round. So the she-elephants complain, when their great lord and guide is slain. Kakut's son, the king of man, the glorious sire, looked troubled then. As the full moon is when dismayed by dark eclipses threatening shade, then Dasarat's son designed for highest fate of lofty mind, urged to more speed the charioteer. Away, away, why linger here? Urge on thy horses, Rama cried, and stay, oh stay, the people shied. Sumantra urged to speed away, the townsman's call must disobey. Forth as the long-armed hero went, the dust his chariot wheels upsent was laid by streams that ever flowed from their sad eyes who filled the road. Then sprung a war from eyes of all, the women drops began to fall, as from its lotus on the lake the darting fish the water shake. When he, the king of high renown, saw that one thought held all the town, like some tall tree he fell and lay, whose root the axe has hewn away. Then straight a mighty cry from those who followed Rama's car arose, who saw their monarch fainting there, beneath that grief too great to bear. Then Rama, Rama, with the cry of his mother sounded high, as all the people wept aloud around the lady's sorrowing crowd. When Rama backward turned his eye, and saw the king his father lie, with troubled sense and failing limb, and the sad queen who followed him, like some young creature in the net, that will not in its misery let its wild eyes on its mother rest, so by the bonds of duty pressed. His mother's look he could not meet, he saw them with their weary feet, who used to bliss in cars should ride, oh never by sorrow should be tried. And as one mournful look he cast, drive on, he cried, Sumantra fast. As when the driver's torturing hook goads on an elephant, the look of sire and mother in despair was more than Rama's heart could bear. As mother kind to stalls return, which hold the cubs for whom they yearn, so to the car she tried to run, as a cow seeks her little one. Once and again the hero's eyes looked on his mother, as with cries of war she called and gestures wild, O Sita, Lakshman, O my child! Stay, cried the king, thy chariot stay. On, cried Rama, speed away. As one between two hosts inclined, to neither was Sumantra's mind. But Rama spake these words again, A lengthened war is bitterest pain. On, and if his wrath grow hot, thine answer be, I heart thee not. Sumantra, at the chief's behest, dismissed the crowd that toward him pressed, and as he bade to swiftest speed, urged on his way its willing steed. The king's attendants parted thence, and paid him heartfelt reverence. In mind, and with the tears he wept, each still his place near Rama kept. As swift away the horses sped, his lords to Dasaratha said, To follow him whom thou again wouldst see returning home is vain. With failing limb and drooping mien, he heard their counsel wise, still on their son the king and queen kept fast their lingering eyes. Canto 41. The Citizen's Lament. The lion chief, with hands upraised, was born from eyes that fondly gazed. But then the lady's bower was rent with cries of weeping and lament. Where goes he now, our Lord, the sure protector of the friendless poor, in whom the wretched and the weak defence and aid were wont to seek? All words of wrath he turned aside, and never, when cursed, in ire replied. He shared his people's war and steeled the troubled breast which race had filled. Our chief on lofty thoughts intent, in glorious fame preeminent, as on his own dear mother does he ever looked on each of us. Where goes he now? His sire's behest, by Queen Kaikeyi's guile distressed, has banished to the forest hence him who was all the world's defence. Ah, senseless king, to drive away the hope of man, their guard and stay, to banish to the distant wood Rama, the duteous, true and good. The royal dames, like cows bereaved of their young cubs, thus sadly grieved. The monarch heard them as they wailed, and by the fire of grief assailed. For his dear son he bowed his head, and all his sense and memory fled. Then where no fires of worship fed, thick darkness over the sun was spread, The cows their thirsty calves denied, and elephants flung their food aside. Trisanku, Jupiter looked red, and Mercury and Mars the red, in direful opposition met, the glory of the moon beset. The lunar stars withheld their light, the planets were no longer bright, but Matthias with their horrid glare, and dire Bisakhas lit the air. As troubled ocean heaves and raves, when doom's wild tempest sweeps the waves, thus all Ayodhya reeled and bent, when Rama to the forest went. And chilling grief and dark despair fell suddenly on all men there. Their wonted pastime all forgot, nor thought of food or touched it not. Crowds in the royal street were seen, with weeping eye and troubled mien. No more a people gay and glad, each head and heart was sick and sad. No more the cool wind softly blew, the moon no more was fair to view, no more the sun with genial glow cherished the world now plunged in war. Sons, brothers, husbands, wedded wives, forgot the ties that joined their lives. No thought for kith and kin was spared, but all for only Rama cared. And Rama's friends who loved him best, their minds disordered and distressed by the great burden of their woes, turned not to slumber or repose. Like art, with all her hills bereft of Indra's guiding care, Ayodhya in her sorrow left, by him the high-souled heir, was bowed by fear and sorrow's force, and shook with many a throe, while warrior, elephant and horse sent up the cry of war. Canto 42. Dasarath's Lament. While yet the dust was seen afar, that marked the course of Rama's car, the glory of Ikshaku's race turned not away his eager face. While yet his duteous son he saw, he could not once his gaze withdraw, but rooted to the spot remained, with eyes that after Rama strained. But when that dust no more he viewed, fainting he fell by grief subdued. To his right hand Kaushalya went, and ready aid the lady lent, while Bharat's loving mother tried to raise him on the other side. The king, within whose ordered soul justice and virtue held control, to Queen Kaikeyi turned and said, with every sense disquieted, "Touch me not, thou whose soul can plot all sin, Kaikeyi, touch me not. No loving wife, no friend to me, I never again would look on thee, never from this day have aught to do with thee and all thy retinue. Thee whom no virtuous thoughts restrain, whose selfish heart seeks only gain, the hand I laid in mine, O dame, the steps we took around the flame, and all that links thy life to mine, here and hereafter I resign. If Bharat too, thy darling son, joy in the rule thy art has won, never may the funeral offerings paid by his false hand approach my shade." Then, while the dust upon him hung, the monarch to Kaushalya clung, and she with mournful steps and slow turned to the palace worn with war. As one whose hand has touched the fire, or slain a Brahman in his ire, he felt his heart with sorrow torn, still thinking of his son forlorn. Each step was torture, as they rode, the tresses of the chariot sowed, and as the shadowed sun grows dim, so care and anguish darkened him. He raised a cry, by war distraught, as of his son again he thought, and judging that the car had sped beyond the city, thus he said, "I still behold the footprints made by the good horses that conveyed my son afar, these marks I see, but high-souled Rama, where is he? Ah me, my son, my first and best, on pleasant couches wont to rest, with limbs perfumed with sandal, fanned by many a beauty's tender hand. Where will he lie with log or stone, beneath him for a pillow thrown, to leave at morn his earthly bed, neglected and with dust overspread? As from the flood, with sigh and pant, comes forth the husband elephant, the man who make the woods their home, shall see the long-armed hero roam. Roused from his bed, thou lord of all, in semblance of a friendless thrall, Janak's dear child, who never has met with aught save joy and comfort yet, will reach the day the forest worn and wearied with the brakes of thorn. Ah, gentle girl, of woods unskilled, how will her heart with dread be filled at the wild beasts' deep roaring there, whose voices lift the shuddering air? Kaikeyi, glory in thy gain, and with your queen begin to reign. No will, no power to leave have I, when my brave son no more is nigh. Thus pouring forth laments, the king, guarded by the people's crowded ring, entered the noble bower like one new bedded when funeral rites are done. Wherever he looked, naught met his gauge, but empty houses, courts, and ways. Closed were the temples, countless feet no longer trod the royal street. And thinking of his son, he viewed man weak and worn and war subdued. As sinks the sun into a cloud, so passed he on, and wept aloud. Within that house no more to be, the dwelling of the banished tree, brave Rama, his Videhan bride, and Lakshman by his brother's side. Like broad still waters, when the king of all the birds that ply their wing has swept from heaven and borne away the glittering snakes that made them gay. With choking sobs and voice half spent, the king renewed his sad lament. With broken utterance, faint and low, scarce could he speak these words of woe. My steps to Rama's mother guide, and place me by Kausalya's side. There, only there, my heart may know some little respite from my woe. The warders of the palace led the monarch, when his words were said, to Queen Kausalya's bower, and there laid him with reverential care. But while he rested on the bed, still was his soul disquieted. In grief he tossed his arms on high, lamenting with a piteous cry. O Rama, Rama, thus said he, my son, thou hast forsaken me. High bliss awaits those favored men, left living in Ayodhya then, whose eyes shall see my son once more, returning when the time is over. Then came the night, whose hated gloom fell on him like the night of doom. At midnight the Sarat cried to Queen Kausalya by his side. I see thee not, Kausalya, lay thy gentle hand in mine, I pray. When Rama left his home, my sight went with him, nor returns tonight. End of Cantos 40, 41, and 42. Cantos 43 to 45 of Book 2 of the Ramayan of VALMIKI, translated by Ralph D. H. Griffith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by om123. Canto 43. Kausalya's Lament. Kausalya saw the monarch lie, with drooping frame and failing eye, and for her banished son distressed, with these sad words her lord addressed. Kaikeyi, cruel, false, and vile, has cast the venom of her guile on Rama, lord of man, and she will ravage like a snake set free, and more my soul alarm, like a dire serpent bent on harm. For triumph crowns its dark intent, and Rama to the wild descent. Ah, were he doomed but here to stray, begging his food from day to day, or do enslaved Kaikeyi's will, this were a boon, a comfort still. But she, as jaws her cruel hate, has hurled him from his high estate, as Brahmans when the moon is near cast to the ground the demons dear. The long-armed hero, like the lord of Nagas, with his bow and sword, begins, I ween, his forest life, with Lakshman and his faithful wife. Ah, how will fare the exiles now, whom, moved by Queen Kaikeyi thou hast sent in forests to abide, bred in delights, by war untried. Far banished, when their lives are young, with the fair fruit before them hung, deprived of all their rank that sweets, how will they live on grain and roots? Oh, that my years of war were past, and the glad hour were come at last, when I shall see my children dear, Rama, his wife, and Lakshman here. When shall Ayodhya, wild with glee, again those mighty heroes see, and decked with wreaths her banners wave, to welcome home the true and brave? When will the beautiful city view, with happy eyes the lordly two, returning joyful as the main, when the dear moon is full again? When like some mighty bull who leads the cow exulting through the meads, will Rama through the city ride, strong-armed, with Sita at his side? When will 10,000 meet, and crowd Ayodhya's royal street, and grain in joyous welcome throw, upon my sons who tame the foe. When with delight shall youthful bands of Brahman maidens in their hands bear fruit and flowers in goodly show, and circling round Ayodhya go. With ripened judgment of a sage, and godlike in his blooming age, when shall my virtuous son appear, like kindly rain our hearts to cheer? Ah, in a former life I ween, this hand of mine, most base and mean, has dried the ardours of the kine, and left the thirsty calves to pine. Hence, as the lion robs the cow, Kaikeyi makes me childless now, exulting from her feebler foe, to rend the son she's cherished so. I had but him, in scripture skilled, with every grace his soul was filled. Now not a joy has life to give, and robbed of him I would not live. Yea, all my days are dark and drear, if he, my darling, be not near. And Lakshman brave, my heart to cheer, as for my son I mourn and yearn, the quenchless flames of anguish burn, and kill me with the pain, as in the summer's noontide blaze the glorious day god with his rays consumes the parching plain. Canto 44. Sumitra's Speech. Kaushalya ceased her sad lament of beauteous dames most excellent. Sumitra, who to duty clave, in righteous words this answer gave: Dear Queen, all noble virtue's grace, thy son, of man the first in place, why dost thou shed these tears of woe, with bitter grief lamenting so? If Rama, leaving royal sway, has hastened to the woods away, it is for his high-souled father's sake, that he his promise may not break. He to the path of duty clings, which lordly fruit hereafter brings, the path to which the righteous cleave. For him, dear Queen, thou shouldst not grieve. And Lakshman too, the blameless souled, the same high course with him will hold, and mighty bliss on him shall wait, so tenderly compassionate. And Sita, bred with tender care, well knows what toils await her there, but in her love she will not part from Rama of the virtuous heart. Now has thy son through all the world the banner of his fame unfurled, true, modest, careful of his vow, what has he left to aim at now? The sun will mark his mighty soul, his wisdom, sweetness, self-control, will spare from pain his face and limb, and with soft radiance shine for him. For him, through forest glades shall spring a soft auspicious breeze, and bring its tempered heat and cold to play around him ever night and day. The pure cold moonbeam shall delight the hero as he sleeps at night, and soothe him with the soft caress of a fond parent's tenderness. To him, the bravest of the brave, his heavenly arms the Brahman gave, when fierce Suvaho dyed the plain with his lifeblood by Rama slain. Still trusting to his own right arm, thy hero's son will fear no harm, as in his father's palace he in the wild woods will dauntless be. Whenever he lets his arrows fly, his stricken foemen fall and die, and is that prince of peerless worth too weak to keep and sway the earth? His sweet pure soul, his beauty's charm, his hero heart, his warlike arm, will soon redeem his rightful reign, when from the woods he comes again. The Brahmans on the prince's head king-making jobs shall quickly set, and Sita, art and fortune share the glories which await the heir. For him, when forth his chariot swept, the crowd that thronged Ayodhya wept, with agonizing war distressed. With him, in hermit's mantle dressed, in guise of Sita, Lakshmi went, and none his glory may prevent. Yea, not to him is high or hard, before whose steps to be his guard, Lakshman, the best, who draws the bow, with spear, shaft, sword rejoiced to go. His wanderings in the forest over, thine eyes shall see thy son once more. Quiet thy faint heart, thy grief dispel, for this, O Queen, is truth I tell. Thy son returning, moon-like dance, shall at thy feet do reverence, and blessed and blameless lady, thou shalt see his head to touch them bow. Yea, thou shalt see thy son made king, when he returns with triumphing, and how thy happy eyes will brim with tears of joy to look on him. Thou, blameless lady, shouldst the whole of the sad people here console. Why in thy tender heart allow this bitter grief to harbour now?
As the long banks of cloud distil their water when they see the hill, so shall the drops of rapture run from thy glad eyes to see thy Son, returning as he lowly bends to greet thee, God by all his friends. Thus soothing, kindly eloquent, with every hopeful argument, Kaushalya's heart by sorrow rent, fair Queen Sumitra seized. Kaushalya heard its pleasant plea, and grief began to leave her free, as the light clouds of autumn flee, their watery stores decreased. Canto 45. The Tamasha. Their tender love the people drew to follow Rama brave and true, the high-souled hero as he went forth from his home to banishment. The king himself his friends obeyed, and turned him homeward as they prayed, but yet the people turned not back, still close on Rama's chariot track. For they who in Ayodhya dwelt, for him such fond affection felt, decked with all grace and glories high, the dear full moon of every eye. Though much of his people prayed and wept, Kakutsta's son his purpose kept, and still his journey would pursue, to keep the king his father true. Deep in the hero's bosom sank their love, whose signs his glad eye drank. He spoke to cheer them as his own, their children, in a loving tone. If ye would grant my fond desire, give Bharat now that love entire, and reverence shown to me by all who dwell within Ayodhya's wall. For he, Kaikeyi's darling son, his virtuous career will run, and ever bound by duty's chain, consult your will and bliss and gain. In judgment old, in years a child, with hero virtues meek and mild, a fitting lord is he to cheer his people and remove their fear. In him all kingly gifts abound, more noble than in me are found. Imperial prince, well proved and tried, obey him as your lord and guide. And grant, I pray, the boon I ask, to please the king be still your task, that his fond heart while I remain far in the wood may feel no pain. The more he showed his will to tread the path where filial duty led, the more the people round him thronged, for their dear Rama's empire longed. Still more attached his followers grew, as Rama with his brother drew, the people with his virtue's ties, lamenting all with tear-dimmed eyes. The saintly twice born, triply old, in glory, knowledge, seasons told, with weary heads that shook and bowed, their voices raised and spake aloud. O steeds, who best and noblest are, who whirl so swiftly Rama's car, go not, return, we call on you, be to your master kind and true. For speechless things are swift to hear, and naught can match a horse's ear. O generous steeds, return, when thus you hear the cry of all of us. Each vow he keeps most firm and sure, and duty makes his spirit pure. Back with our chief, no woodward hands, back to his royal residence. Soon as he saw the aged band, exclaiming in their misery stand, and their sad cries around him rang, swift from his chariot Rama sprang. Then, still upon his journey bent, with Sita and with Laxman went, the hero by the old man's side, sweeting to days his shortened stride. He could not pass the twice-born throng, as weariedly they walked along. With beating heart, with tender eye, he could not in his chariot fly. When the steps of Rama viewed, that still his onward course pursued, war shook the troubled heart of each, and burnt with grief, they spoke this speech. With thee, O Rama, to the wood, all Brahmans go and Brahmanhood, borne on our aged shoulders, see, our fires of worship go with thee. Bright canopies that lend their shade, in Vajpaya rites displayed, in plenteous store are borne behind, like cloudlets in the autumn wind. No shelter from the sun hast thou, and lest his fury burn thy brow, these sacrificial shades we bear, shall aid thee in the noontide glare. Our hearts, who ever loved to pore on sacred text and Vedic lore, now all to thee, beloved, turn, and for a life in forests yearn. Deep in our aged bosoms lie the Vedas' lore, the wealth we prize, there still, like wives at home, shall dwell, whose love and truth protect them well. To follow thee our hearts are bent, we need not plan or argument, all else in duty's law we slide,
for following thee is following right. O noble prince, retrace thy way. O hear us, Rama, as we lay, with many tears and many prayers, our aged heads and swine-white hairs, low in the dust before thy feet. O hear us, Rama, we entreat. Full many of those who with thee run, their sacred rites had just begun. Unfinished yet those rites remain, but finished if thou turn again. All rooted life and things that move, to thee their deep affection prove. To them, when warmed by love, they glow, and so to thee some favour show. Its lowly bush, its towering tree, would follow too for love of thee. Bound by its root it must remain, but all it can, its boughs complain, as when the wild wind rushes by, it tells its woe in groan and sigh. No more through air the gay birds fleet, but footless melancholy seat, together on the bronze and call, to thee, whose kind heart feels for all. As wailed the aged Brahman's band, to turn him back with wild lament, seemed Tamasa herself to aid, checking his progress as they prayed. Sumantra from the chariot freed, with ready hand its weary steed. He groomed them with the utmost heed. Their limbs he bedded and dried, then led them forth to drink and feed, at pleasure in the grassy mead that fringed the river side. End of Cantos 43, 44 and 45. Cantos 46 to 48 of Book 2 of the Ramayan of VALMIKI, translated by Ralph D. H. Griffith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by om123. Canto 46. The Halt. When Rama, chief of Raghu's race, arrived at the delightful place, he looked on Sita first, and then to Lakshman spake the Lord of Man. Now first the shades of night descend, since to the wilds our steps we bend. Joy to thee, brother, do not grieve, for our dear home and all we leave. The woods unpeopled seem to weep around us as they attendants creep, or fly to lair and den and nest, both bird and beast, to seek their rest. Methinks Ayodhya's royal town, where dwells my sire of high renown, with all her men and dames tonight, will mourn us vanished from their sight. For by his virtues won they cling, in the fond affection to their king, and thee and me, O brave and true, and Bharat and Satrughna too. I for my sire and mother feel deep sorrow over my bosom steal, lest mourning us, oppressed with fears, they blind their eyes with endless tears. Yet Bharat's duteous love will show sweet comfort in their hours of woe, and with kind words their hearts sustain, suggesting duty, bliss, and gain. I mourn my parents now no more, I count dear Bharat's virtues over, and his kind love and care dispel the doubts I had, and all is well. And thou thy duty wouldst not shun, and following me hast nobly done. Else bravest I should need a band around my wife as guard to stand. On this first night my thirst to slake, some water only will I take. Thus, brother, thus my will decides, though varied store the wood provides. Thus having said to Lakshman he, addressed in turn Sumantra, Be most diligent tonight, my friend, and with due care thy horses tend. The sun had set, Sumantra tied his noble horses side by side, gave store of grass with liberal hand, and rested near them on the strand. Each paid the holy evening rite, and when around them fell the night, the charioteer, with Lakshman's aid, a lowly bed for Rama laid. To Lakshman Rama bade adieu, and then by Sita's side he threw his limbs upon the leafy bed, their care upon the bank had spread. When Lakshman saw the couple slept, still on the strand his watch he kept, still with Sumantra there conversed, and Rama's varied gifts rehearsed. All night he watched, nor sought repose, till on the earth the sun arose. With him Sumantra stayed awake, and still of Rama's virtues spake. Thus, near the river's grassy shore, whose herds unnumbered wandered over, repose untroubled Rama found, and all the people lay around. The glorious hero left his bed, looking on the sleeping crowd, and said, to Lakshman, whom its lucky line marked out for bliss with surest sign. O brother Lakshman, look on these, reclining at the roots of trees, all care of house and home resigned, caring for us with heart and mind. These people of the city yearn to see us to our home return. To quit their lives will they consent, but never leave their firm intent. Come, while they all unconscious sleep, let us upon the chariot leap, and swiftly on our journey speed, where not our progress may impede, that these fond citizens who roam far from Ikshaku's ancient home, no more may sleep beneath bush and tree, falling still for love of me. A prince with tender care should heal the self-brought woes his people feel, and never let his subjects share the burden he is forced to bear. Then Lakshman to the chief replied, who stood like justice by his side, "They read, O sage, I will command, without delay the car ascend." Then Rama to Sumantra spoke, "Thy rapid steeds I pray thee yoke, hence to the forest will I go, away my lord, and be not slow." Sumantra, urged to utmost speed, yoked to the car each generous steed, and then with hand to hand applied, he came before the chief and cried, "Hail, prince, whom mighty arms adorn! Hail, bravest of the chariot born! With Sita and thy brother thou mayst mount, the car is ready now." The hero clomb the car with haste, his bow and gear within were placed, and quick the eddying flood he passed, of Tamasa, whose waves ran fast. Soon as he touched the farther side, that strong-armed hero glorified, he found a road both wide and clear, where even the timid knot could fear. Then, that the crowd might be misled, thus Rama to Sumantra said, "Speed not a while, then hasten back, returning in thy former track, that so the people may not learn the course I follow, drive and turn." Sumantra at the chief's behest, quick to the task himself addressed, then near to Rama came and showed the chariot ready for the road. With Sita then the princely two, who over the line of Raghu trew, a glory ever bright and new, upon the chariot stood. Sumantra fast and faster drove his horses, who in fleetness drove still onward to the distant grove, the hermit-haunted wood. Canto 47. The Citizen's Return. The people, when the morn shone fair, arose to find no Rama there. Then fear and numbing grief subdued the senses of the multitude. Their woe-born tears were running fast, as all around their eyes they cast, and sadly looked, but found no trace of Rama, searching every place. Bereft of Rama, good and wise, with drooping cheer and weeping eyes, each woe-distracted sage gave vent to sorrow in his wild lament. Woe what the sleep that stole our sins, with its beguiling influence, that now will look in vain for him, of the broad chest and stalwart limb. How could the strong-armed hero thus, deceiving all, abandon us? His people so devoted see, yet to the woods a hermit flee. How can he want our hearts to cheer, as a fond sire his children dear? How can the pride of Raghu's race fly from us to some desert place? Here let us all for that prepare, or on the last grey journey fare. Of Rama our dear Lord bereft, what profit in our lives is left? Huge trunks of trees around us lie, with roots and branches sere and dry. Come, let us set these logs on fire, and throw our bodies on the pyre. What shall we speak? How can we say? We followed Rama on his way, the mighty chief whose arm is strong, who sweetly speaks, who thinks no wrong. Ayodhya's town with sorrow dumb, without our Lord will see us come, and hopeless misery will strike, elder and child and dame alike. For to that peerless chief we came, whose mighty heart desired the same. How, reft of him we love, shall we, returning there, the town to see? Complaining thus, with varied cry, they tossed their aged arms on high, and their sad hearts with grief were wrung, like cows who sorrow for their young. A while they followed on the road, which traces of his chariot showed, but when at length those traces failed, a deep despair their hearts assailed. The chariot marks no more discerned, the hopeless sages backward turned. Ah, what is this? What can we more? Fate stops the way and all is over. With wearied hearts, in grief and shame, they took the road by which they came, and reached Ayodhya city where, from side to side, was naught but care. With troubled spirits quite cast down, they looked upon the royal town, and from their eyes, oppressed with war, their tears again began to flow. Of Rama reft, the city wore no look of beauty as before, like a dull river or a lake, by Garur robed of every snake, dark, dismal as the moonless sky, or as a sea whose bed is dry, so sad, to every pleasure dead, they saw the town disquieted. On to their houses high and vast, where stores of precious wealth were massed, the melancholy Brahmins passed, their hearts with anguish cleft. Aloof from all, they came not near, to stranger or to kinsman dear, showing in faces blank and drear, that not one joy was left. Canto 48. The Women's Lament. When those who fought with Rama went back to the town their steps had bent, it seemed that death had touched and chilled those hearts with piercing sorrow filled. Each to his several mansion came, and cowed by children and his dame, from his sad eyes the water shade, that over his cheek in torrents spread. All joy was fled, oppressed with cares, no bustling trader showed his wares, each shop had lost its brilliant look, its householder forbore to cook. No hand with joy its earnings told, none cared to win a wealth of gold, and scarce the youthful mother smiled to see her first, her newborn child. In every house a woman wailed, and her returning lord assailed, with keen taunt piercing like the steel that bids the tusked monster kneel. What now to them is wedded dame? What house and home and dearest aim? Or son, or bliss, or gathered store, whose eyes on Rama look no more? There is but one in all the earth, one man alone of real worth, Lakshman who follows true and good, Rama with Sita through the wood. Made holy for all time with him, its pool and fountain, lake and stream, if great Kakutsta's son shall choose their water for his birth to use. Its forest, dark with lovely trees, shall eon Kakutsta's son to please, its mountain peak and woody hill, its mighty flood and mazy rill, its rocky height, its shady grove, where the blessed feet of Rama rove, shall gladly welcome with the best of all they have their honored guest, the trees that clustering blossoms bear, and bright-hued buds to jam their hair. The heart of Rama shall delight, and cheer him on the breezy height. For him the upland slopes will show the fairest roots and fruit that grow, and all their wealth before him fling, ere the due hour of ripening. For him its earth-uploading hill, its crystal water shall distil, and all its flood shall be displayed in many a thousand-hued cascade. Where Rama stands is naught to fear, no danger comes if he be near, for all who live on him depend, the world's support and lord and friend. Ere into distant wilds he stray, let us to Rama speed away, for its reward on those will wait, who serve a Prince of souls so great. We will attend on Sita dear, be Raghu's son your special care. The city dames with grief distressed, thus once again their lords addressed. Rama shall be your guard and guide, and Sita will for us provide, for who would care to linger here, where all is sad and dark and drear? Who mid the mourners hope for bliss, in a poor soulless town like this? If Queen Kaike's treacherous sin our Lord expelled, the kingdom win, we heed not sons or golden store, our life itself we prize no more. If she, seduced by lust of sway, her lord and son could cast away, whom would she leave unharmed, the base defiler of our royal race? We swear it by our children dear, we will not dwell as servants here. If Queen Kaike live to reign, we will not in her realm remain. Bowed down by her oppressive hand, the helpless, lordless, godless land, cursed for Kaike's guilt will fall, and swift destruction seize it all. For Rama forced from home to fly, the king his sire will surely die, and when the king has breathed his last, ruin will doubtless follow fast. Sad, robbed of merits, drug the cup, and drink the poisoned mixture up, or share the exiled Rama's lot, or seek some land that knows her not. No reason but a false pretense drove Rama, Sita, and Lakshman hence, and we to Bharat have been given, like cattle to the shambles driven. While in each house the women pained, at loss of Rama still complained, sank to his rest the Lord of Day, and night through all the sky held sway. The fires of worship all were cold, no text was hummed, no tale was told, and shades of midnight gloom came down, enveloping the mournful town. Still, sick at heart, the women shed, as for a son or husband fled, for Rama tears disquieted. No child was loved as he, and all Ayodhya where the feast, music and song and dance had ceased, and merriment and glee. Where every merchant's store was closed, the earth its glittering wares exposed, was like a dried up sea. End of Cantos 46, 47, and 48. Cantos 49 to 51 of Book 2 of the Ramayan of VALMIKI, translated by Ralph T. H. Griffith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by om123. Canto 49. The Crossing of the Rivers. Now Rama, ere the night was fled, over many a league of road had sped, till as his course he onward held, the morn the shades of night dispelled. The rites of holy dawn he paid, and all the country round surveyed. He saw, as still he hurried through, with steeds which swift as arrows flew, hamlets and groves with blossoms fair, and fields which showed the tiller's care, while from the clustered dwellings near, the words of patience reached his ear. Fie on our Lord the King, whose soul is yielded up to love's control. Fie on the vile Kaikeyi, shame on that malicious sinful dame, who keenly bent on cruel deeds, no bounds of right and virtue heeds, but with her wicked art has sent so good a prince to banishment, wise, tender-hearted, ruling well, his senses in the woods to dwell. Ah, cruel king, his heart of steel, for his own son no love could feel, who with the sinless Rama parts, the darling of the people's hearts. These words he heard the peasants say, who dwelt in hamlets by the way, and lord of all the realm by right, through Koshala pursued his flight. Through the auspicious flood at last, of Bedasruti stream he passed, and onward to the place his pet, by Saint Agastya tenanted. Still on for many an hour he hied, and crossed the stream whose cooling tide rolls onward till she meets the sea. The hard-frequented Gomati, borne by his rapid horses over, he reached that river's farthest shore, and Sandhikas, whose swan-loved dream, resounded with the peacock's scream. Then as he journeyed on his road, to his Videhan bride he showed the populous land which Manu old to King Ikshaku gave to hold. The glorious prince, the lord of man, looked on the charioteer, and then, voiced like a wild swan, loud and clear, he spake these words and bade him hear. When shall I, with returning feet, my father and my mother meet? When shall I lead the hunt once more, in bloomy woods on Sarayu's shore? Most eagerly I long to ride, urging the chase on Sarayu's side. For royal saints have seen no blame in this the monarch's matchless game. Thus speeding on, no rest or stay, Ikshaku's son pursued his way. Oft his sweet voice the silence broke, and thus on varied themes he spoke. Canto 50. The Halt under the Ingudi. So through the wide and fair extent of Koshala the hero went. Then toward Ayodhya back he gazed, and cried with suppliant hands upraised, Farewell, dear city, first in place, protected by Kakutsta's rays, and gods who in thy temples dwell, and keep thine ancient citadel. I from this debt my sire will free, thy well-loved towers again will see, and coming from my wild retreat, my mother and my father meet. Then burning grief inflamed his eye, as his right arm he raised on high, and while hot tears his cheek bedewed, addressed the mournful multitude. By love and tender pity moved, your love for me you well have proved. Now turn again with joy and win, success in all your hands begin. Before the high-souled chief they bent, with circling steps around him went, and then with bitter wailing they departed each his several way. Like the great sun engulfed by night, the hero sped beyond their sight, while still the people mourned his fate, and wept aloud disconsolate. The car-born chieftain passed the bound of Koshala's delightful ground, where grain and riches bless the land, and people give with liberal hand, a lovely realm unvexed by fear, where countless shrines and stakes appear, where mango groves and gardens grow, and streams of pleasant water flow, where dwells content a well-fed race, and countless kind the meadows grace. Filled with the voice of praise and power, each hamlet what a monarch's care, before him tree-pated Ganga rolled, her heavenly waters bright and cold. Over her pure breast no weeds were spread, her banks were hermit visited, the car-born hero saw the tide, that ran with eddies multiplied. And thus the charioteer addressed, "Here on the bank today we rest, not distant from the river see. There grows a lofty ingudi, with blossoms thick on every spray. There rest we, charioteer, today. I on the queen of floods will gaze, whose holy stream has highest praise, where deer and bird and glittering snake, god Daitya bade their pastime take." Sumantra Lakshman gave assent, and with the steeds they thither went. When Rama reached the lovely tree, with Sita and with Lakshman he alighted from the car with speed. Sumantra loosened each weary steed, and hand to hand in reverence laid, stood near to Rama in the shade. Rama's dear friend, renowned by fame, who of Nishada lineage came, Guha, the mighty chief adored, through all the land as sovereign lord, soon as he heard the prince renowned was resting on Nishada ground, beguiled by counsellor and peer, and many an honored friend drew near. Soon as the monarch came in view, Rama and Lakshman toward him flew. Then Guha, at the sight distressed, his arms around the hero pressed, laid both his hands upon his head, bowed to those lotus feet, and said, "O Rama, make thy wishes known, and be this kingdom as thine own. Who, mighty armed, will ever see a guest so dear as thou to me?" He placed before him dainty fare, of every flavour rich and rare, brought forth the gift for honoured guest, and thus again the chief addressed. "Welcome, dear prince, whose arms are strong, these lands and all to thee belong. Thy servants we, our lords art thou. Begin, good king, thine empire now. See, various food before thee placed, and cups to drink and sweets to taste. For thee soft beds are hither borne, and for thy horses grass and corn." To Guha, as he pressed and prayed, thus Raghu's son his answer made, "It was I, thy care, my heart to please, with honour, love, and courtesies, and friendship brings thee now to greet thy guest thus humbly on thy feet." Again the hero spake as round the king his shapely arms he owned, "Guha, I see that all is well with thee and those who with thee dwell, that health and bliss and wealth attend thy realm, thyself, and every friend. But all these friendly gifts of thine, bound to refuse, I must decline. Grass, bark, and hide my only wear, and woodland roots and fruit my fare. On duty all my heart is set, I seek the woods and anchor at. A little grass and corn to feed the horses, this is all I need. So by this favour, king alone, shall honour due to me be shown. For these good steeds who brought me here are to my sire supremely dear, and kind attention paid to these will honour me and highly please." Then Guha quickly bade his train give water to the steeds and grain, and Rama, ere the night grew dark, paid evening rites in dress of bark, and tasted water on the strand, drawn from the stream by Lakshman's hand. And Lakshman with observance meet bathed his beloved brother's feet, who rested with his Maithili spouse, then set him down beneath distant boughs. And Guha with his bow sat near to Lakshman and the charioteer, and with the prince conversing kept his faithful watch while Rama slept. As Dasharatha's glorious heir, of lofty soul and wisdom rare, reclining with his Sita dear beside the river lay, he who no troubles ever had seen, whose life a life of bliss had been, that night beneath the branches green passed pleasantly away.
Canto 51. Lakshman's Lament. As Lakshman still his vigil held, by unaffected love impelled, Guha, whose heart does sight distress, with words like these the prince addressed. Beloved youth, this pleasant bed was brought for thee is spread. On this, my friend, thine eyelids close, and heal fatigue with sweet repose. My men are all to labour trained, but hardship thou hast never sustained. All we do this night our watch will keep, and guard Kakusta's son asleep. In all the world there breathes not one more dear to me than Raghu's son. The words I speak, heroic youth, are true, I swear it by my truth. Through his dear grace supreme renown, will, so I trust, my wishes crown, so shall my life rich store obtain, of merit blessed with joy and gain. While Raghu's son and Sita lie, entranced in happy slumber, I will, with my trusty bow in hand, guard my dear friend with all my band. To me, who oft these forests range, is not therein or new or strange, I could with equal might oppose a fourfold army led by foes. Then royal Lakshman made reply, with thee to stand as guardian nigh, whose faithful soul regards the right, fearless we well might rest tonight. But how, when Rama lays his head with Sita on his lowly bed, how can I sleep, how can I care for life or aught that is bright and fair? Behold the conquering chief whose might is match for gods and fiends in fight. With Sita now he rests his head, asleep on grass beneath him spread. Won by devotion, text and prayer, and many a rite performed with care. Chief of our father's sons he shines, well marked like him with favoring signs. Brief, brief the monarch's life will be, now his dear son is forced to flee, and quickly will the widowed state mourn for her lord disconsolate. Each mourner there has wept her fill, the cries of anguish now are still. In the king's hall each dame overcome, with weariness of war is dumb. The first sad night of grief I win, will do to death each sorrowing queen. Scarce is Kaushalya left alive, my mother too can scarce survive. If when a heart is fain to break, she lingers for Satrughna's sake, Kaushalya, mother of the chief, must sink beneath the chilling grief. That town, whose countless thousands feel, whose hearts with love for Rama thrill, the world's delight so rich and fair, grieved for the king, his death will share. The hopes he fondly cherished, crushed, Ayodhya's throne to Rama lost, with mournful cries, too late, too late. The king Messiah will meet his fate. And when Messiah has passed away, most happy in their lot are they, allowed with every pious care, part in his funeral rites to bear. And oh, may we with joy at last, these years of forest exile past, turn to Ayodhya's town to dwell, with him who keeps his promise well. While thus the hero mighty souled, in wild lament his sorrow told, faint with the load that on him lay, the hours of darkness passed away. And thus the prince, impelled by zeal for his loved brother, prompt to feel strong yearnings for the people's will, his words of truth outspake. King Guha grieved to see his woe, heart-stricken gave his tears to flow, tormented by the common blow, sad as a wounded snake. End of Cantos 49, 50 and 51. Cantos 52 to 54 of Book 2 of the Ramayan of VALMIKI, translated by Ralph T. H. Griffith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by om123. Canto 52. The Crossing of Ganga. Soon as the shades of night had fled, uprising from his lowly bed, Rama the famous, broad of chest, his brother Lakshman thus addressed. Now swift upsprings the Lord of Light, and fled is venerable night. The dark-winged bird, the quail now, is calling from the topmost bough, and sounding from the thicket nigh, is heard the peacock's early cry. Come across the flood that seeks the sea,
the swiftly flowing Jahnavi. King Guha heard his speech, agreed, and called his minister with speed. A boat, he cried, swift, strong, and fair, with rudder, oars, and man prepare, and place it ready by the shore, to bear the pilgrims quickly over. Thus Guha spake, his followers all besteered them at their master's call, then told the king that ready manned a gay boat waited near the strand. Then Guha, hand to hand applied, with reverence thus to Rama cried, the boat is ready by the shore, how, tell me, can I aid thee more? O Lord of man, it waits for thee, to cross the flood that seeks the sea. O godlike keeper of thy vow, embark, the boat is ready now. Then Rama, Lord of glory high, thus to King Guha made reply, thanks for thy gracious care, my lord. Now let the gear be placed on board, its bow-armed chief in mail and cast, bound sword and quiver to their west, and then with Sita near them hide, down the broad river's shelving side. Then with raised palms the charioteer, in lowly reverence drawing near, cried thus to Rama, good and true. Now what remains for me to do? With his right hand, while answering, the hero touched his friend. Go back, he said, and on the king with watchful care attend. Thus far, Sumantra, thou wast guide. Now to Ayodhya town, he cried. Hence seek with living steeds and car, on foot the wood that stretches far. Sumantra, when with grieving heart, he heard the hero bid him part, thus to the bravest of the brave, Ikshaku's son, his answer gave. In all the world, man tell of naught, to match thy deed by hero's wrath, thus with thy brother and thy wife, troll-like to lead a forest life. To meet reward of fruit repays, thy holy law, thy saint-like days, thy tender soul, the love of truth, if war like this afflicts thy youth. Thou roaming under forest boughs, with thy dear brother and thy spouse, shalt richer meed of glory gain, than if three worlds confessed thy reign. Sad is our fate, O Rama, we, abandoned and repelled by thee, must serve as trolls Kaikeyi's will, imperious, wicked, born to ill. Thus cried the faithful charioteer, as Raghu's son in reed his peer was fast departing on his road, and long his tears of anguish flowed. But Rama, when those tears were dried, his lips with water purified, and in soft accents sweet and clear, again addressed the charioteer. I find no heart, my friend, like thine, so faithful to Ikshaku's line. Still fast in view this object keep, that never for me my sire may weep, for he, the world's far-ruling king, is old, and wild with sorrow's sting. With love's great burden, worn and weak, deem this the cause that thus I speak, whatever the high-souled king decrees, his loved Kaikeyi's heart to please. Here be his order what it may, without dimmer thou must obey. For this alone, great monarchs reign, that never a wish be formed in vain. Then, O Sumantra, well provide, that by no check the king be tried. Nor let his heart in sorrow pine, this care, my faithful friend, be thine. The honored king my father greet, and thus for me my words repeat. To him whose senses are controlled, untired till now by grief and old, I, Sita Lakshman, sorrow not, O monarch, for our altered Lord. The same to us if here we roam, or if Ayodhya be our home. The 14 years will quickly fly, the happy hour will soon be nigh, when thou, my lord, again shalt see Lakshman, the Maital dame, and me. Thus having soothed, O charioteer, my father and my mother dear, let all the queens my message learn, but to Kaikeyi chiefly turn. With loving blessings from the tree, from Lakshman, Sita, and from me, my mother, Queen Kaushalya, greet, with reverence to her sacred feet. And at this prayer of mine, O king, send quickly forth and Bharat bring, and set him on the royal throne, which thy decree has made his own. When he upon the throne is placed, when thy fond arms are round him laced, thine aged heart will cease to ache with bitter pangs for Rama's sake. And say to Bharat, see thou treat the queens with all observance meet. What care the king receives the same, show thou alike to every dame. Obedience to thy father's will, who chooses thee the throne to fill, will earn for thee a store of bliss, both in the world to come and this. Thus Rama bade Sumantra go, with thoughtful care instructed so. Sumantra all his message heard, and spake again by patience stirred. Oh, should deep feeling mar in aught the speech by fond devotion taught, forgive whatever I wildly speak. My love is strong, my tongue is weak. How shall I, if deprived of thee, return that mournful town to see, where sick at heart the people are, because their Rama roams afar? Woe will be theirs too deep to brook, when on the empty car they look, as when from hosts whose chiefs are slain, one charioteer comes home again. This very day I win his food, forsworn by all the multitude. Thinking that thou, with hosts to aid, art dwelling in the wildwood shade, the great despair, the shriek of war, they uttered when they saw thee go, will, when I come with none beside, 100-fold be multiplied. How to Kausalya can I say, O Queen, I took thy son away, and with thy brother left him well. Weep not for him, but thy woe dispel. So false a tale I cannot frame, yet how speak truth and grieve the dame? How shall these horses, fleet and bold, whom not a hand but mine can hold, bear others, wont to while the car, wherein Ikshaku's children are? Without thee, prince, I cannot, no, I cannot to Ayodhya go. Then deign, O Rama, to relent, and let me share thy banishment. But if no prayers can move thy heart, if thou wilt quit me and depart, the flames shall end my car and me, deserted thus and reft of thee. In the wild wood, when foes are near, when dangers check thy vows austere, borne in my car will I attend, all danger and all care to end. For thy dear sake I love the skill that guides the steed and curbs his will, and soon a forest life will be as pleasant for my love of thee. And if these horses near thee dwell, and serve thee in the forest well, they for their service will not miss the due reward of highest bliss. Thine orders, as with thee I stray, will I with heart and head obey, prepared for thee without a sigh, to lose Ayodhya or the sky. As one defiled with hideous sun, I nevermore can pass within Ayodhya, city of our king, unless beside me thee I bring. One wish is mine, I ask no more, that when thy banishment is over, I in my car may bear my lord, triumphant to his home restored. The 14 years, if spent with thee, will swift as light-winged moments flee, but the same years, without thee told, were magnified 100-fold. Do not, kind Lord, thy servant leave, who to his master's son would cleave, and the same path with him pursue, devoted, tender, just and true. Again Sumantra made his varied plaint, and wept and prayed, him Raghu's son, whose tender breast felt for his servants thus addressed. O faithful servant, well my heart knows how to attached and true thou art. Hear thou the words I speak, and know why to the town I bid thee go. Soon as Kaikeyi, youngest queen, thy coming to the town has seen, no doubt will then her mind oppress that Rama roams the wilderness. And so the dame, her heart content, with proof of Rama's banishment, will doubt the virtuous king no more, as faithless to the oath he swore. Chief of my cares is this, that she, youngest amid the queens, may see Bharat her son securely reign over rich Ayodhya's a wide domain. For mine and for the monarch's sake, do thou thy journey homeward take, and as I bade, repeat each word that from my lips thou here hast heard. Thus spake the prince, and strove to cheer the sad heart of the charioteer, and then to royal Guha said these words most wise and spirited. Guha, dear friend, it is not meet that people throng my calm retreat, for I must live a strict recluse, and mould my life by hermit's years. I know the ancient rule accept, by good ascetics gladly kept. I go, bring fig tree juice that I in matted coils my hair may tie. Quick Guha hastened to produce for the king's son that sacred juice. Then Rama of his long locks made, and Lakshman's too the hermit braid. And the two royal brothers there, with coats of bark and matted hair, transformed in lovely likeness stood, to hermit saints who loved the wood. So Rama with his brother bold, a pious anchorite enrolled, obeyed the vow which hermits take, and to his friend King Guha spake. May people treasure army share, and fenced forts thy constant care. Attend to all supremely hard, the sovereign's task to watch and guard. Ikshaku's son, the good and brave, this last farewell to Guha gave, and then with Lakshman and his bride, determined on his way he hied. Soon as he viewed upon the shore, the bark prepared to waft them over, impetuous Ganga's rolling tide, to Lakshman thus the chieftain cried, Brother and bark, thy hand extend, thy gentle aid to Sita lend, with care her trembling footsteps guide, and place the lady by thy side. When Lakshman heard, prepared to aid, his brother's words he swift obeyed. Within the bark he placed the dame, then to her side the hero came. Next Lakshman's elder brother, Lord, of brightest glory, went on board, breathing a prayer for blessings, meet, for priest or warrior to repeat. Then he and Carbon Lakshman bent, well placed, their heads most reverent, their hands with Sita having dipped, as scripture beads and water seeped. Farewell to wise Sumantra said, and Guha with the train he led. So Rama took on board his stand, and urged the vessel from the land. Then swift, by vigorous arms impelled, her onward course the vessel held, and guided by the helmsman true, the dashing waves of Ganga flew. Halfway across the flood they came, when Sita, free from spot and blame, her reverent hands together pressed, the goddess of the stream addressed. May the great chieftain here who springs from Dasarat, best of kings, protected by thy care, fulfill his prudent father's royal will. When in the forest he has spent his 14 years of banishment, with his dear brother and with me, his home again my lord shall see. Returning on that blissful day, I will to thee mine offerings pay, dear queen, whose waters gently flow, who canst all blessed gifts bestow. For, three-petted queen, though wandering here, thy waves descend from Brahma's fair, spouse of the god over floods supreme, though rolling here thy glorious stream. To thee, fair queen, my head shall bend, to thee shall hymns of praise ascend, when my brave lord shall turn again, and joyful over his kingdom reign, to win thy grace, O queen divine, 100,000 fairest kine, and precious robes and finest meal, among the Brahmans will I deal. 100 jars of wine shall flow, when to my home, O queen, I go. With these and flesh and corn and rice, will I delighted sacrifice its hallowed spot, its holy shrine, that stands on these fair shores of thine. Its fane and altar on thy banks shall share my offerings and thanks. With me and Lakshman, free from harm, may he, the blameless, strong of arm, reseek Ayodhya from the wild, O blameless lady undefiled. As praying for her husband's sake, the faultless dame to Ganga spake. To the right bank the vessel flew, with her whose heart was right and true. Soon as the bark had crossed the wave, the lion leader of the brave, leaving the vessel on the strand, with wife and brother leapt to land. Then Rama thus the prince addressed, who filled with joy Sumitra's breast. Be thine alike to God and aid, in people's path, in lonely shade. Do thou, Sumitra's son, proceed, let Sita walk where thou shalt lead. Behind you both my place shall be, to guard the maternal dame and thee. For she, to war a stranger yet, no toil or grief till now has met. The fair Videhan will essay the pains of forest life today. Today her tender feet must tread rough rocky wilds around her spread. No tilt is there, no gardens grow, no crowding people come and go. The hero ceased, and Lakshman led, obedient to the words he said, and Sita followed him, and then came Raghu's bride, the lord of man. With Sita walking over the sand, They sought the forest, bow in hand, but still their lingering glances trail, where yet Sumatra stood in view. Sumatra, when his watchful eye the royal youths no more could spy, turned from the spot wherein he stood, homeward would go her from the wood. Still on the brothers forced their way, where sweet birds sang on every spray. Those cars the eye a path could find, mid flowering trees where creepers twined. Far on the princely brothers pressed, and stayed their feet at length to rest, beneath a fig tree's mighty shade, with countless pendant shoots displayed. Reclining there a while at ease, they saw not far beneath fair trees a lake with many a lotus bright, that bore the name of lovely sight. Rama his wife's attention drew, and Lakshman stood a charming view. Look, brother, look, how fair the flood glows with the lotus flower and bud. They drank the water fresh and clear, and with their shafts they slew a deer. A fire of boughs they made in haste, and in the flame the meat they placed. So Raghu's sons with Sita shared the hunter's meal their hands prepared, then counselled that the spreading tree their shelter and their home should be. Canto 53. Rama's Lament. When evening rites were duly paid, reclined beneath the leafy shade, to Lakshman thus spake Rama best of those who glad a people's breast. Now the first night has closed the day that saw us from our country stray, and parted from the charioteer. Yet grieve not thou, my brother dear. Henceforth by night, when others sleep, must we our careful vigil keep, watching for Sita's welfare thus, for her dear life depends on us. Bring me the leaves that lie around, and spread them here upon the ground, that we on lowly beds may lie, and let in talk the night go by. So on the ground with leaves overspread, he who should press a royal bed, Rama with Lakshman thus conversed, and many a pleasant tale rehearsed. This night the king, he cried, alas, in broken sleep will sadly pass. Kaikeyi now content should be, for mistress of her wish is she. So fiercely she for empire yearns, that when her Bharat home returns, she in her greed may even bring destruction on our lord the king. What can he do, in feeble eld, reft of all aid and me expelled, his soul enslaved by love a thrall, obedient to Kaikeyi's call? As does I muse upon his woe, and all his wisdoms overthrow, love is, methinks, of greater might, to steer the heart than gain and right. For who in wisdom's law untaught could by a beauty's prayer be bought, to quiet his own obedient son, who loves him as Messiah has done? Bharat, Kaikeyi's child alone, will with his wife enjoy the throne, and blissfully his rule maintain over happy Koshala's domain. To Bharat's single lot will fall the kingdom and the power and all, when fails the king from length of days, and Rama in the forest strays. Whoever, neglecting right and gain, lets conquering love his soul and chain, to him, like Dasarat's lot, comes woe with feet that tarry not. Methinks at last the royal dame, dear Lakshman, has secured her aim, to see at once her husband dead, her son enthroned, and Rama fled. Ah me, I fear, lest borne away by frenzy of success, she slay Kaushalya through her wicked hate, of me bereft, disconsolate. Or her who I for me has striven, Sumitra, to devotion given. Hence, Lakshman, to Ayodhya speed, returning in the hour of need. With Sita I my steps will bend, where Dandak's mighty woods extend. No guardian has Kaushalya now. Oh, be her friend or guardian thou. Strong hate may vile Kaikeyi lead to many a base unrighteous deed, treading my mother beneath her feet, when Bharat holds the royal seat. Sure, in some antenatal time, were children, by Kaushalya's crime, torn from their mother's arms away, and hence she mounts this evil day. She for her child no toil would spare, tending me long with pain and care. Now in the hour of fruitage she has lost that son, oh woe is me. O Lakshman, may no matron ever a son so doomed to sorrow bear, as I my mother's heart who rend with anguish that can never end. The Sarika methinks possessed more love than glows in Rama's breast, who, as the tale is told to us, address the stricken parrot thus: Parrot, the capturer's talons tear, while yet alone thou flutterest there, before his mouth has closed on me. So cried the bird, herself to free. Reft of a son in childless woe, my mother's tears for ever flow. Ill-fated, doomed with grief to strive, what aid can she from me derive? Pressed down by care, she cannot rise from sorrow's flood wherein she flies. In righteous wrath, my single arm could with my bow protect from harm Ayodhya's town and all the art. But what is hero prowess world? Lest breaking duty's law I sin, and lose the heaven I strive to win, the forest life today I choose, and kingly state and power refuse. Thus mourning in that lonely spot, the troubled chief bewailed his lot, and filled with tears his eyes ran over, then silent sat, and spake no more. To him when ceased his loud lament, like fire whose brilliant might is spent, or the great sea when sleeps the waves, thus Lakshman consolation gave. Chief of the brave, who bear the bow, even now Ayodhya sunk in war, by thy departure reft of light, is gloomy as the moonless night. Unfit it seems that thou, O chief, shouldst so afflict thy soul with grief, so with thou Sita's heart consign to deep despair as well as mine. Not I, O Raghu's son, nor she, could live 1 hour deprived of thee. We were without thine arm to save, like flesh deserted by the wave. Although my mother dear to meet, Satrugna and the king were sweet, on them or heaven to feed mine eye were nothing if thou wert not by. Sitting at ease, their glances fell upon the beds constructed well, and there the sons of virtue laid their limbs beneath the fig tree's shade. Canto 54. Bharadwaja's Hermitage. So there that night the heroes spent, under the boughs that over them bent, and when the sun his glory spread, upstarting from the place they sped, on to that spot they made their way, through the dense wood that round them lay, where Yamuna's swift waters glide, to blend with Ganga's holy tide. Charmed with the prospect ever new, the glorious heroes wandered through, full many a spot of pleasant ground, rejoicing as they grazed around, with eager eye and heart at ease, on countless sorts of flowery trees. And now the day was half o'er sped, when thus to Lakshman Rama said: There, there, dear brother, turn thine eye, see near Prayag that smoke arise, the banner of our Lord of Flames, the dwelling of some saint proclaims. Near to that place our steps we bend, where Yamuna and Ganga blend. I hear and mark the deafening row, when chafing floods together pour. See, near us on the ground are left dry logs by laboring woodmen cleft, and the tall trees that blossom near Saint Bharadwaja's home appear. The bow-armed princess onward passed, and as the sun was sinking fast, they reached the hermit's dwelling set, near where the rushing waters met. The presence of the warrior scared the deer and the birds as on he fared, and struck them with unwonted war. Then Bharadwaja's cot they saw. The high-souled hermit soon as they found, guarded by his dear disciples round, calm saint, whose vows had well been wrought, whose fervent rites keen sight had barred. Duly had flames of worship blazed, when Rama on the hermit gazed, his suppliant hands the hero raised, drew nearer to the holy man, with his companions and began, declaring both his name and race, and why they sought that distant place. Saint, Dasarath's children we, Rama and Lakshman, come to thee. This my good wife from Janak springs, the best of fair Videha's kings. Through lonely wilds a faultless dame, to this pure grove with me she came. My younger brother follows still, me banished by my father's will. Sumitra's son, bound by a vow, he roams the wood beside me now. Sent by my father forth to rove, we seek, O saint, some holy grove, where leaves of hermits we may lead, and upon fruits and berries feed. When Bharadwaj, prudent souled, had heard the prince his tale unfold, water he bade them bring, a bowl, and honor gifts in dishes full, and drink and food of varied taste, berries and roots before him placed, and then the great ascetic showed a cottage for the guest's abode. The saint these honors gladly paid to Rama, who had thither strayed, then compassed sat by birds and deer, and many a hermit resting near. The prince received the service kind, and sat him down rejoiced in mind. Then Bharadwaj silence broke, and thus the words of duty spoke. Kakutsta's royal son, that thou hadst sought this grove I knew ere now. Mine ears have heard thy story, sent without a scene to banishment. Behold, O prince, this ample space, near where the mingling floods embrace, holy and beautiful and clear. Dwell with us, and be happy here. By Bharadwaja thus addressed, Rama, whose kind and tender breast all living things would bless and save, in gracious words his answer gave. My honored lord, this tranquil spot, fair home of hermits, suits me not, for all the neighboring people here will seek us when they know me near, with eager wish to look on me, and the Videhan deign to see. A crowd of rustics will intrude upon the holy solitude. Provide, O gracious Lord, I pray, some quiet home that lies away, where my Videhan spouse may dwell, tasting the bliss deserved so well. The hermit heard the prayer he made, a while in earnest thought he stayed, and then in words like these expressed his answer to the chief's request. 10 leagues away there stands a hill, where thou mayst live, if such thy will, a holy mount exceeding fair. Great saints have made their dwelling there. Their great langurs in thousands play, the bears amid the thicket stray. Wide known by Chitrakota's name, it rivals Gandhamadhan's fame. Long as the man that hill who seeks gazes upon its sacred peaks, to holy things his soul he gives, and pure from thought of evil lives. There, while 100 autumns fled, has many a saint with weary head spent his pure life and won the prize by deep devotion in disguise. Best home, I ween, if such retreat far from the ways of man be sweet, or let the years of exile flee here in this hermitage with me. Thus Bharadwaja spake, and trained in law of duty entertained the princess and the dame, and pressed his friendly gifts on every guest. Thus to Prayag the hero went, thus saw the saint preeminent, and varied speeches heard and said. Then holy night over heaven was spread, and Rama took by toil oppressed with Sita and his brother rest. And so the night with sweet content in Bharadwaja's grove was spent. But when the dawn dispelled the night, Rama approached the anchorite, and thus addressed the holy sire, whose glory shone like candle fire. Well have we spent, O truthful sage, the night within thy hermitage. Now let my lord his guests permit, for their new home his grove to quit. Then, as he saw the morning break, in answer Bharadwaj spake, Go forth to Chitrakota's hill, where berries grow and sweets distill. Full well I deem that home will suit thee, Rama, strong and resolute. Go forth and Chitrakuta seek, famed mountain of the varied peak. In the wild woods that guard him round, all creatures of the sage are found. Thou in the glades shalt see appear vast herds of elephants and deer. With Sita there shalt thou delight to gaze upon the woody height. There with expanding heart to look on river, tableland, and brook, and see the foaming torrent rave, impetuous from the mountain cave. Auspicious hill, where all day long the lapwings cry their coiled song, make all who listen gay. Where all is fresh and fair to see, where elephants and deer roam free, there as a hermit stay. End of Cantos 52, 53, and 54. Cantos 55 to 57 of Book 2 of the Ramayan of VALMIKI, translated by Ralph T. H. Griffith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
Recording by om123. Canto 55. The Passage of Yamuna. The princely tamers of their foes thus passed the night in calm repose. Then to the hermit having bent, with reverence on their way they went. High favour Bharadwaja showed, and blessed them ready for the road, with such fond looks as fathers throw on their own sons before they go. Then spake the saint with glory bright to Rama peerless in his might. First, lords of man, direct your feet where Yamuna and Ganga meet. Then to the swift Kalindi go, whose westward waves to Ganga flow. When thou shalt see her lovely shore, worn by their feet who hasten over, then Raghu's son a raft prepare, and cross the sun-born river there. Upon her farther bank a tree, near to the landing wilt thou see, the blessed source of varied gifts. There her green boughs that fig tree lifts, a tree where countless birds abide, by Syama's name known far and wide. Sita, revere that holy shade, there be thy prayers for blessing prayed. Thence for a league your way pursue, and the dark wood shall meet your view, where tall bamboos their foliage show, the gum tree and the jujube grow. To Chitrakoot have I oft trodden that path so smooth and soft, where burning oats no travellers care, but all is pleasant, green and fair. When thus the guests their road had learned, back to his cot the hermit turned, and Rama, Lakshman, Sita paid their reverent thanks for courteous aid. Thus Rama spake to Lakshman when the saint had left the lords of man. Great store of bliss ensued these hours, on whom his love the hermit showers. As each to other wisely talked, the lion lords together walked on to Kalindi's woody shore, and gentle Sita went before. They reached that flood whose waters flee with rapid current to the sea. Their minds a while to thought they gave, and counselled how to cross the wave. At length, with logs together laid, a mighty raft the brothers made. Then dry bamboos across were tied, and grass was spread from side to side. And the great hero Lakshman brought cane and rose-apple boughs and wrought, trimming the branches smooth and neat, for Sita's use a pleasant seat. And Rama placed thereon his dame, touched with a momentary shame, resembling in her glorious mien all thoughts surpassing Fortune's queen. Then Rama hastened to dispose, each in its place, the skins and bows, and by the fair bidehan laid, the coats, the ornaments, and spade. When Sita thus was set on board, and all their gear was duly stored, the heroes each with vigorous hand pushed off the raft and left the land. When half its way the raft had made, thus Sita to Kalindi prayed. Goddess, whose flood I traverse now, grant that my lord may keep his vow. For thee shall bleed 1,000 kine, 100 jars shall pour their wine, when Rama sees that town again, where old Ikshaku's children reign. Thus to Kalindi's stream she sued, and prayed in suppliant attitude. Then to the river's bank the dame, fervent in supplication, came. They left the raft that brought them over, and the thick wood that clothed the shore, and to the fig tree Syama made their way so cool with verdant shade. Then Sita viewed that best of trees, and reverence spake in words like these: Hail, hail, O mighty tree, allow my husband to complete his vow. Let us returning, I entreat, Kaushalya and Sumitra meet. Then with her hands together placed, around the tree she duly paced. When Rama saw his blameless spouse, a suppliant under holy boughs, the gentle darling of his heart, he thus to Lakshman spake apart: Brother, by thee our way be led, let Sita close behind thee tread. I, best of man, will grasp my bow, and hindmost of the tree will go. What fruits soever her fancy take, or flowers half hidden in the brake, for Janak's child forget not thou, to gather from the brake or bough. Thus on they fared. The tender dame asked Rama as they walked the name of every shrub that blossoms bore, creeper and tree unseen before. And Lakshman fetched, at Sita's prayer,
boughs of its tree with clusters fair. Then Janak's daughter joyed to see the sandy-scarlet river flee, where the glad cry of many a bird, the saras and the swan was heard. A league the brothers travelled through, the forest noble game they slew, beneath the trees their meal they dressed, and sat them down to eat and rest. A while in that delightful shade, where elephants unnumbered strayed, where peacocks screamed and monkeys played, they wandered with delight. Then by the river's side they found a pleasant spot of level ground, where all was smooth and fair around, their lodging for the night. Canto 54. Chitrakoot. Then Rama, when the morning rose, called Lakshman gently from repose. Awake, the pleasant voices hear of forest birds that warble near. Scourge of thy foes no longer stay, the hour is come to speed away. The slumbering prince unclosed his eyes, when thus his brother bade him rise, compelling at the timely cry, fatigue and sleep and rest to fly. The brothers rose and Sita too, pure water from the stream they drew, paid morning rites, then followed still, the road to Chitrakoot's hill. Then Rama, as he took the road, with Lakshman, while the morning glowed, to the Videhan lady cried, Sita the fair, the lotus-eyed. Look round thee, dear, its flowery tree, touched with the fire of morning sea. The king shook, now the frosts are fled, how glorious with the wreaths of red. The bell trees see, so loved of man, hanging their boughs in every glen. Overburdened with their fruit and flowers, a plenteous store of food is ours. See, Lakshman, in the leafy trees, wherever they make their home, down hangs the work of labouring bees, the ponderous honeycomb. In the fair wood before us spread, the startled wild cock cries, hark, where the flowers are soft to tread, the peacock's voice replies. Where elephants are roaming free, and sweet bird songs are loud, the glorious Chitrakoot see, his peaks are in the cloud. On fair smooth ground he stands displayed, beguarded by many a tree. O brother, in that holy shade, how happy shall we be! Then Rama, Lakshman, Sita each spoke, raising suppliant hands, this speech. To him in woodland dwelling met VALMIKI, ancient anchoret. O saint, this mountain takes the mind, with creepers, trees of every kind, with fruit and roots abounding thus, a pleasant life it offers us. Here for a while we fain would stay, and pass a season blithe and gay. Then the great saint, in duty trained, with honour gladly entertained, he gave his guests a welcome fare, and bade them sit and rest them there. Rama of mighty arm and chest, his faithful Lakshman then addressed. Brother, bring hither from the wood selected timber strong and good, and build therewith a little cart. My heart rejoices in the spot that lies beneath the mountain's side, remote, with water well supplied. Sumitra's son his words obeyed, brought many a tree and deftly made, with bronzes in the forest cut, as Rama bade, a leafy hut. Then Rama, when the cottage stood, fair, firmly built and walled with wood, to Lakshman spake, whose eager mind to do his brother's will inclined. Now, Lakshman, as our cot is made, must sacrifice be duly paid by us for lengthened life we hope, with vanishing of the antelope. Away, O bright-eyed Lakshman, speed! Struck by thy bow, a deer must bleed. As scripture bids, we must not slight the duty that commands the right. Lakshman, the chief whose arrows laid his foeman low, his word obeyed, and Rama thus again addressed the swift performer of his haste. Prepare the vanishing thou hast shot, to sacrifice for this our cart. Haste, brother dear, for this the hour, and this the day of certain power. Then glorious Lakshman took the buck, his arrow in the wood had struck, bearing his mighty load he came, and laid it in the kindled flame. Soon as he saw the meat was done, and that the juices ceased to run, from the broiled carcass Lakshman then spoke thus to Rama, best of man. The carcass of the buck entire is ready dressed upon the fire. Now be the sacred rites begun. to please the god, thou godlike one. Rama the good, in ritual trained, pure from birth, with thoughts restrained, hasted those verses to repeat, which make the sacrifice complete. The host celestial came in view, and Rama to the cart withdrew, while a sweet sense of rapture stole through the unquailed hero's soul. He paid the Vishadevas due, and Rudra's right and Vishnu's too, nor wanted blessings to protect their new-built home did he neglect. With voice repressed he breathed the prayer, bathed duly in the river fair, and gave good offerings that remove the stain of sin, as texts approve. And many an altar there he made, and shrines to suit the holy shade, all decked with woodland chaplets sweet, and fruit and roots and roasted meat, with muttered prayer as text require, water and grass and wood and fire. So Rama, Lakshman, Sita paid their offerings to each god and shade, and entered then their pleasant cart that bore fair signs of happy lot. They entered the illustrious tree, the well-set cottage fair to see, roofed with the leaves of many a tree, and fenced from wind and rain. So at their father Brahma's call, the gods of heaven, assembling all, to their own glorious council hall, advance in shining train. So resting on that lovely hill, near the fair lily-covered rill, the happy prince forgot, surrounded by the birds and deer, the war, the longing, and the fear that gloomed the exile's lot. Canto 57. Sumantra's Return. When Rama reached the southern bank, King Guha's heart with sorrow sank. He with Sumantra talked and spent, with his deep sorrow homeward went. Sumantra, as the king decreed, yoked to the car each noble steed, and to Ayodhya city sped, with his sad heart disquieted. On lake and brook and scented grove, his glances fall as on he drove. City and village came in view, as over the road his coursers flew. On the third day the charioteer, when now the hour of night was near, came to Ayodhya's gate and found the city all in sorrow drowned, to him in spirit quiet cast down. Forsaken seemed the silent town, and by the rush of grief oppressed, he pondered in his mournful breast, is all Ayodhya bound with grief, steed, elephant, and man and chief? Does her loved Rama's exile so afflict her with fires of war? Thus as he mused, his steeds flew fast, and swiftly through the gate he passed. On drove the charioteer, and then, in hundreds, yea, in thousands men, ran to the car from every side, and Rama, where is Rama? Cried. Sumantra said, my chariot bore the duteous prince to Ganga's shore. I left him there at his behest, and homeward to Ayodhya pressed. Soon as the ancient people knew that he was over the flood they drew, deep sighs and crying, Rama all wailed, and big tears began to fall. He heard the mournful words prolonged, as here and there the people thronged. War, war for us, forlorn, undone, no more to look on Raghu's son. He is like again we never shall see, of heart so true, of hand so free. In gifts, in gatherings for debate, when Mary's pomps we celebrate, what should we do, what earthly thing can rest or hope or pleasure bring? Thus the sad town, which Rama kept as a kind father, wailed and wept. Each mansion, as the car went by, sent forth a loud and bitter cry, as to the window every day mourning for banished Rama came. As his sad eyes with tears overflowed, he sped along the royal road to Dasarath's high abode. There, leaping down his car he stayed, within the gates his way he made. Through 7 broad courts he onward hied, where people thronged on every side. From each high terrace, wild with war, the royal ladies flocked below. He heard them talk in gentle tone, as each for Rama made her moan. What will the charioteer reply to Queen Kaushalya's eager cry? With Rama from the gates he went, homeward alone his steps are bent. Hard is a life with war distressed, but difficult to win is rest, if, when her son is banished dear, she lives beneath her load of ill. Such was the speech Sumantra heard, from them whom grief unfeigned had steered. As fires of anguish bound him true, swift to the monarch's hall he drew. Past the 8th court, there met his sight the sovereign in his palace bright, still weeping for his son forlorn, pale, faint, and all with sorrow worn. As there he sat, Sumantra bent, and did obeisance reverent, and to the king repeated over the message he from Rama bore. The monarch heard, and well nigh brake his heart, but yet no word he spake. Fainting to earth he fell, and dumb, by grief for Rama overcome. Rang through the hall a startling cry, the women's arms were tossed on high, when with his senses all astray, upon the ground the monarch lay. Kaushalya with Sumitra's aid, raised from the ground her lord dismayed. Sire of high fate, she cried, oh why dost thou so single word reply to Rama's messenger who brings news of his painful wanderings? The great injustice done art thou, shame-stricken for thy conduct now. Rise up and do thy part, bestow comfort and help in this our war. Speak freely, king, dismiss thy fear, for Queen Kaikeyi stands not near, afraid of whom thou wouldst not seek tidings of Rama, freely speak. When the sad queen had ended so, she sank, insatiate with her woe, and prostrate lay upon the ground, while her faint voice by sobs was drowned. When all the ladies in despair saw Queen Kaushalya wailing there, and the poor king oppressed with pain, they flocked around and wept again. End of Cantos 55, 56, and 57. Cantos 58 to 60 of Book 2 of the Ramayan of VALMIKI, translated by Ralph T. H. Griffith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by om123. Canto 58, Rama's Message. The king a while had senseless lain, when care brought memory back again. Then straight he called the news to hear of Rama for the charioteer. With reverent hand to hand applied, he waited by the old man's side, whose mind with anguish was distraught, like a great elephant newly caught. The king with bitter pain distressed, the faithful charioteer addressed, who sad of mien, with flooded eye, and dust upon his limbs stood by. Where will be Rama's dwelling now? At some tree's foot, beneath the bough. Ah, what will be the exile's food, bred up with kind solicitude? Can he, long lapped in pleasant rest, unmeet for pain, by pain oppressed, son of earth's king, his sad night spend, art couched as one that has no friend? Behind him, when abroad he sped, cars, elephants, and foot were led. Then how shall Rama dwell afar, in the wild woods, where no men are? How, tell me, did the princess dare, with Sita good and soft and fair, alighting from the chariot tread, the forest wilds around them spread? A happy lot is thine, I ween, whose eyes my two dear sons have seen, seeking on foot the forest shade, like the bright twins to view displayed. The heavenly sphinx when they seek the woods that hang beneath Mandar's peak. What words Sumantra quickly tell, from Rama Lakshman Sita fell. How in the wood did Rama eat, what was his bed, and what was his seat? Full answer to my questions give, for I on thy replies shall leave. As with the saints Ayati held, sweet converse from the skies expelled. Urged by the Lord of Man to speak, whose sobbing voice came faint and weak, thus he, while tears his utterance broke, in answer to the monarch spoke. Hear then the words that Rama said, resolved in duty's path to tread. Joining his hands, his head he bent, and gave this message reverent. Sumantra, to my father go, whose lofty mind all people know. Bow down before him as is meet, and in my stead salute his feet. Then to the queen my mother bend, and give the greeting that I send. Never may her steps from duty err, and may it still be well with her. And at this word, O queen, pursue thy vows with faithful heart and true, and ever at due season turn, where holy fires of worship burn. And Lady, on our Lord bestow such honour as to gods we vow. Be kind to every queen, let pride and thought of self be cast aside. In the king's fond opinion raise Kai by respect and praise. Let the young Bharat ever be loved, honoured as the king by thee. Thy kingward duty never forget, high over all our monarch set. And Bharat too for me address, pray that all health his life may bless. Let every royal lady share, as justice bids, his love and care. Say to the strong-armed chief who brings joy to Ikshaku's line of kings, as ruling prince thy care be shown of him our sire, who holds the throne. Stricken in years he feels their weight, but leave him in his royal state. As regent heir content thee still, submissive to thy father's will. Rama again his jaws renewed, as the hot blood his cheek bedewed. Hold as thine own my mother dear, who drops for me the longing tear. Then Lakshman with his soul on fire, spake breathing fast these words of ire. Say, for what sin, for what offence, was royal Rama banished thence? He is the cause the king, poor slave, to the light jaws Kaikeyi gave. Let right or wrong the motive be, the author of our war is he. Whether the exile was decreed, through foolish fate or guilty greed, for promises or empire steel, the king has wrought a grievous ill. Granted the Lord of all saw fit to prompt the deed and sanction it. In Rama's life no cause I see, for which the king should bid him flee. His blinded eyes refuse to scan the guilt and folly of the plan, and from the weakness of the king, here and hereafter war shall spring. No more, my sire, the ties that used to bind me to the king are loosed. My brother Rama, Raghu's son, to me is lord, friend, sire in one. The love of man, how can he win, deserting by the cruel seam their joy, whose heart is swift to feel a pleasure in the people's weal? Shall he whose mandate could expel the virtuous Rama loved so well, to whom his subjects' fond hearts cling, shall he in spite of them be king? But Janak's child, my lord, stood by, and of the votaries heaved a sigh. She seemed with dull and wandering sense beneath her spirit's influence. The noble princess, pained with war, which till that hour she never could know, tears in her happy trouble shed, but not a word to me she said. She raised her face which grief had dried, and tenderly her husband eyed, gazed on him as he turned to go, while tear chased tear in rapid flow. Canto 59. Dasarath's Lament. As thus Sumatra, best of peers, told his sad tale with many tears, the monarch cried, I pray thee tell at length again what there befell. Sumatra at the king's behest, striving with sobs, his cause repressed, his trembling voice at last controlled, and thus his farther tidings told. Their locks in votive coils they wound, their coats of bark upon them bound, to Ganga's farther shore they went, thence to Prayag their steps were bent. I saw that Lakshman walked ahead, to guard the path the two should tread. So far I saw, no more could learn, forced by the hero to return. Retracing slow my homeward course, scarce could I move its stubborn horse. Shedding hot tears of grief he stood, when Rama turned him to the wood. As the two princes parted thence, I raised my hands in reverence, mounted my ready car and bore the grief that stung me to the core. With Guha all the day I stayed, still by the earnest hope delayed, that Rama, ere the time should end, some message from the wood might send. Thy realm's great monarch mourn the blow, and sympathize with Rama's war. Each withering tree hangs low his head, and shoot and bud and flower are dead. Dried are the floods that wont to fill the lake, the river, and the reel. Drear is each grove and garden now, dry every blossom on the bough. Its beast is still, no serpents crawl, a lethargy of war on all. The very wood is silent, crushed, with grief for Rama all is hushed. Fair blossoms from the water born, gay garlands that the art adorn, and every fruit that gleams like gold, have lost the scent that charmed of old. Empty is every grove I see, or birds sit pensive on the tree. Wherever I look, its beauty over, the pleasant charms not as before. I drove through fair Ayodhya street, none flew with joy the car to meet. They saw that Rama was not there, and turned them sighing in despair. The people in the royal way wept tears of bitter grief when they beheld me coming from afar, no Rama with me in the car. From palace roof and turret high, each woman bent her eager eye. She looked for Rama, but in vain, gazed on the car, and shrieked for pain. Their long clear eyes with sorrow drowned, they, with this common grief was found, looked each on other, friend and foe, in sympathy of levelling war. No shade of difference between foe, friend, and neutral there was seen. Without a joy her bosom rent, with grief for Rama's banishment. Ayodhya like the queen appears, who mourns her son with many tears. He ended, and the king distressed, with sobbing voice, that lord addressed. Ah me, by false Kaikeyi led, of evil race to evil bred, I took no counsel of the sage, nor sought advice from skill and age. I asked no lord his aid to lend, I called no citizen or friend. Rash was my deed, bereft of sense, slave to omen's influence. Surely, my lord, a woe so great falls on us by the will of fate. It lays the house of Raghu low, for destiny will have it so. I pray thee, if I ever have done an act to please thee, yea, but one, fly, fly, and Rama homeward lead, my life departing counsel speed. Fly, ere the power to bid I lack, fly to the wood, bring Rama back. I cannot live for even one short hour bereaved of my son. But ah, the prince, whose arms are strong, has journeyed far, the way is long. Me upon the chariot place, and let me look on Rama's face. Ah me, my son, mine eldest born, where roams he in the wood forlorn, the welder of the mighty bow, whose shoulders like the lion's show. Or ere the light of life be dim, take me to Sita and to him. O Rama, Lakshman, and O thou, dear Sita, constant to thy vow. Beloved ones, you cannot know that I am dying of my woe. The king, to bitter grief a prey, that drove each wandering sense away, sunk in affliction's sea too wide to traverse, in his anguish cried. Hard, hard to pass, my queen, this sea of sorrow raging over me. No Rama near to soothe mine eye, plunged in its lowest deeps I lie. Sorrow for Rama swells the tide, and Sita's absence makes it wide. My tears its foamy flood disdain, made billowy by my sighs of pain. My cries its roar, the arms I throw, about me are the fish below. Kaikeyi is the fire that feeds, beneath my hair the tangled weeds. Its source the tears for Rama shed, the humpback's words its monsters dread. The boon I gave the wretch its sore, till Rama's banishment be over. Ah me, that I should long to set my eager eyes today on Raghu's son, and he be yet with Lakshman far away. Thus he, of lofty glory wailed, and sank upon the bed. Beneath the war his spirit failed, and all his senses fled. Canto 60. Kaushalya consoled. As Queen Kaushalya, trembling much, as blighted by a goblin's touch, still lying prostrate, half awoke to consciousness, it was thus she spoke. Bear me away, Sumandra, far, where Rama, Sita, Lakshman are. Bereft of them I have no power to linger on a single hour. Again I pray, thy steps retrace, and me in the dark forest place. For after them I needs must go, or sink to Yama's realms below. His utterance, choked by tears that rolled down from their fountains uncontrolled, with suppliant hands the charioteer thus spake, the lady's heart to cheer. Dismiss thy grief, despair, and dread, that fills thy soul of sorrow bred. For pain and anguish thrown aside, will Rama in the wood abide, and Lakshman with unfailing care will guard the feet of Rama there, earning with governed sense the prize that waits on duty in the skies, and Sita in the wild as well as in her own dear home will dwell. To Rama all her heart she gives, and free from doubt and terror leaves. No faintest sign of care or woe the features of the lady show. Methinks Videha's pride was made for exile in the forest shade, even as of old she used to rove, delighted in the city's grove. Thus, even thus, she joys to tread the woodlands uninhabited. Like a young child, her face as fair as the young moon, she wanders there. What though in lonely woods she stray, still Rama is her joy and stay. All his the heart no sorrow bends, her very life on him depends. For if her lord she might not see, Ayodhya like the wood would be. She bids him as she roams declare the names of towns and hamlets there, marks various trees that meet her eye, and many a brook that hurries by. And Janak's daughter seems to roam one little league away from home, when Rama or his brother speaks, and gives the answer that she seeks. This lady I remember well, nor angry words have I to tell, reproaches at Kaikeyi shot, such queen my mind remembers not. The speech, when Sita's wrath was high, Sumantra passed in silence by, that so his pleasant words might cheer, with sweet report Kaushalya's ear. Her moon-like beauty suffers not, though winds be rude and suns be hot, the way, the danger, and the toil, her gentle lustre may not soil. Like the red lily's leafy crown, or as the fair full moon looks down, so the Videhan lady's face still shines with undiminished grace. What if the borrowed colours throw over her fine feet no rosy glow, still with their natural tints they spread a lotus glory where they tread. In sportive grace she walks the ground, and sweet her chiming anklets sound. No jewels clasp the faultless limb, she leaves them all for love of him. If in the woods her gentle eye a lion sees, or tiger nigh, or elephant, she fears no ill, for Rama's arm supports her steel. No longer be their fate deplored, nor thine, nor that of Kaushal's lord, for conduct such as theirs shall buy wide glory that can never die. For casting grief and care away, delighting in the forest day, with joyful spirits blithe and gay, set forward to the ancient way, where mighty saints have led, their highest aim, their dearest care, to keep their father's honour fair, observing still the oath he sware, they roam on wild fruit fed. Thus with persuasive art he tried to turn her from grief aside, by soothing fancies won. But still she gave her sorrow vent. O Rama was her shrill lament, my love, my son, my son. End of Cantos 58, 59 and 60. Cantos 61 to 63 of Book 2 of the Ramayan of VALMIKI, translated by Ralph T. H. Griffith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by om123. Canto 61, Kaushalya's Lament. One best of all who give delight, her Rama wandered far from sight. Kaushalya weeping, sore distressed, the king her husband thus addressed. Thy name, O monarch, far and wide, through the three worlds is glorified. Yet Rama's is the pitying mind, his speed is true, his heart is kind. How will thy sons, good Lord, sustain with Sita all their care and pain? How in the wild endure distress, nursed in the lap of tenderness? How will the dear Videhan bear the heat and cold when wandering there? Bred in the bliss of princely state, so young and fair and delicate, the large-eyed lady wont to eat the best of finely seasoned meat. How will she now her life sustain with woodland fare of self-sown grain? Will she, with joys encompassed long, who love the music and the song, in the wild wood endure to hear the ravening lion's voice of fear? Where sleeps my strong-armed hero, where, like Lord Mahendra's standard fair, where is by Lakshman's side his bed, his club-like arm beneath his head. When shall I see his flower-like eyes, and face that with the lotus vies, feel his sweet lily breath, and view his glorious hair and lotus heel? The heart within my breast I feel is adamant or hard as steel, or in a thousand fragments split, the loss of him had shattered it. When those I love, who should be blessed, are wandering in the earth distressed, condemned their wretched lives to lead in exile by thy ruthless deed. If when the 14 years are past, Rama reseeks his home at last, I think not Bharat will consent to yield the wealth and government. At funeral feasts some mourners deal to kith and kin the solemn meal, and having duly fed them all, some Brahmins to the banquet call. The best of Brahmins, good and wise, the third is summoning the spies, and equal to the gods' disdain, cups even of Amrit thus to drain. Nay, even when Brahmins first have fed, they load the meal for others spread, and from the living stone with scorn, as bulls avoid a fractured horn. So Rama, sovereign lord of men, will spurn the solid kingship then. He born the eldest and the best, his youngest livings will detest, turning from tasted food away, as tigers scorn another's prey. The sacred post is used not twice, nor elements in sacrifice. But once the sacred grass is spread, but once with oil the flame is fed, so Rama's pride will never receive the royal power which others leave. Like wine when tasteless dregs are left, or rights of so much is bereft, be sure the pride of Raghu's race will never stoop to such disgrace. The lordly lion will not bear that man should beard him in his lair. Where all the walls against him ranged, his dauntless soul was still unchanged. He dutiful, in duty strong, would purge the impious world from wrong. Could not the hero, brave and bold, the archer with his shafts of gold, burn up the very seas as doom will in the end all life consume? Of lion's might, eyed like a bull, a prince so brave and beautiful, thou hast with wicked hate pursued, like sea-born tribes who eat their brood. If thou, O monarch, hadst but known the duty all the twice-born won, if the good laws had touched thy mind, which sages in the scriptures find, thou never hadst driven forth to pine this brave, this duteous son of thine. First on her lord the wife depends, next on her son, and last on friends. These three supporters in life has she, and not a fourth for her may be. Thy heart, O king, I have not won, in wild woods roams my banished son. Far are my friends, ah, hapless me, quite ruined and destroyed by thee.
Canto 62. Dasarath consoled. The queen's stern speech the monarch heard, as rage and grief her bosom stirred, and by his anguish sore oppressed, reflected in his secret breast. Fainting and sad, with woe distraught, he wandered in a maze of thought. At length the queller of the foe grew conscious, rallying from his woe. When consciousness returned anew, long burning sighs the monarch drew. Again immersed in thought he eyed Kausalya standing by his side. Back to his pondering soul was brought the direful deed his hand had wrought, when, guiltless of the wrong intent, his arrow at a sound was sent. Distracted by his memory's sting, and mourning for his son the king, to two consuming griefs a prey, a miserable victim lay. The double woe devoured him fast, as on the ground his eyes he cast, joined suppliant hands her heart to touch, and spake in the answer, trembling much. Kausalya, for thy grace I sue, joining these hands as suppliants do. Then even to foes hast ever been a gentle, good, and loving queen. Her lord, with noble virtues graced, her lord, by lack of all debased, is still a god in woman's eyes, if duty's law she hold and prize. Thou, who the right hast I pursued, life's changes and its chances viewed, shouldst never once, though sorrow stirred, at me distressed one bitter word.
She listened, as with sorrow faint he murmured forth his sad complaint. Her brimming eyes with tears ran o'er, as spouts the new fallen water pour. His suppliant hands, with fear dismayed, she gently clasped in hers and laid, like a fair lotus on her head, and faltering in her trouble said, "Forgive me, at thy feet I lie, with low bent head to thee I cry. By thee besought, thy guilty dame pardon from thee can scarcely claim. She merits not the name of wife, who cherishes perpetual strife with her own husband good and wise, her lord both here and in the skies. I know the claims of duty well, I know thy lips the truth must tell. All the wild words I rashly spoke, forth from my heart through anguish broke, for sorrow bends the stoutest soul, and cancels Scripture's high control. Yea, sorrow's might all else overthrows, the strongest and the worst of foes. It is thus with all we keenly feel, yet bear the blows our foemen deal. But when a slender war assails, the manliest spirit bends and quails. The fifth long night has now begun, since the wild woods have lodged my son. To me, whose joy is drowned in tears, its day a dreary year appears, while all my thoughts on him are set. Grief at my heart swells wilder yet. With doubled might does ocean raves, when rushing floods increase his waves. As from Kausalya reasoning well, the gentle words of wisdom fell, the sun went down with dying flame, and darkness over the landscape came. His lady's soothing words, in part, relieved the monarch's aching heart, who, wearied out by all his woes, yielded to sleep and took repose. Canto 63. The Hermit's Son. But soon, by rankling grief oppressed, the king awoke from troubled rest, and his sad heart was tried again, with anxious thought, where all was pain. Rama and Lakshman's mournful fate, on Dasarat good and great, as Indra pressed with crushing weight, as when the demon's might assails, the sun god and his glory pales. Ere yet the sixth long night was spent, since Rama to the woods was sent, the king at midnight sadly thought of the old crime his hand had wrought, and thus to Queen Kausalya cried, who still for Rama moaned and sighed, "If thou art waking, give, I pray, attention to the words I say. Whatever the conduct men pursue, be good or ill the acts they do, be sure, dear Queen, they find the meed of wicked or of virtuous deed. A heedless child we call the man, whose feeble judgment fails to scan the weight of what his hands may do, its lightness, fault, and merit too. One lays the mango garden low, and bids the gay palasas grow. Longing for fruit, their bloom he sees, but grieves when fruit should bend the trees. Cut by my hand, my fruit trees fell, palasa trees I watered well. My hopes this foolish heart deceive, and for my banished son I grieve. Kausalya, in my youthful prime, armed with my bow, I wrought the crime. Proud of my skill, my name renowned, an archer prince who shoots by sound. The deed this hand, unwitting wrought, this misery on my soul has brought, as children seize the deadly cup, and blindly drink the poison up. As the unreasoning man may be, charmed with the gay palasa tree, I unaware have reaped the fruit of joying at a sound to shoot. As risen prince I shared the throne, thou wast a maid to me unknown. The early rain time duly came, and strengthened love's delicious flame. The sun had drained the earth that lay, all glowing beneath the summer day, and to the gloomy clime had fled, where dwell the spirits of the dead. The fervent heat that moment ceased, the darkening clouds its hour increased, and frogs and deer and peacocks all rejoiced to see the torrents fall. Their bright wings heavy from the shower, the birds new bedded had scarce the power to reach the branches of the trees, whose high tops swayed beneath the breeze. The fallen rain, and falling steel, hung like a sheet on every hill, till with glad deer its flooded steep showed glorious as the mighty deep. The torrents down its wooded side poured, some unstained, while others died. Gold, ashes, silver, ochre bore the tints of every mountain wore. In that sweet time, when all are pleased, my arrows and my bow I seized. Keen for the chase, in field or grove, down Sarayu's bank my car I drove. I longed with all my lawless will, some elephant by night to kill, some buffalo that came to drink, or tiger at the river's brink. When all around was dark and still, I heard a picture slowly feel, and thought obscured in deepest shade, an elephant the sound had made. I drew a shaft that glittered bright, fell as a serpent's venomed bite. I longed to lay the monster dead, and to the mark my arrow sped. Then in the calm of morning clear, a hermit's wailing smote my ear. Ah me, he cried and sank, pierced by my arrow on the bank. Even as the weapon smote his side, I heard a human voice that cried, Why lights this shaft on one like me, a poor and harmless devotee? I came by night to fill my jar, from this lone stream where no man are. Ah, who this deadly shaft has sought? Whom have I wronged and knew it not? Why should a boy so harmless feel the vengeance of the winged steel? Or who should slay the guiltless son of hermit sire, who injures none, who dwells retired in woods and there supports his life on woodland fare? Ah me, why am I slain? What booty will the murderer gain? In hermit coils I bind my hair, coats made of skin and bark I wear. Ah, who the cruel deed can praise, whose idle toil no fruit repays, as impious as the wretch's crime, who dares his master's bed to climb? Nor does my parting spirit grieve, but for the life which thus I live. Alas, my mother and my sire, I mourn for them when I expire. Ah me, that aged helpless pair, long cherished by my watchful care. How will it be with them this day, when to the five I pass away, pierced by the self-same dart we die, mine aged mother, sire, and I? Whose mighty hand, whose lawless mind, has all the three to death consigned? When I, by love of duty steered, that touching lamentation heard, pierced to the heart by sudden war, I threw to earth my shafts and bow. My heart was full of grief and dread, as swiftly to the place I sped, where by my arrow wounded sore, a hermit lay on Sarayu's shore. His matted hair was all unbound, his pitcher empty on the ground, and by the fatal arrow pained, he lay with dust and gore distained. I stood confounded and amazed, his dying eyes to mine he raised, and spoke this speech in accents stern, as though his light my soul would burn. How have I wronged thee, king, that I, struck by thy mortal arrow, die? The wood my home, this jar I brought, and water for my parents sought. This one keen shaft that strikes me true, slays sire and aged mother too. Feeble and blind, in helpless pain, they wait for me, and tossed in vain. They with parched lips their pangs must bear, and hope will end in blank despair. Ah me, there seems no fruit in store, for holy chill or scripture law, or else ere now my sire would know that his dear son is lying low. Yet if my mournful fate he knew, what could his arms so feeble do? The tree, firm-rooted, never may be the guardian of a stricken tree. Haste to my father and relate, while time allows, my sudden fate, lest he consume thee as the fire burns up the forest in his ire. This little path, O king, pursue, my father's cart thou soon wilt view. There sue for pardon to the sage, lest he should cause thee in his rage. First from the wounded extract the dart that kills me with its deadly smart, even as the flushed impetuous tide eats through the river's yielding side. I feared to draw the arrow out, and pondered thus in painful doubt. Now tortured by the shaft he lies, but if I draw it forth he dies. Helpless I stood, faint, sorely grieved, The hermit's son my thought perceived, as one overcome by direst pain. He scarce had strength to speak again, with reeling limb and struggling breath, nearer and even nearer death. My senses undisturbed remain, and fortitude has conquered pain. Now from one tear thy soul be freed, thy hand has made a Brahman bleed. Let not this pang thy bosom wring, no twice born youth am I, O king, for of a Vaishya sire I came, who wedded with a Sudra dame. These words the boy could scarcely say, as tortured by the shaft he lay, twisting his helpless body round, then trembling senseless on the ground. Then from his bleeding side I drew the rankling shaft that pierced him through. With death's last fear my face he eyed, and rich in store of penance died. End of Cantos 61, 62 and 63. Cantos 64 to 66 of Book 2 of the Ramayan of VALMIKI, translated by Ralph T. H. Griffith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by om123. Canto 64. Dasharatha's Death. The son of Raghu to his queen thus far described the unequalled scene, and as the hermit's death he reeled, the mournful story thus renewed. The deed my heedless hand had wrought perplexed me with remorseful thought, and all alone I pondered still, how kindly did may self the ill. The pitcher from the ground I took, and filled it from that fairest brook. Then by the path the hermit showed, I reached his sainted sire's abode. I came, I saw, the aged pair, feeble and blind, were sitting there, like birds with clipped wings, side by side, with none their helpless steps to guide. Their idle hours the twain beguiled, with talk of their returning child, and still the cheering hope enjoyed, their hope, alas, by me destroyed. Then spoke the sage, as drawing near, the sound of footsteps reached his ear. Dear son, the water quickly bring, why hast thou made this tarrying? Thy mother thirsts, and thou hast played, and bathing in the brook delayed. She weeps because thou camest not. Haste, O my son, within the cart. If she or I have ever done a thing to pain thee, dearest son, dismiss the memory from thy mind. A hermit thou, be good and kind. On thee our lives, our all depend. Thou art thy friendless parents' friend. The eyeless couple's eye art thou. Then why so cold and silent now? With sobbing voice and bosom wrung, I scarce could move my faltering tongue, and with my spirit filled with dread, I looked upon the sage and said, while mind and sense and nerve I strung, to fortify my trembling tongue, and let the aged hermit know his son's sad fate, my fear and woe. High-minded saint, not I thy child, a warrior Dasharatha's styled. I bear a grievous sorrow's weight, born of a deed which good men hate. My lord, I came to Sarayu's shore, and in my hand my bow I bore, for elephant or beast of chase that seeks by night his drinking place. There from the stream a sound I heard, as if ajar the water stirred. An elephant I thought was nigh. I aimed and let an arrow fly. Swift to the place I made my way, and there a wounded hermit lay. Gasping for breath, the deadly dart stood quivering in his youthful heart. I hastened near, with pain oppressed. He faltered out his last behaste, and quickly, as he bade me do, from his pierced side the shaft I drew. I drew the arrow from the rent, and up to heaven the hermit went, lamenting as from earth he passed, his aged parents to the last. Thus unaware the deed was done, my hand unwitting killed thy son. For what remains, oh let me win thy pardon for my heedless sin. As the sad tale of sin I told, the hermit's grief was uncontrolled. With flooded eyes and sorrow faint, thus spake the venerable saint. I stood with hand to hand applied, and listened as he spoke and sighed. If thou, O king, hadst left unsaid by thine own tongue this tale of dread, thy head, for hideous guilt accursed, had in 1,000 pieces burst. A hermit's blood by warriors played, In such a case with purposed guilt, down from his high estate would bring even the thunder's mighty king. And he, a dart who conscience sends against the devotee who spends his pure life by the law of heaven, that sinner's head will split in seven. Thou livest, for thy heedless hand has wrought a deed thou hast not planned, else thou and all of Raghu's line had perished by this act of thine. Now guide us, thus the hermit said, forth to the spot where he lies dead. Guide us this day, O monarch, we, for the last time, our son would see. The hermit dress of skin he wore, rent from his limbs, distained with gore, his senseless body lying slain, his soul in Yama's dark domain. Alone the mourning pair I led, their souls with woe disquieted, and let the demon hermit lay their hands upon the breathless clay. The father touched his son and pressed the body to his aged breast. Then falling by the dead body's side, he lifted up his voice and cried, Hast thou no word, my child, to say, no greeting for thy sire today? Why art thou angry, darling? Why wilt thou upon the cold earth lie? If thou, my son, art wroth with me, here, duteous child, thy mother see. What, no embrace for me, my son? No word of tender love, not one, whose gentle voice, so soft and clear, soothing my spirit, shall I hear? When evening comes, with accents sweet, scripture or ancient law repeat, who, having fed the sacred fire, and duly bedded, as text require, will cheer, when evening rites are done, the father mourning for his son. Who will the daily meal provide for the poor wretch who lacks a guide, feeding the helpless with the best berries and roots like some dear guest. How can these hands subsistence find for thy poor mother, old and blind? The wretched votaress how sustain, who mourns her child in ceaseless pain? Stay yet a while, my darling, stay, nor fly to Yama's realm today. Tomorrow I, thy sire, and she, who bare thee, child, will go with thee. Then when I look on Yama, I, to great Vivaswat's son, will cry, Hear, King of justice, and restore our child to feed us, I implore. Lord of the world, of mighty fame, faithful and just, admit my claim, and grant this single boon to free my soul from fear to one like me. Because, my son, untouched by stain, by sinful hands thou fallest slain, win through thy truth the sphere where those who die by hostile doubts repose. Seek the blessed home prepared for all, the valiant who in battle fall, who face the foe and scorn to yield, in glory dying on the field. Rise to the heaven where Dundumar and Nahush mighty heroes are, where Janmejaya and the blessed, Dilipa, Saga, Saibya rest. Home of all virtuous spirits, armed by fervent rites and scripture learned, by those whose sacred fires have glowed, whose liberal hands have fields bestowed, by givers of 1,000 cows, by lovers of one faithful spouse, by those who serve their masters well, and cast away this earthly shell. None of my race can ever know the bitter pain of lasting war, but doomed to the dire fate is he whose guilty hand has slaughtered thee. Thus with wild tears the aged saint made many a time his piteous plaint, then with his wife began to shed the funeral water for the dead, but in a shape celestial clad, won by the merits of the lad, the spirit from the body brake, and to the mourning parents spake, A glorious home in realms above rewards my care and filial love. You, honored parents, soon shall be partakers of that home with me. He spake, and swiftly mounting high, with Indra near him to the sky, on a bright car, with flame that glowed, sublime the duteous hermit rode. The father, with his consort's aid, the funeral rites with water paid, and thus his speech to me renewed, who stood in a suppliant attitude. Slay me this day, oh, slay me, King, for death no longer has a sting. Childless am I, thy dart has done to death my dear, my only son. Because that boy I loved so well, slain by thy heedless arrow fell, my curse upon thy soul shall press with bitter war and heaviness. I mourn a slaughtered child, and thou shalt feel the pangs that kill me now. Bereft and suffering even as I, so shalt thou mourn thy son and die. Thy hand unwitting dealt the blow that laid a holy hermit low, and distant therefore is the time when thou shalt suffer for the crime. And hour shall come when, crushed by wars like these I feel, thy life shall close, a debt to pay in after days, like his the priestly fee who pays. This curse on me the hermit laid, nor yet his tears and groans were stayed. Then on the pyre their bodies cast, the pair, and straight to heaven they passed. As in sad thought I pondered long, back to my memory came the wrong done in wild youth, O lady dear, when it was my boast to shoot by ear. The deed has borne the fruit which now hangs ripe upon the bending bough. Thus dainty meats the palate please, and lure the weak to swift disease. Now on my soul return with dread the words that noble hermit said, that I for a dear son should grieve, and of the war my life should leave. Thus spake the king with many a tear. Then to his wife he cried in fear, I cannot see thee, love, but lay thy gentle hand in mine, I pray. Ah me, if Rama touched me thus, if once returning home to us, he bade me wealth and lordship give, then so I think my soul would live. Unlike myself, unjust and mean, have been my ways with him, my queen, but like himself is all that he, my noble son, has done to me. His son, though far from right he stray, what prudent sire would cast away? What banished son would check his ire, nor speak reproaches of his sire? I see thee not, these eyes grow blind, and memory quits my troubled mind. Angels of death around me, they summon my soul with speed away. What war more grievous can there be, that when from light and life I flee, I may not, ere I part, behold my virtuous Rama true and bold. Grief for my son, the brave and true, whose joy it was my will to do, dries up my breath, as summer dries the last drop in the pool that lies. Not man, but blessed gods are they, whose eyes shall see his face that day. See him, when 14 years are past, with earrings decked return at last. My fainting mind forgets to think, low and more low my spirits sink, each from its seat my senses steal, I cannot hear, or taste, or feel. This lethargy of soul overcomes its organ, and its function numbs. So when the oil begins to fail, the torch's rays grow faint and pale. This flood of war, caused by this hand, destroys me helpless and unmanned, resistless as the floods that bore a passage through the river shore. Ah, Raghu's son, ah, mighty armed, by whom my cares were soothed and charmed, my son, in whom I took delight, now vanished from thy father's sight. Kaushalya, ah, I cannot see, Sumitra, gentle devotee, alas, Kaikeyi, cruel dame, my bitter foe, thy father's shame. Kaushalya and Sumitra kept their watch beside him as he wept, and Dasarath moaned and sighed, and grieving for his darling, died. Canto 65. The Women's Lament. And now the night had passed away, and brightly dawned another day. The minstrels, trained to play and sing, flocked to the chamber of the king. Birds, who their gayest raiment wore, and heralds famed for ancient lore, and singers with their songs of praise made music in their several ways. There, as they poured their blessings joyous, and hailed their king with hand and voice, their praises with a swelling roar echoed through court and corridor. Then as the birds his glory sang, from beaten palms loud answer rang, as glad applauders clapped their hands, and told his deeds in distant lands. The swelling concert woke a throng of sleeping birds to life and song, some in the branches of the trees, some caged in halls and galleries. Nor was the soft string music mute, the gentle whisper of the lute, and blessings sung by singers skilled, the palace of the monarch filled. Eunuchs and dames of life unstained, each in arts of waiting trained, drew near attentive as before, and crowded to the chamber door. These skilful when and how to shed the lustral stream over limb and head. Others with golden ewers stood, of water stained with sandalwood, and many a maid, pure, young, and fair, her load of early offerings bear, cups of the flood which all revere, and sacred things and toilet gear. Each several thing was duly brought, as rule of old observance taught, and lucky science on each impressed, stamped it the fairest and the best. Their anxious, in their long array, all waited till the shine of day. But when the king nor rose nor spoke, doubt and alarm within them woke. Forthwith the dames by duty led, attendants on the monarch's bed, within the royal chamber pressed, to wake their master from his rest. Skilled in the lore of dreaming, they first touched the bed on which he lay, but none replied, no sound was heard, nor hand, nor head, nor body stirred. They trembled, and their dread increased, fearing his breath of life had ceased, and bending low their heads they shook, like the tall reeds that fringed the brook. In doubt and terror down they knelt, looked on his face, his cold hand felt, and then the gloomy truth appeared, of all their hearts had darkly feared. Kausalya and Sumitra worn, with weeping for their sons forlorn, woke not, but lay in slumber deep, and still as death's unending sleep. Bowed down by grief, her colour fled, her wonted lustre dull and dead, Kausalya shone not like a star, obscured behind a cloudy bar. Beside the king's her couch was spread, and next was Queen Sumitra's bed, who shone no more with beauty's glow, her face bedewed with tears of woe. They leapt in sleep, each wearied queen, there as in sleep the king was seen, and swift the troubling thought came over their spirits that he breathed no more. At once, with wailing loud and high, the matrons shrieked a bitter cry, as widowed elephants bewail their dead lord in the woody vale. At the loud shriek that round them rung, Kausalya and Sumitra sprang, awaked from their beds with eyes wide open in their first surprise. Quick to the monarch's side they came, and saw and touched his lifeless frame. One cry, O husband, forth they sent, and prostrate to the ground they went. The king of Kosala's daughter there, wreathed with the dust on limb and hair, lustreless as the star might lie, hauled downward from the glorious sky. When the king's voice in death was stilled, the women who the chamber filled saw like a widow elephant slain, Kausalya prostrate in her pain. Then all the monarch's ladies led, by Queen Kaikeyi at their head, poured forth their tears, and weeping so, sank on the ground consumed by woe. The cry of grief, so long and loud, went up from all the royal crowd, that, doubled by the matron train, it made the palace ring again. Filled with dark fear and eager eyes, anxiety and wild surmise, echoing with the cries of grief of sorrowing friends who mourned their chief. Dejected, pale with deep distress, hauled from their height of happiness, such was the look that palace wore, where lay the king who breathed no more. Canto 66. The Embalming. Kausalya's eyes with tears overflowed, weighed down by varied sorrow's load. On her dead lord her gaze she bent, who lay like fire, whose might is spent. Like the great deep with waters dry, or like the clouded sun on high, then on her lap she laid his head, and on Kaikeyi looked and said, Triumphant now, enjoy thy reign, without a thorn thy side to pain. Thou hast pursued thy single aim, and killed the king, O wicked dame. Far from my sight my Rama flies, my perished lord has sought the skies. No friend, no hope my life to cheer, I cannot tread the dark path here. Who would forsake her husband who, dead God to whom her love is dear, and wish to live 1 hour but she, whose heart no duty wants like thee? That ravenous sees no fault, his greed will even on poison blindly feed. Kaikeyi, through a humpback maid, this royal house in death has laid. King Janak with his queen will hear, heart-rent like me, the tidings drear, of Rama banished by the king, urged by her impious counselling. No son has he, his age is great, and sinking with a double weight, he for his darling child will pine, and pierced with woe his life resign. Sprung from Videha's monarch she, a sad and lovely devotee, roaming the wood, unmeet for war, will toil and trouble undergo.
She in the gloomy night with fear the cries of beast and bird will hear, and trembling in her wild alarm will cling to Rama's sheltering arm. Ah, little knows my duteous son that I am widowed and undone. My Rama of the lotus eye, gone hence also to die. Now, as a living wife and true, I, even this day, will perish too. Around his form these arms will throw, and to the fire with him will go. Clasping her husband's lifeless clay, a wilder weeping votaress lay, till chamberlains removed her dance, overcome by sorrow's violence. Then in a cask of oil they laid him who in life the world had swayed, and finished, as the Lords desired, all rites for parted souls required. The Lords, all wise, refused to burn the monarch ere his son's return. So for a while the corpse they set, embalmed in oil, and waited yet. The women heart no doubt remained, and wildly for the king they plained. With gushing tears that drowned each eye, wildly they waved their arms on high, and each her mangling nails impressed deep in her head and knee and breast. Of Rama reft, whoever spake the sweetest words the heart to take, who firmly to their truth would cling, why dost thou leave us, mighty king? How can the consorts thou hast left, widowed, of Raghu's son bereft, live with our foe Kaikeyi near, the wicked queen we hate and fear? She threw away the king, her spite, drove Rama forth and Lakshman's might, and gentle Sita, how will she spare any, whosoever it be? Oppressed with sorrow, tear distained, the royal women thus complained. Like night when not a star appears, like a sad widow drowned in tears, Ayodhya city, dark and dim, reft of a lord, was sad for him. When thus for war the king to heaven had fled, and still on earth his lovely wives remained, with dying light the sun to rest had sped, and night triumphant over the landscape reigned. End of Canto 64, 65, and 66.